Okay, the YouTube streams are open. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make sure the TikTok stream is open. And then we'll do double checks all the way around. All right, we should be good to go on TikTok now. Let me open the guest box before I forget, though. Let's see. All right, guest box is open. All right, both guest boxes are open. Welcome in, friends. Let me double check TikTok Studio to make sure the live stream is actually live before we get going too far. Looks like we're live on horizontal. We'll check our vertical. Looks like we're live on vertical, which means, hey, Friday night, and we are ready to rock and roll. Before I do that, let me make sure my audio is actually selected. There we go. On the Video Ninja, and make sure that my earbuds are actually where I'm sending audio to so I can hear everybody. All right, now we're ready to rock and roll. Cool. Hey, friends, we're home. Happy to be back. Happy to have all you here. Should be a classic fan favorite barbecue tonight. Should be good. Amir, my friend, hey, thanks so much for being here, and thank you for sending out a Deconstruction Zone gifted membership. I really appreciate it, friend. Hope you're doing well. And Trent, good to see you tonight as well. Thank you so much for the $5 super test. I had to go to a Dancing with the Stars show with my wife. Well, if you like dancing, I'm sure it's a great time. It was brutal, but praying to Doug got me through it. Rock hard for Doug and fuck ice. I get that. Listen, I know it's not. Listen, there's nothing. If you're a guy and you like musicals and ballets and dancing, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. I love that for you. That being said, that's not my jam. I could definitely empathize with you, Trent. If that's not your jam, it takes a little bit of getting through it. It takes a little bit of work. And Cameron, thank you for the $5 super chat, friend. Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well. Says Justin, where have you been, sir? Well, I was away. I was out of town. I apologize. Although I feel like I spent half my trip in the sky. It was not a good week to travel. It probably still isn't good to travel right now. I had probably more canceled flights and rebooked flights and delayed flights in 1 week than I have in my entire life. It was pretty wild, but what are you gonna do? You can't. There's some things that are out of your control. The weather happens to be one of them. But I'm back home now, friend. And ground yourself and feel the dirt. Listen, I don't disagree with that name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, just came from watching a. Oh no. There are still some BHI people floating around the community. So you just got from watching a Black Hebrew Israelite and RC debate. Wait, are you telling me RC was having a one-on-one debate with a Black Hebrew Israelite? I'd probably watch that. All I could think was, this is what happens when people worship a person. It is, actually. So, I didn't see the debate. Are you saying that, were they on modern day debates? Like, where was this? Like, I actually would love to see a Black Hebrew Israelite try to debate somebody who was a Christian that wasn't a BHI. I can't imagine it would go any better with them than it does here, but like, ooh, pretty brutal, the BHI group. Like, of all the cults and fundamentalist offshoots of Christianity, BHI is a pretty severe one. It's pretty crazy, actually. And Abo, thank you for the $5 super chat, friend, says, glad to see you back. In Mark 6, the story of Herod talks about him marrying Philip's wife, Herodias. That's true. Was he dead, or did she leave him? See, there's a couple Herods that ended up marrying a relative's wife. So I'd have to go back and look at that one. But there was one of them that actually did divorce a wife while, in fact, the husband was alive. I'm trying to think if it was Herodias or not. Let's see. because John the Baptist was all up in arms over this marriage. Okay, yeah. So Philip was her first husband. That was the name I'm looking for. Let's see. She later married. I don't know if Philip was dead or not before Herodias married Herod. Let's see. We could just ask. See what we got here. Oh yeah, that was the right one. Yeah, yeah. Herodias did marry. Herod Antipas did marry. While Philip was still alive, Herodias, it looks like. Blah, blah, blah. It was considered unlawful. Yeah, that's why John was so upset. And adulterous under Jewish law because she was his brother's wife and also his niece. John the Baptist denounced this union, which ultimately led to the imprisonment and execution. Yeah. A lot of people believe that, like in real history, not like this goofy fake Bible history, a lot of people believe that in real history, that the reason why John the Baptist was killed was for his speaking out against Herod and his marriage, not because this nonsense about Salome dancing. Like none of that. That's all fiction. That didn't happen in real life. Gaius Husky, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says my master says, "There's no hate like Christian love, no depravity like Christian ethics, no lie like Christian truth, and no stupidity like Christian wisdom." Listen, I don't disagree with any of these statements. Hope you're doing well, friend. Thanks for being here. I'm going to grab just one more super chat. We're going to get our first guest in here. It looks like first guest is going to be Meerkat, and I feel like I've talked to somebody with that name before, so I'd be curious to know if it's the same Meerkat or a different one. Adam, thank you for the 27 SEK. Said, "Stupid time zones. Good night from Sweden." Well, listen, Adam, good night over there in Sweden. Hope you're doing well, and you'll catch it on the replay tomorrow. So thanks for being here, friend. Thanks for supporting. All right, let's grab Meerkat from the queue. Welcome in, Meerkat.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can everyone hear the guest, Meerkat? I assume so. What's going on? By the way, everyone on TikTok right now, what's going on with TikTok today? TikTok is lagging really hard. The live stream's been open for 7 minutes. And usually we've got like 200 or 300 people in here already. But right now, I don't see barely any people in here. Is TikTok been like that on other live streams today? Has it kind of been lagging to keep people in the queue? Ems is coming up. I bet he's. How you doing, Ems?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
How's my audio?
Pretty good.
It's not lagging. I don't know why you're saying it's lagging.
Not lagging's
Are you
not the
talking
right
about the
word.
viewership?
Yeah, lagging probably isn't the word for it. Typically, by this time, by about 7 minutes in, usually you get a pretty good collection of people already in. It could just be me. Maybe I'm misremembering my timing sequence.
But also, yeah, we have Ian is live right now. That could be
Oh,
also
sure.
part of it.
Yep.
He's ending in a bit.
Yeah. Ian will send me a raid here in a minute. But Meerkat, I brought in from the YouTube queue, but I didn't hear Meerkat yet. How you doing, Meerkat?
Yep,
Oh, there
I'm
we
still
go.
here.
Perfect.
If you
Meerkat,
can't tell,
have we talked
sorry,
to you
go
before?
ahead. No, I've never
Okay.
called in before. So,
I'm just asking because I talked to someone named Meerkat before. I wasn't sure if it was you or someone else.
no, it's the first time I've ever called in. If you can't tell by the accent, I'm coming from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm a bit nervous.
That's fine. Meerkat, are you at least 18 and are you a believer of some kind?
Yeah, I'm over 18 and I'm Catholic.
Okay. And what do you think, in your view, is the greatest evidence or argument for the Catholic God being real? Although you
I
could
like
give an
to.
argument for a generic God if that makes you more comfortable.
Yeah, well, I do like to think of it as sort of a progressive case where you'd start with proving that there is a God and then slowly work from that towards like narrowing it down towards a specific God. So generally, yeah, I like to focus on arguments for a generic God first, which is sort of where I wanted to like the direction I sort of wanted to head. Yeah, if that's all right.
Sure.
So probably like there's a few arguments I find particularly convincing, but probably the strongest I have that I just want to get your thoughts of the contingency argument. I'm sure you're familiar with that one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple different like variants of the contingency argument. Which one are you running?
I can run few of the premises if you want. Do you want them one by one or just all of them laid out?
Yeah, I've got a notepad here. How about we'll do them? We'll write them all out, and then we'll talk about it.
Sure. So my premise one would be that some things are contingent.
Okay.
Premise two is that every contingent thing has an explanation for its existence rather than non-existence.
Okay.
My premise three is that the totality of contingent things is contingent because there is no necessity in any of its members that guarantees the existence of the whole.
Interesting. So premise number 3, if I understand you correctly, is you're saying the complete set of contingent things is also itself contingent.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Any more premises?
Yep, so there's two more. So the fourth one is that therefore the totality of contingent things has an explanation.
Okay. P5?
And the final one is that that explanation cannot be another contingent thing, otherwise it would just be part of that same collection of contingent things.
Okay. And what's the conclusion?
So the conclusion that would necessarily follow would be that there is some necessary thing that explains the totality of contingent things, and that necessary thing would be what deists would identify with a god.
Okay. And to be clear, you think this is like the best argument?
This is the one I personally find most convincing. Some Christians find others more convincing, but this is just the one that particularly convinces me.
Okay. Well, let me zoom in a little bit so everyone can read the premises. So P1, some things are contingent. I tend to agree. I think some things are contingent. By contingent, I assume you're using the word to mean that it has an explanation or a cause preceding it.
Yeah, if something is contingent, that means that there is a possible world where it could fail to exist.
I tend to shy away from possible world language because it's in real conversation it's useless. We only know about the one possible world.
Yeah, but it's just I find it to be a useful tool just to
I
sort
don't.
of okay.
It's a useless tool when we're talking about the world we actually do know exists, right? Making claims about worlds we don't even know exist is ludicrous.
Okay, well, I can try and steer away from using the language of possible worlds if you want. I think I can still articulate the points without it. I think we
All
can
right, fair
see.
enough. So premise number 1, some things are contingent. I mean, I agree. I think basically everything has a cause, as far as I can tell, right? I'm willing to grant that everything has a cause or an explanation. What we don't always know is what is the cause or the explanation. If we have something and we don't know the cause or the explanation for it, would we be valid in saying that it doesn't have one? Or should we say
Um,
that it could have one and we just don't know about it?
yeah, I'll go with the latter.
Okay, so we don't fully know what all is contingent, right?
Say again.
We don't actually know what all is contingent. We're just agreeing that some things happen to be contingent, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's all that premise is.
Okay, so before we get too much deeper, would we also admit then that there could be things that are non-contingent, that
Correct. Yes.
are not God?
Um. Yes.
Okay. I think that's going to help out a lot. We don't have to go back and nail that one down later in the conversation because it's going to come up. Okay, premise number 2, every contingent thing has an explanation. I feel like that's definitionally true if we're claiming things are contingent when they have explanations. I think it's just kind of definitionally true, it's analytically true to say that contingent things have an explanation because that's how we've defined it, so I won't disagree there. Premise number 3 is the totality of contingent things is contingent. This I would actually need some kind of explanation for. I'm not really sure this is the case. And in fact, I've heard a couple arguments from philosophy types that the set of all things being God is not contingent. So I'd be most interested in an argument for why a set of all contingent things would be contingent itself.
Yeah, well, if it's possible for all contingent things to not exist, then it's possible for all those contingent things to have non-existence, and if they form as a group of the whole, then that whole thing could be not contingent. It's a lot easier to explain with possible worlds, but that's probably the best I'm going to be able to articulate
Well,
it. I could,
I don't think so, because if you've got a set of contingent things and you take one contingent thing away, the set of all contingent things is still a set of all contingent things.
correct, yes.
So it's not actually reliant on anything within it, like any one thing within it to be itself, because we've defined it
Yes, but
into existence.
it is reliant on all parts of that set being contingent. Like you could have any variable number of contingent things. Like it doesn't really matter how many are in there. Or if you took something out, all that's required is that all those contingent things in the set to have the property of contingency for the thing as a whole to be non-contingent.
I guess maybe we're on a different page here. What I'm suggesting is I don't see how the set of all things is contingent on any one thing. Especially since because the set of all things is a hypothetical abstract at this point. It's not even, we haven't even mapped it onto reality yet.
Well, I can probably give it an analogy. Just like imagine every brick has a property of being red. If there is a wall made of bricks, then the wall as a whole has to be red because all bricks have the property of red. So, like, I'm not sure if that helps clarify it a bit better.
Right, but the set that you're talking about is something that you just defined, right? Hey, Bertram, thanks for the feature. I appreciate that. Right. So when we're talking about the set right now, we're talking about a hypothetical set, right? We haven't actually mapped it onto what you think the set represents.
I'm not sure I'm following. If you're able to explain that a bit better, sorry.
Okay, a set of all contingent things is a hypothetical thing, right? I have no information. Okay, okay, honey, you gotta stay over here for now, okay? I have no information. I have no data to suggest that there is such a thing as a set of all contingent things. It's a hypothetical
Well,
thing right now.
a set of contingent things would just be a group of things that are contingent. So if you agree that
Right.
some things are
Which
contingent
is why I
and
said
you
it's abstract.
um I mean I'm not sure I'm not sure I see like a break in symmetry between a group of any
I'm not
X things and
I'm
a
not
group
looking
of
for a symmetry breaker. What I'm saying is I need you to move premise 3 into the real world. Premise 3, we're talking about a group of contingent things or a set of contingent things, right? Now, we're using an abstract concept, like saying we can take all contingent things and then lump them into a group. We're going to call that the set of all contingent things, but that's an abstract concept. I'm trying to figure out how we map that onto the real world. Are you suggesting that all things that physically exist in the real world create one contingent set? Because I don't know that you can make that claim. You can make that claim in the abstract world when we're talking about abstract sets.
how would a group of all physical things that are contingent not be a set of contingent things in the real world?
That's what I'm trying to get you to map for me, right? So if we're talking about a set, if you're assuming that the what we're going to call the universe is probably finite, right? What if it's not? That's why I keep
Well, I think I have good reasons to think it's not finite.
well,
That it is finite. Sorry,
I don't have a good reason for that. That's why I'm asking you this question, right? So if
because
if the universe is not finite, then making a claim about a finite set, I think, is off base.
okay, can I sort of assume here that where we disagree is that you believe it's possible for the universe to be infinite or necessary?
Yeah, both.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Well, I think if it's infinite, it also has been necessary. Do you agree with that?
I think it's necessary whether it's infinite or not, to be honest.
Okay, okay. So you think that the universe could not have failed to exist?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So where I have a problem with that is that if if something is necessary, then the product of that necessary thing or its effect also must be necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so then that would mean that if the universe is necessary, then every part of the universe or every effect that the universe causes would also be necessary.
agreed. Yeah.
Okay, how would you then avoid falling into modal collapse and just subscribing to some version of modal fatalism?
Well, I would ask you, how do you put that in real people words? You're not in philosophy class.
Yeah, so
Like, there's 5 people
so
here who knows what modal collapse means.
Yeah, so basically, like what modal fatalism is that everything is necessary, so it could not have been otherwise. So if everything could not have been otherwise, then basically everything that is going to happen, like there's basically no way to avoid it, and
Yeah.
it's fated to happen.
It's determinism. I'm aware. Yeah.
Well, there's a difference between modal fatalism and determinism.
Well, you've described them to be identical just now.
Well, modal fatalism is at the metaphysical level, and determinism is at like the natural world sort of level. So, determinism says that if you change some constant early on, that it's possible to change the effect as well, because the effect is dependent on that deterministic constant or whatever it is you've changed in the physical world. Modal fatalism says none of that matters. If you change anything, whatever's going to happen is still going to happen.
You lost me.
So, um,
I think you're trying to bring you're trying to bring the wrong argument to the wrong place.
um,
If you want to have a deep discussion on stuff that only someone in philosophy class is going to know, you came to the wrong place. If you want to have a discussion about why I think these premises fail, you're in the right place. I think these premises fails for a lot of reasons. One, because we have no understanding of the vastness of the universe, whether or not the universe is finite or whether or not there actually is a finite set of all contingent things. I also have no reason to believe that a set of contingent things is itself a contingent thing. I also, premise number 4, the totality of contingent things has an explanation. I don't know that to be the case either. If the universe is necessary, then the universe itself is the thing that doesn't have the explanation. It is the non-contingent thing that doesn't have an explanation. And then premise 5, that explanation cannot be another contingent thing. Is it thing or things? Anyways. And then, but even if let's just fast forward, even if I just granted all the premises, I also don't think that the conclusion gets you to a God, which is the same thing I would say about the Kalam. Like, even if I didn't push back on a single premise, this gets you nowhere close to God. I could easily just say there's a naturalistic cause that is completely necessary, that is the non-contingent thing that doesn't require an explanation. I can make any number of non-contingent answers and none of them still be God. So putting a God in here is kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'd say to that is that sort of the one problem I have with atheistic responses against these sorts of arguments is that it always ends up in modal collapse, and so I find it difficult to sort of have a conversation about these premises that reject them without getting into a deeper philosophical conversation about whether modal
Well-
fatalism is true or not.
You're more than welcome to get into a deeper philosophical discussion. Just keep in mind, every time you use words that your grandmother doesn't know, I'm going to stop you and make you explain them.
Yeah, okay, that's
Okay,
fair.
so
Um,
let's just fast forward to where I know this conversation is going to go, which is rather than wasting all my time pushing back on these premises and boring everybody, which I would do that for a long time. I don't agree with these premises. I just don't think that the conclusion of this argument gets you to God. So build that bridge for me. How does this get you to a God?
so like, es- essentially, if you end up with some necessary thing that didn't have to exist that explains why something contingent exists, which is what the universe is, if these premises are all true, so you end up with something necessary that could have refrained from creating the universe, or it could have created a universe that is a little bit different. It
No,
could have
I wouldn't use the word
had
create.
okay.
Why does it have
Forces
to be
come into
why does it have to be a creator with a mind and intentions? Why can't it just be a naturalistic force that happens to be necessary?
because if you have a naturalistic force that happens to be necessary, then the universe is not contingent; it's necessary, and you end up
No,
back
the
in
force
the
is
realm of
necessary.
the force is necessary, so the
Yeah,
effect would also have to be necessary.
I agree. The effect that's caused by the unnecessary thing is necessary because necessary things have effects.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Well, like,
but they're not contingent on their effect. So what I'm trying
uh,
to figure out is why you're plugging a god into this conclusion when you can plug other things into it.
yeah. I don't think like if you accept modal fatalism, then you can plug whatever you want in there. So you don't have a problem with that argument, if that's what you accept. But
But I don't even know
I
what
accept
modal
that.
fatalism is. Whether or not I accept it, it's irrelevant. What I'm saying is the conclusion of this argument is not God.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, it's sort of hard to explain if you don't sort of know what modal fatalism is.
You can use words that describe
Yeah.
what you're talking about without using the fancy philosophy words. That's what I have to do. Spent 20 years as an engineer. You don't just walk into people's companies and start shouting engineering terms into a meeting. You have to actually break it down and explain it. If you can't break it down in layman's words, then you don't actually know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I can try to. Sorry. Um, I would so I would say, like, determinism is so just say I'm trying to think how to explain this. Sorry. If so, I'd say your existence, like, just say that evolution, like, determines that your existence comes true. So your existence depends on evolution, so it's determined by evolution all the way back through a big deterministic chain, all the way to an infinite universe or whatever it is, a necessary universe. Sorry. So like we both understand what determinism is, but fatalism is a little bit different. So if if the Earth never formed and evolution never happened, um, fatalism would still say that since your existence is necessary, that you will exist no matter what happens.
Do I
Determinism is
exist?
different. Yes.
Could I have chosen not to exist?
No, you couldn't have chosen not to exist.
Well, fucking here we are. So where do I get God in this conclusion?
So, I mean, we go back to the conclusion again. So, I reject that fatalism is true. So,
I That
um,
doesn't answer my question. My question is why is God in this conclusion? So if I said
um,
yes, the conclusion is true that there is a necessary thing, and I said I
yes,
agree there is a necessary thing, but it doesn't have a mind and it doesn't think. It's a force.
well,
It's a phenomenon that farted the universe into existence and then fucked off. What would be wrong with that?
um, well, again, it's going to be fatalism is true.
That doesn't answer my question.
Okay, you like assuming like assuming all the premises are true, I can answer the question how God is a conclusion. Is that what you're asking me to do?
I said if there's a force of nature or a naturalistic cause that just happens to be necessary that farted the universe into existence and then disappeared, why would that not meet the requirements for the conclusion of this syllogism?
Because that wouldn't be necessary.
It is necessary.
But if it magically disappeared after that, it wouldn't be necessary because
It
couldn't
is
come into
necessary. It was necessary for the world to exist. It couldn't have been any other way.
Okay, but if there was just some naturalistic force that caused the necessary universe to come into existence and then it disappeared, well, that naturalistic force has to be necessary too, so it can't just disappear.
No, being necessary doesn't mean that you exist forever.
Oh, I would
Being
disagree with that.
necessary means it couldn't have been another way. That's it. That's all that means.
I reject that definition of necessary. I
That's
think
the
that
dictionary
necessary means
definition. You rejected dictionary. Okay. Okay.
well, necessity in philosophy, especially when it comes to metaphysics, is usually meant as not
Well,
not
again,
failing
you're
to
in the
exist.
wrong place. I refuse, and I will never accept. I will never let you change the dictionary definition of words just because your best friends use it differently. Never going to happen here. Dictionary says something that is necessary is required to be done or achieved. It's essential or necessary or needed. Or it's something that happens inevitably, meaning it couldn't have been any other way. That's the definition of unnecessary. If you want to use it in a different way, you're in the wrong place.
I think that necessity does also mean that it couldn't have been otherwise, but like that would also mean that it has necessary existence. Because it could if it couldn't have been otherwise, it could not have been it could
I
not have
agree.
had the property of no existence because then
It
it has
couldn't
to be
have been
otherwise.
otherwise. It's necessary through the sake of this argument. The fart that created the earth, that created the universe, is necessary based on this syllogism.
Yeah, but just 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 to you did say that it disappeared after it created the universe, right?
Because something being
Yeah.
necessary doesn't entail that it's eternal.
Yeah, but then if it is able to disappear, then how does that not contradict being otherwise?
It doesn't contradict anything. Being
Well, if
necessary just means it couldn't have happened another way. That's it. It doesn't mean that you live forever. It was necessary for me to exist, for my son to exist, because my son couldn't exist without me. But me being necessary for that event has nothing to do with whether or not my son, I'm sorry, me being necessary for the event has nothing to do with whether or not I'm going to live forever.
yeah,
These are just basic words. Calling something necessary is not equivalent to that thing being eternal.
yeah, I just disagree.
Well, then you disagree with the dictionary, not me.
I'm I mean, I know you don't want to talk about the philosophical stuff, but that's generally what that term means in that sense.
That's not what that word means in the English language, is what you and I are speaking right now.
Yeah, well, yeah. I understand that. I just feel
I
like
will
it's a
I
little
will
bit.
never allow philosophy buffs to come in here and make me change the English dictionary just because it makes their argument better. Not going to happen.
Yeah, okay. Well, that just might be a point of disagreement then.
Okay. You want to know why the necessary thing, the uncontingent necessary thing, isn't the Christian God?
Sure.
Because the Christian God is a liar and a fraud. Want me to prove it?
Okay. How does that uh have anything to do with a necessary existence?
Did you hear what I challenged you with?
Yeah,
I-
I'm just not seeing the
Uh-huh.
jump between necessary existence to
I didn't say
being a
anything about
liar.
necessary existence. I meant this is
What
not
he
an
said was
argument.
that. What Justin said was that the necessary existence, if it were to exist, it is not the Christian God.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. And for a lot of reasons. One, the one thing you and I do agree on is that contradictions don't exist. Squared circles don't exist, married bachelors don't exist, contradictions don't exist, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you do, and correct me if I'm wrong, you do believe that Jesus is God, and you said you're a Catholic, so you believe in the Trinity?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have a Bible?
Not on me. I'm still fairly new to this, so
Fair enough. 1 John 4:12 says, "No one has ever seen God."
okay.
True or false?
Um, hmm. I would say like it's a hard question to answer. Um, I would say in a sense we haven't seen God. In a sense we have. It depends. Like if you're talking about Jesus, it'll be we've seen God's human nature.
So has anyone ever seen God?
Like it depends on what you mean by God. Like have you seen his human nature? I would say yes, in the form
I,
of Jesus.
I'm talking about God. Has anyone seen God? It's like
Um,
it's either yes or no.
um, all right, let's say we'll go with no.
Right, there you go. Okay. So and people did see Jesus, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I'll formalize it real quick and put it on the screen just to so we can have a point of reference. Let me put the notepad back up. Premise number 1 is no one has seen God. Premise number 2 is people saw Jesus. You already know what the conclusion is, don't you?
Yeah, you're gonna say that no one's that Jesus is not good. Yeah.
Is my
So
syllogism sound and valid?
yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. So Jesus
Um,
isn't God.
well, like it's sounding valid, but I think there's an error in one of the premises,
Which one?
which I would reject premise one was um, when uh, just let me think about this for a second. Um, I don't know if I reject premise one or two. No, I would reject premise two because when people say people saw Jesus, what they mean is they saw God's human nature, not that they saw physical God, because God technically doesn't have a complete physical form.
Sure about that?
Um,
Want me to read a couple passages to you that might move you in a different direction?
um, sure.
Sure.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm perfectly open to being wrong. So
Yeah. We're going to read John 14 and Colossians as well, chapter 1. And it says this. Jesus speaking, "Have I been with you all this time, Philip, and you still don't know me? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father." So it seems like Jesus would be the exact imprint of God, which is why it says in Colossians 1:15 that he, being Jesus, he is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. So if Jesus is the exact image of the invisible God, if you've seen Jesus, you've seen the Father. That means this statement couldn't be true, that no one has ever seen God.
I mean, like it depends on what the context you're saying. Like, have you seen God? Like, I would say, like, like I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, because I can say I've seen you because I'm looking at you on a live stream, but have I actually seen you? No, I haven't. So I'm not sure if there's sort of like a bit of a contextual difference between those
What's it
two
mean to see
passages there.
God?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what it means to see God. I would need to think about that. I haven't thought about it that much yet.
So then you don't know if premise number 1 is true. Premise number 1 says no one has seen God, and you don't actually know if that's true or not.
Correct. I was a bit iffy about that one, but you wanted a yes or no answer, so I just went with one. But it's something I've not thought hard enough about yet to really give you a proper answer for that. But you just wanted yes or no, so I just gave you no.
Fair
Or
enough.
yes, I can't remember what I gave you. Sorry.
Okay, let's try a more complex syllogism. This one is one of my favorites, and premise number 1 is not difficult. It'll get progressively a little bit more difficult as we work through it.
Sure.
But here's premise number 1. To be 100% of something, you have to possess all of the defining characteristics of the thing. What do you think about that?
To possess 100% of something, you have to possess all the defining characteristics of
We
that
could
thing.
even say essential, all of its essential characteristics. So like the example I give a lot with my screwdriver is if I take like the actual insert out of my screwdriver, is this 100% of a screwdriver or part of a screwdriver?
It'd just be part of a screwdriver then. If you define
Right.
a screwdriver as having the head, then yes, it would require the whole thing to
Right.
be 100%. Yes.
Based on definitions, right? So based on definitions, then I need all of this screwdriver to be 100% of a screwdriver. So my point is
Yes.
this: to
Oh
be
yeah, I would agree with that.
100% of something, you have to possess all of the essential characteristics. Now, it might not be essential that it's blue. It could be any color. But it is essential that you have a handle and a tip typically, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So
yeah, based on that, I would agree with that premise. Yeah.
yeah, there are some essential characteristics of things, and to be 100% of that thing, you need 100% of its essential characteristics. The non-essentials not so important. Premise number 2 then is if you lack 100%, then you can't be if you lack 100% of the characteristics, that is, then you can be in the category as that thing, but not identical to it. So what I'm saying is, if I have another screwdriver, and let's say it's just a little bit different, let's say it's missing a shaft, but it still has a tip, you'd be like, well, it's still a screwdriver. It's just not 100% identical to this other screwdriver, meaning it's part of a category of things, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So
I think I'm following.
Yeah, so you could be in the category of screwdriver, be distinct from another screwdriver, and still be a screwdriver, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. But you would have 2 screwdrivers, not 1 screwdriver, right?
That would be correct. If you got 2 separate ones of those things, then that would make sense. Yeah.
Right. Okay. We're moving along. P3 is God's qualities, the essential ones, actually. Let me put God's essential qualities include all-knowingness, all-powerful, and omnipresent. Yes or no?
I would say yes, but yeah. Look, for the purpose of the argument, I would say yes to that. Yes.
Okay. Premise number 4, which is where you're going to want to disagree, is Jesus does not have these essential characteristics. Yes or no?
Do you want a yes or no answer, or do you want me to articulate
Well,
what problem I have with that premise?
I mean, if you disagree, then yeah, we'd love to hear why you disagree.
Okay, I think that Jesus is a representation of God's human nature. So if you said Jesus, as in the human nature of God, does not have all those characteristics, then yes, I would agree with the premise.
So
If you're
Jesus is a
saying,
part of God.
no, Jesus is a separate person in God, like a separate human nature.
So he's separate from God.
No.
So God's got two natures.
No. So God has three persons in the one entity.
What's a person?
Um, I would say it's sort of hard to explain. Sorry. Um, like I said before, I'm still relatively new to this, and I need to do
Mhm.
more investigation into the Bible and the Trinity because
Fair
I'm
enough.
still in the process of learning. So, yeah, I'm just not 100% sure. Like, I have a good idea in my mind, but not good enough to articulate the differences there. Sorry.
Right. So where I'm going to fall in this syllogism, because I actually, first of all, we'll demonstrate that premise number 4 is true. But where I'm going to end up in the syllogism in the conclusion is that Jesus is not 100% God or identical to God, but he could be a lesser God, meaning he could be in the category of God, but he can't be identical to God. Because to be identical to God, you have to have all of God's characteristics, and he doesn't. Now, you could say, well, God, the Godhead, the Godness, includes this human nature, but now you're saying that God has parts. Part of God is, in fact, that that he's got this body, right? But that's a heresy. Partialism was ruled out a long time
Yeah,
ago.
correct.
The proper
Correct.
Trinitarian doctrine is that Jesus is 100% God, the Father is 100% God, and the Spirit is 100% God. And if that is all true, then what that means is that there are three gods.
Yeah, and I also disagree that God is made up of parts as well.
Well,
Um,
then you have to agree that Jesus, the human being, the guy who walked the earth, was 100% God, right?
so like from what I understand, like Jesus is a representation of God's human nature, and so Jesus as a human is like his human body is not part of God, but Jesus's nature is God. That's my understanding of it. Now, like I said, like I don't have super firm grasp over the intricacies of the Trinity, and it is something I need to do more research on. So I'm gonna be a bit iffy about like you're probably gonna have this argument over the top of me because I just don't know it well enough. I can certainly do some research, some homework, come back at a later time, and maybe we can talk a bit more about this when I know some more about it. But yeah, I'm just not 100% sure
Mm-hmm.
how to respond to that at the moment with what I do know.
Fair enough. Yeah, the Trinity is a tough one. So I debated the AI answer, the AI chatbot from Catholic Answers on the Trinity, and he eventually had to fold and just say that the Trinity is a mystery. It defies logic, and it does. Like I feel
Yeah,
like if you're really into philosophy, you have to pick. Either you are like 100% with the philosophical point of view, or you're 100% with this one exception being the Trinity.
yeah, that Catholic Answers chatbot is horrible.
Yeah, he's pretty bad.
um,
Now,
yeah.
my other complaint is not only is it impossible for Jesus to be God and the laws of logic still be functional, but also Jesus just didn't fulfill any prophecies that the Messiah was supposed to fulfill. Not even one of them. Like not even riding the donkey is a fulfillment of the actual prophecy, which means he certainly could not have been the Messiah.
Yeah, yeah, I know, like, I've done even less, contextual readings of the Bible than I have trying to wrap my head around the Trinity, so that's something that I'm gonna have to look at the arguments for and against and sort of come back with a response to that, sorry.
Sure. You want to try one on, kind of see what the kind of thing I'm talking about?
You can present one, but I'm like, and I can agree that the logical form is correct, but I would need to go and look at what Bible scholars and Catholic theologians and philosophers say about those particular verses to have a good understanding of both sides of it to sort of formulate my opinion on whether it's true or not. But you can try.
Yeah, so like I'm not trying to like force you into giving me an answer. I'm just going to give you an example of the kind of thing that I'm talking about, so
Yeah,
you
sure.
actually know what's up. So let's go to John 13. There's an interesting passage about Jesus's betrayal, and in reference to being betrayed, it says, "I'm not speaking of all of you." He's talking about Judas. He says, "I know whom I have chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me." So I would expect then that somewhere in the Hebrew Bible, there's like a prediction of like the Messiah being betrayed. And I would find this quotation. This quotation is not a prophecy. This actually comes from one of the Psalms. It comes from Psalm 41. And unfortunately, in Psalm 41, there's no prediction for the future. And it's just David writing a song of lamentation. That's it. He's just complaining about his struggles. In fact, he says at this part, says, "As for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me. Heal me, for I have sinned against you." Oops. Who's ever talking here is a sinner. And he's talking about his enemies coming against him. And it says, "They think that a deadly thing has fastened on to me, that I will not rise again from where I lie. Even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. But you, O Lord, be gracious to me," so on and so forth, right? So he's like, the gospel author is taking this passage that, is about betrayal, and he's just saying, "Oh, we found something in the Hebrew Bible that mentions betrayal. Let's call it a prophecy." But like, that's not, you don't get to just call anything a prophecy, right?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So why would we think that this is a prophecy when it clearly isn't?
I'm not sure.
All right. Now, I bring that out as an example because all of the prophecies about Jesus basically kind of work just like that. They're just random out of context quotations from the Hebrew Bible. When you look at the actual predictions from the Hebrew Bible, they don't predict anything that Jesus did. In fact, if you read those actual predictions, Christians will tell you, "Oh, he'll do all that when he comes back." Well, how convenient. The actual messianic predictions he won't do until he comes back. But these bullshit ones that aren't even predictions, those are the ones he did. It seems like a huge bait and switch to me.
Yeah, okay.
Anyways, do some thinking on that. See if you can find some helpful resources. Come on back and we'll talk it through.
Yeah, that'd be great. It's been fun.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming in and being a good sport. Like I get a little bit rough on some of the Phil bros because I reiterate a million times that this is not a philosophy class. The people hanging out here don't care about philosophy terms. It doesn't help the argument if you use them. I try to force the Phil bros into using everyday English words. So I understand that that's annoying for the people who studied philosophy, but that's how we do it here,
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I was just coming from sort of my approach and where I sort of came from. So I like, I tend to find that contingency argument is just really hard for me to get around, and it sort of progresses from there. So, yeah, that's just sort of where I was coming from with that.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming in, Meerkat. Come back again, okay?
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
All right, cheers. I'll say this, he's one of the nicer philosophy guys that we've spoken to. Usually they're like really out of their mind and like the most annoying people on the planet. He was all right. Also, strengthening Christ says you're exposed. Buddy, you're exposed in that you can't even spell words correctly. How do you not know how to spell the right your? It's crazy. Come out in Jesus' name. How about you get into the guest box in Jesus' name? Come and defend your sky carcass. Twitch of Scripture, it's good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says I had a BHI technician at my house. Oh, really? Nice, gentlemen. It was business, so no religious talk.
By the way, your audio keeps cutting out.
What's that?
Your audio keeps cutting out.
Really? On TikTok?
Yes.
Is it cutting out y'all over on YouTube? Is my audio cutting out? Huh. Interesting.
Did they say yes?
I didn't. Well, there's a little bit of a latency. I have to wait for the comments to catch up. They're saying some people on TikTok say it's good. Some say it's not so good. YouTube, it looks like it's good. So it must just be a TikTok thing.
Like a few words would like cut out and then it goes back to normal.
Interesting. Well, The TikTok seems to be divided. I wonder if TikTok's having some glitches right now. I don't know. Thanks for letting me know, at least. Twisted Scripture. Hey, thanks for being here. I am home. Happy to be home, and hope you're doing well. And also, Move the Stars. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, learn more from your channel than all 20 years in church. Hell yeah. Wanted to know another atheist Bible study channel worth listening to for my fellow decon peers. Husband-wife duo, Sacrilegious Discourse. I don't know about this one. Now I'm going to go to YouTube, look them up, and follow them, because I haven't heard of this yet. All right, Sacrilegious Discourse. Found them, subscribed. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, looks like we've got a new player, or pair of players, in the deconstruction space on YouTube named Sacrilegious Discourse. Let's go drop them a follow. Looks like it's kind of a new channel. Well, small channel at least. They've got 367 subs. So let's go drop them a follow, y'all. Sacrilegious Discourse. Probably a really dope channel. It looks like it might have started out as a podcast, though. I don't know if these are all just audio or if some of them have video. Anyways, I'll check them out. Thanks for the heads up. Much appreciated. And Cringe Fringe, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Pastor Dad, graduate from Bethel and Ashland, 50 years. Wait, are you talking about yourself? You're a Pastor Dad graduate from Bethel and Ashland. Is it Ashland or Ashland? And to be fair, Bethel and Ashland do have a relationship with each other, because both of them are tangentially related to the Anabaptist movement. Anyways, 50 plus years ago, says ESV is required translation at most schools. It's not. Atheists interpreted NRSV. Suggest a rebuttal. The ESV was intentionally created to be a Christological translation. Like, the goal of the ESV is to reinforce ideas from the perspective of the publishers and typically the Reformed movement. That's why you'll find ESV so popular in the Reformed movement. But no, the majority of schools don't tell you to get an ESV. They're going to tell you to get the NRSV because the NRSV is considered an academic translation. They're not towing any theological lines. In fact, if I remember correctly, I think Dan McClellan actually did a video on this recently. I don't know if I was able to watch it, but I suspect Dan and I both agree. The ESV is a very biased translation. It was never meant to be unbiased. The NRSV isn't perfect. Every translation is going to have some mistakes, but it at least isn't a biased translation. They're not attempting to do any dogma with it. Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that. But not only that, Randy, 20 more, and that is humongous. 40 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really, really, really appreciate that, friend. It's super generous, and welcome back. Also, Sand Sensibility, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, glad you're home safe and excited for some barbecue. My daughter loves your new taco plush. Thank you. Yeah, the taco plush is pretty dope, actually. Hammond, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Justin. I hope you are doing well. I think some part of your success is that you are handsome. Well, fuck, Hammond. Thank you. People are genetically drawn to handsome people. What do you think? You know, I like to think it's because I brought something to the table other than being a pretty face. But you know what? If that's it, I'll ride with that. Listen, Hammond, if you think I'm pretty, then I love it. Thank you. I appreciate that compliment. And Dylan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I was curious that if John 1:8 says no one has seen God, then why did I read yesterday? In Exodus 24, when they go on the mountain, then they see God, right? It says they beheld God. All 70 elders plus Nadab, Abihu, and Aaron and Moses all went up and saw God. Sounds like 74 people saw God. Maybe it wasn't with spiritual eyes. Lamau and Rock Hard Product. That's the case. You know, I like to use that verse sometimes when we're doing contradictions, but I didn't think we were going to be doing contradictions with that guest. And I got 2 more super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. And it looks like it's going to be probably breezy and then agnostic. Syphilis. Wow. All right. Okay. Sorry, not syphilis. Oh, there we go. Syphis. ignish. Oh my God. Siphus ignitus. That's wild. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I cast contextuous scripturius. Okay, that's a spell. Now I control the plot. Phil bros who don't read the Bible. Geez, thought they hated spells. Stay off my woo-woo lawn. Praise the purple. Rock hard for Doug. I don't know what praise the purple means, but definitely rock hard for Doug. And big W for the woo-woo, for sure. And last super chat from our friend Carnage. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, we demand Steve. And I don't blame you. I haven't seen Nebraska Steve in the queue today, but if Nebraska Steve comes in, I'll make sure he gets his due. Give us some Steve. Nebraska Steve, Nebraska Steve. Listen, I actually enjoyed Nebraska Steve. I think some of these call-in shows are starting to kind of ignore him if they can. They've had too much Nebraska Steve. But I like the guy. I'll keep bringing him in as long as he keeps coming. We're going to deconvert him, by the way. I don't know if anyone's following. We're going to deconvert Nebraska Steve. He's going to be an atheist soon. Thank you, Carnage. Let's get Breezy, and then we'll get Agnostic from the YouTube queue, and we'll keep on going. Welcome back, Breezy.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Justin?
You know, not too much. I can't complain. You doing all right?
Yes, sir. God's good, man. If you don't mind, am I able to ask, just curious, your worldview, if you believe the Big Bang, evolution?
So I personally believe that the Big Bang is real. I think we've got lots of evidence for the Big Bang, so I don't really have a good reason to think that it's not real. I do also believe in evolution. I think we've got a lot of good evidence for evolution. And I think last time you were here, we did cover a couple evolutionary topics, but I don't exactly remember which ones.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to get just some understanding because I'm trying to learn. So
Fair enough.
that was all. So your view is it was infinite, like it took an infinite regress?
So my personal view on the history of the universe is that there is no beginning. The history is infinite in the past, just like it's going to be infinite in the future. I haven't seen any good reason to not believe that. Like, all the data seems to suggest it. So maybe you've got different data.
No, I'm just curious. How would you, or anyone with that worldview, like just rationalize that? Like, an infinite amount of time led to us having this conversation. Like, how does that add up?
I guess I don't fully understand the question. All moments in time are finite, right?
Okay.
So that means every moment is going to be preceded by another moment and another moment after that, so on and so forth. So as long as there are moments in time, there will always be a next moment.
So you think the world, though, that we're living on, that wasn't infinite? That was created through the universe?
Oh, you mean the Earth? Yeah, no, I don't think that the Earth has existed forever.
Back. So the universe forever, but our planet was created.
Yeah, I mean, the planet was made like most planets, right?
Through this infinite universe.
Yeah, just like all the others.
Okay. What initiated that first life? Like, I'm just trying to figure out.
First life? Well, life is just chemical reactions, right?
Chemical reactions.
When we have a biological organism that is producing lots of chemical reactions, it looks like it's thinking. It looks like it's deliberating. Like, one of my favorite examples is the Venus flytrap. It looks like the Venus flytrap can think because a fly will get in there, it'll move around, but it only has to touch at least 3 hairs on the inside of that Venus flytrap before it'll close. It's almost like the Venus flytrap can count to 3 and then make a decision on when to close. But in reality, it actually doesn't have a brain. It can't think. It's just a really, really cool chemical reaction.
And so for evolution specifically, you don't think that life came from non-life, right? You think we came from a single cell, or like all the life we see today?
I think everything has come from non-life. In fact, I think right now you and I are made entirely of non-living materials.
Okay. So do we have Can we observe that? Can we replicate that? Has science shown like two
Replicate what?
life cells? Like you're saying, all the life forms we have today came from a single cell.
Well,
Or
I
we have-
didn't say that yet, but that is something I believe.
That's something you believe. And
Yeah.
that came from bacteria.
I mean, a bacteria is like a classification. I mean, I think prior to bacteria, there were still like living cells.
How did those living cells make the first bacteria? I'm just trying to understand how this
They just-
origin
They just
makes sense.
evolved, just like anything
They
else.
just evolved.
They became more and more complex, one feature at a time.
Do we have any examples of two-cell life forms?
I don't know what you mean. We've got lots of laboratory examples of creating synthetic cells and then synthetic cells reproducing into multicellular life.
I'm just trying to figure out how we make this jump, that if we go from single-cell bacteria to complex life forms, like where's the evidence of that all life forms come from this single-cell life? And we don't even have
the
fact
DNA
that-
is the
two-cell
evidence.
life form.
Yeah.
The
And the
DNA
fact
is
that
evidence?
all,
Mhm.
and the fact that all biology consists of the same exact mechanisms and pathways. Like everything is exactly the same way in every single organism, down from viruses to bacteria to eukaryotic cells, etc.
So why don't we have two-cell life forms or
We
three-cell
do.
life forms?
We
do.
do.
We do? Can you
We
show me
do.
that?
Diplococci. Bacterias have bacteria that are formed of diplococci.
I'm sorry, Ems, I can't understand you. I'm sorry.
Diplococci, that is a term. Diplococci. Cocci are like circular bacteria, and a lot of them form as two cells together. That is an example of
So they form by themselves.
and diplobacilli, for example. And no, they don't form by themselves. We have examples of, for example, there's a study in which a group of algae have been presented with a what is it called? A selection pressure of a filter feeding amoeba, and
So
they
it-
ended up forming multicellular life
So-
just to avoid the filter feeding amoeba. By again, that is a selection pressure that is causing them to go towards a specialization of grouping together as a multicellular organism to be too big to be filtered by and eaten by the amoeba.
Well, I'm trying to understand. So that's not diversification you're explaining?
No, it is not.
It is not. So how did that come to be? Those two-cell life forms. This is my first time hearing about that.
So, when you have a selection pressure, which is, you said you looked to biology or like evolution. Do you know the term selection pressure? And I'm not quizzing you, I'm just curious.
No. What is that? If you don't mind explaining that.
So, you don't have like, you know the term natural selection?
Yeah. No, I do. Yeah.
So, you know how like natural selection is described as like nature, quote unquote, or the environment selecting for specific traits.
Right.
So the things that are causing the selection are called selection pressures. So it is a pressure that is causing the selection. So for
Okay,
example,
so
for example, in bacteria, if you have a colony of bacteria, and you introduce an antibiotic, so the antibiotic becomes a selection pressure, in which it causes the unalivement of bacteria that does not.
That sounds like diversification.
What do you think diversification means?
Basically, where I'm getting at is you're not explaining the origin of these two-cell, three-cell life forms. You're just saying
I am. What do you think the word
they-
diversification means?
so they don't stem from one-cell life form, is what you're saying.
They do. We have
That's what I mean
examples
by
of one cell.
diversification. No, that's
We have
exactly
examples
what I
of
mean.
unicellular organisms forming into multicellular life.
So you agree animals need plants, humans need animals, right? Like we have
Animals
this
needs
ecosystem,
plants.
we depend on each other.
Yeah, sure.
Interdependence. Okay, how did they all spawn at the same
They didn't
at the same
spawn.
time?
They don't have to.
They don't have to.
No, they don't
So
have
we
to.
we depend on each other, but they didn't spawn.
example-
at the same. How does
for
that?
example-
How do you
for
rationalize
example,
that?
For example, you have an example of two viruses. Have you heard of the term defective viruses?
Yes.
What do you think a defective virus is?
Defective virus. That is, it can't fully replicate, right?
Without the help of another virus. So, for example,
Yeah, it needs
the
more central
hepatitis.
genes.
So the hepatitis D virus depends on the hepatitis B virus because it needs the surface antigen of the hepatitis B virus. So this is an example of an organism that depends on another organism to replicate. Do you think that they were created to depend on each other? Or was one a mutation where the quote unquote, as you would say, as
So
you
you
have
would
said it
agree
yourself,
they evolved? Would you agree they evolved?
sure they did evolve. So
They,
again, the
okay,
hepatitis
so
D virus is unable to
I
produce
want
its
to
own
make
surface
sure.
antigen,
Listen,
so it
because
depends on
you're
another
spewing a lot of
organism.
information, which I appreciate.
Go ahead.
You're sharing a lot. I'm not trying to cut you off either. So you're spewing
It's
a lot
okay,
of
it's go.
information, which I appreciate, man. Appreciate you, Amps. So you agree they evolved. So the origin, how did they? You're saying this just came from Stardust? It just spawned and it continued to
But
evolve.
okay, how did we go from you
I'm
asking
trying to
about?
understand this process.
Yeah, but how did we go from you asking about organisms that are composed of two cells to Stardust? I think we jumped like a few steps in the middle. A lot of steps, a few thousand steps, a few million steps.
Okay, my apologies if I skipped.
We should stick to one topic. So again,
Oh, my bad, my bad. I'm trying to understand you.
I don't know, I know,
Accent.
but my
no,
point
my
is
bad.
that
If I skipped
when we're
you,
going,
I'm totally
we went
sorry.
from.
I didn't hear you.
It's
too
okay.
No, I'm listening.
So I guess I'm confused on your question. Then you think that so again we have examples of organisms, quote
Right.
unquote, evolving to depend on other organisms. For example, any infection that crosses species, that is an example of a organism, a infection, a bacteria or whatever, evolving to depend on a different organism that it is used to. So we have seen this happen and occur in nature.
Can you
For example,
cite that? Can you cite
sure.
that?
Just search up
where were you
zoonotic
saying
infections.
that, please?
Sure, just search up the term zoonotic infections.
I'm sorry.
Just search up the term zoonotic infections.
Zoonotic infections. And what does that again? What does that explain?
It is just infections that cross species.
That cause species.
That
okay, so how does that connect
species.
to my original question again?
So this is an example of an organism evolving to depend on another organism.
Evolving to depend on another. Okay. And its origin, it came from the same single self-life organism.
That is a different topic. We're talking about
I thought we were
codependence.
staying on that topic, so I apologize if I'm skipping steps, but I was trying to really be linear.
Your question was how does one organism depend on another organism come to be?
No, it was have we seen any examples of 2-cell life forms or 3-cell life forms?
For example,
you're saying we have, and this study, it sounds...
And bacteria.
And bacteria. Okay. And I apologize. I just don't see how this really answers that question, how these two...
Justin, can you look up diplococci, for example, and just have a picture of bacteria?
Okay.
Yep. The Diplococcus says are pairs of cocci or koshi, I don't know how to pronounce it, and are called diplococci. Rows or chains of such cells are called streptococci. Is that where they get streptococcus from? Probably. Okay, so this is what he's talking about. These are 2-celled organisms.
Okay. Okay. Genetic.
We lost him.
I think he's searching it up.
Yeah, I was searching a little bit about it. Searching that up a little bit. And this will explain DNA and everything.
It is a whole different topic. This is my problem.
Okay.
Good, entirely
Well, no,
unrelated.
Look, I gotta look into that topic more. Then your answer, I gotta look more into that. But I guess I'll concede to that. I'll accept that. So I'm just trying to. I guess it'll be me switching topics. So our first DNA information, like how did we first get this information? I'm just confused about.
What do
Well,
you mean by information?
It evolved. It didn't start out as like what we call DNA.
Okay,
And it also depends what you mean by information.
So who gave that DNA its information?
What do you mean by information?
DNA needs information, does it not?
Depends on the definition of information.
Isn't there language in our DNA?
No.
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 So DNA doesn't store instructions?
It stores instructions, but not as a language. It stores instructions in the same way that a Lego...
linguistics, I guess I could have worded that differently. So you agree it stores instructions. Where did it first get those instructions? How did it get those
It
instructions?
didn't get them from anywhere.
It didn't
So,
get
for
them
example,
from anywhere.
I'm going to give you an example. So, do Legos stick together?
You can put Legos together, yes.
Do they go together in specific ways?
One more time, your accent. I'm sorry.
Do they go together in specific ways?
Yeah.
So when you put Legos together in specific ways, do they end up looking a specific structure?
How did they know to come together in that specific way?
Because that is their shape. That is entirely just their shape.
No, they didn't know to do it. They just do it because that's
Justin, can you bring up
they just do it randomly? Is my
it's not
question?
random. I'm gonna.
And I'm trying to listen to you, Ems. I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So
Sure.
they
Justin,
just
can you bring up a picture of base pairing, like chemical base pairing?
so they just store this
Yeah.
information by chance, randomly.
It is not by chance. Again, it is
You're
simply.
saying that
I'm telling you, it is
pretty
their
much
shape.
evolved into
It's
this.
by
Again, I'm
physics.
trying to.
It is their shape. It is entirely
It
their
is
shape.
their shape. Okay,
They work.
but
DNA works like
what-
Legos.
okay.
It literally just is Legos. No, could you bring up a picture of the
Because don't
the chemical
proteins
structure?
read and execute these instructions? They won't work without each other. Right?
They do that by literally just sticking together like Legos.
Yeah. Again, how do they know
There you go.
to execute
Could
these
you zoom?
instructions? You're not answering.
It's
You're
not.
not.
Okay.
answering
I
the
think you're
question.
confused about.
You're
I
saying
think you're
it's
trying
just
to argue
chance.
3 different things at once, and you're not realizing it. So what Ems is saying is the reason why we have like these base pairs is because of the physical arrangement of the molecules. We've got some of the base pairs on the screen right now, showing the connection between thymine and adenine. That connection exists because of the physical properties of it. It doesn't know that it's doing it. It's doing it because it can't do anything but that.
Could you zoom in actually on the base pairs?
Yeah.
No. Listen, Justin. I understand that. I'm saying its whole process. This how it came together. You're just saying this was by chance.
No. Do you see
how
the
they
connection
disconnect
between
with
them?
each other.
Do you see the
It was
connection
just
between
a
them?
random.
Nope.
They just randomly
What is your?
from
Nope.
this single cell organism
Didn't say
Evolved.
random once. Nobody said random.
evolved to know how to send and execute this information.
Bree,
That's my
have you-
question.
have
Which
you
you're not
taken-
really
It doesn't know
addressing.
anything. DNA has no knowledge.
No, I'm saying what started, how this process started. You're saying it came from a
He's
single
telling
cell
you right
organism.
now.
So,
Yeah,
have you
you're
taken
telling me and
have
you're
you
saying
taken
I'm
chemistry in high
asking random
school?
questions. I'm trying to stay linear.
I'm
And
giving you
guys,
the answer.
I think you're confused, Breezy. He's telling you why DNA
No.
pairs the way that it
Not
pairs.
explain-
You asked
Okay.
why does DNA form? He's showing you physically why
Okay,
DNA
okay,
forms
I
the way that it
apologize.
forms. Now,
What-
if
what-
that's not your question, if you got a different question, because it sounds like the question
Okay,
you
no,
want
because
answered
I
is
apologize.
why does DNA form? Right? Is
So
that what
what
you're asking?
unguided process generates new functional information from
You're watching
from
it.
nothing or from one single cell organ? That's my question. I just want to be completely, totally clear. That's my question essentially. What unguided process generates this new functional information from what, a single cell organism or from nothing? When
When you say unguided, what do you mean by unguided?
Huh?
When you say unguided, what do you mean by unguided?
Well, you're saying this? They just randomly know how to execute this information.
It's not
Eight-
random.
They
It
have
is
no
not
other
random.
choice. I'm
It
saying
is
said
what
it-
it's
We said it
chemistry.
5
How do
times,
they-
Breezy.
what kind of process
It's
started
not
it?
random, and it doesn't know anything.
and it doesn't know anything. Okay,
No.
what started this
DNA
process?
DNA
where they
doesn't
can
know what
function
it's
like this?
doing. Like what? Function like what?
Function and execute the information.
We just told you DNA was an evolutionary process. It didn't always
It was
do
an
everything that it's
evolutionary
doing now.
process.
Like the very first iterations of DNA weren't doing what's happening inside
Okay,
of your
you're
body.
not. There's no evidence how this. For one, this single cell organism started. That's what you believe.
What do you mean? There's no evidence?
off
You haven't
from the
opened up
single
a
cell
single biology book.
brother.
What
Show
you
me the
you have
definitive proof.
zero
Show me the
evidence
definitive
whatsoever to
Show me
make the
the
claim
definitive
that
proof
this is not some sort of
that a single cell
biological
organism started this
impossibility.
entire process.
We,
Show me
we've
the
literally
definitive
got
proof.
we've
And
got
I will eat my
hundreds.
words
We've
and
got
delete my TikTok. Show me the definitive proof.
no, you won't. You're lying on that.
No, I will. Show me
and-
the definitive proof.
And
This all
to
came
be
from a
to be
single cell
sure,
organism.
neither one of us said that we could like
God
give
is
you
my
definitive
witness.
proof
Show
because
me the definitive
what
proof.
you think is definitive proof isn't
Because
gonna
you
what
can't.
I-
Because you can't.
what you
'Cause
think
you
is
can't.
definitive proof. You
No,
wouldn't
brother,
accept from
'cause you
us.
can't.
So definitive. We
proof as in
can.
it can't be
We can. We're
another-
demonstrating to
it
you
can't be
right
another
now,
way.
and if you would actually listen, rather than crashing
No,
out
I've been
in slow
listening,
mo,
but I'm
you would
saying
grab
you're
it.
not- You can't.
No, you
you
can't
can't
focus.
prove
Is
it.
your problem?
No, you can't prove none of
Yes,
this.
we can
Justin.
prove it. Yes, we
You
can.
cannot prove it.
Yes, we can.
You
They've
think
been doing it. They've been
70%
doing
of
it
the world
in.
population would be theists if this
They've
would have
been-
been proved already.
They've been
You
doing it
cannot
in
prove
laboratories, and we have evidence that life is
So
already
we have
forming outside of our
abiogenesis in
planet.
the laboratory. We can observe abiogenesis.
What I'm saying is that
We can
every
observe
single step in the process has been observed. Yes,
This
there's not a
cell
single.
organism. We can observe it.
There's not a single. Yes, we've got dozens and dozens of single-celled organisms on the
Please show
planet.
me
That's
that.
not even. Are
Please
you?
show me your origin
Do you seriously
in this
think there's no such
single-cell
thing as a single-celled organism right now?
I never said that. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying,
you-
show me this single cell.
No,
or-
I'm asking you. Do you
single-cell
literally
life
believe
organism
that
that we
there's no such thing as a
originated from.
single-celled
I
organism right now on the
never
planet?
said that. I did not say that.
Which is why I'm asking
I
you.
did not say that.
Are
I'm
you
saying, show me
asking
proof.
whether or not there are single-cell
Show me proof.
organisms?
If you're listening, you will hear my question.
I'm listening,
me
which is
proof.
why I'm trying to get you to
Definitive
clarify
proof.
your
We came from
question.
this single cell
I'm asking you, do
organism.
you
That
believe
all
or
life
not
came from
believe
this
that there are
single-cell life
single-celled
organism.
organisms on the planet right
I
now?
did not, again, for the sixth time, I did not say that.
I'm asking
I'm
you
saying,
to define
proof.
what you did say, and I won't ask again, Breezy.
Yeah, I already shared.
Are
show me
you
definitive proof.
suggesting
You just cut me
that
off
there are
before I
no
could even
single-celled
repeat the
organisms
question.
on the planet today? Yes
For
or
the
no?
eighth time, I did not say that.
I
did
didn't
not say that.
ask you. I'm asking you to define what you did say. Do
This will be
you
the eighth
believe
time.
or do you not believe that there are single-celled organisms on the
No, of
planet
course
right
there is.
now? Okay. Then what you should
I
have
never
said
there
is
wasn't.
what you should have said is yes, I believe there are single-celled organisms, and we could have moved on. So what's your
Bro,
actual question?
I mean, okay, I could have said anything, but that does not address my question.
So what's your actual
Show
question?
Me the proof that all life originated from this single cell life organism.
We're showing it to you right now, and you
Okay.
were paying close enough
Okay.
attention to grasp it, right?
I
So the
apologize.
reality
I'm
is,
listening. I'm all ears.
every living cell
I'm all
on
eyes
this
and ears.
planet, I doubt that. Every living cell on this planet has shared
no need
DNA.
for that.
You're not going to find a single thing on this planet that doesn't have shared DNA. Every living organism on this planet has shared DNA. We know that our DNA goes back for
Yeah.
millions
I've
and millions
never-
of years because we've
Well,
actually
that-
mapped the human genome. And
first
we
one I
know
did.
for a fact that we shared an ancestor with the great apes, which is why we share endogenous retroviruses with them. Now, we already went over endogenous retroviruses last time you were here. Do you remember what they are?
So, well, again, you never fully answered my question. Before you try to dodge,
I'm not dodging.
Before
I'm
you try
answering
to
your question right
dodge.
now. I'm showing you right now why
I would like for you
the
to show me this
thesis
proof
that all
that I've been
entities
asking
with
for
DNA came from the
this
same
entire
source
time.
I'm showing
And
to it
until
right
then, I think we
now,
can move on to another
and
topic.
you're like
I'm
putting
not
your
gonna let you
fingers
get
in
away
your
with
ears
that.
and saying, "Nah, nah, 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 I'm not
I'm not gonna
listening."
let you get away with that.
So I'm not getting
Are
away
you
with
gonna show me this
anything.
proof?
I'm giving
Are
you
you
the
gonna show me this proof?
explanation, and I'm waiting for you to listen to it.
Listen, I don't want to hear a word salad explanation. Are you
I
gonna
don't
show me
want
the
to hear
proof? Yes or
words.
no? Or are you gonna dodge?
Don't give me the evidence. Let me run away from it. Whatever you do,
No,
don't
show
tell
me
me
the
what the
proof.
evidence is.
Show me the proof. We came from
I'm
the
showing
single
you the
cell
proof. Do
like
you want to actually
organism.
hear it or not?
Yeah, show me the proof.
Okay. The proof is that all of
In a
our
science experiment.
DNA on the planet is shared. Every single organism shares
Dude, that
DNA
doesn't.
with
Dude,
another organism, and we can
dude,
trace
this
it
would have
back in
dismantled
our
every
in,
religion
in
on
our
the
in
planet if
it
this was
actually
true.
has. You just haven't realized it yet. So
No,
what
it
happened is
hasn't.
we know for a
No, it
fact that
hasn't.
it has. You're just not there yet. So we know for a fact that endogenous retroviruses mean that we have shared ancestry with animals that came before us, right? So let's get into it again. Were you listening the first time? Do you remember
Okay,
what
so genetic information,
do you know what an ERV is? Yes or no?
Justin, this doesn't show proof
It
again.
does. Do you
Genetic
know what an
information
ERV
requires
is? Yes or
a
no?
functioning system in place already, does it not?
No.
You're explaining evolution.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, Breezy. You're going to answer my questions so we can actually get to the explanation, or
Replications,
I'm going to treat you like a child. That's what's going to happen here today. It's up to you whether or not you want to have a crash out session or whether or not you want to have an honest dialogue. You're more than happy to play the mute button game with me. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm going to be live the same amount of hours. I'm going to get the same amount of super chat money. I'm going to have a day at work just like every other day at work, whether you crash out here or not. So it's up to you how much crash out you actually want to do here, or whether or not you actually want to engage in the topic. I'd love to engage in the topic and have a conversation about why ERVs demonstrate that we all evolved from a common ancestor. I'm waiting for you to figure out if you want to follow me in that discussion.
It's because you're cooked.
Do you want to actually follow me in the discussion, or do you just want to? Okay. So.
No, I want to have the discussion.
No, you don't. You just came to cry. You're not interested at all in listening. It's okay. It's clearly over your head. You can go Google ERVs on your own time and figure out what that means. I'm not wasting my time on you, buddy. It's a shame. I thought after our last conversation, he was going to be more tolerable, but turns out he's still an idiot. Oh well. Happens. All right, friends, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here after that. It's been a while since we had a breezy crash out, but we got ourselves another breezy crash out. In fact, I better put him back in here. Breezy, I'm going to say, what do we call this? Slow motion bio crash out. Here we go. You're in the notes now, Breezy. It's a shame. Your last note was so nice. I wrote all kinds of nice things about you. Let's see. The last time you were here, what did I say? That doesn't know if people should be lit on fire, calms down eventually, and turns positive. It's a shame.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I did not expect that.
I thought he was going to come back and have a reasonable discussion. Apparently, he had one too many one of those already. Herbie, thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And it's good to see you and your beautiful kitties. I hope you're doing well, buddy. And Hannibal's mom, thank you for the super chat, says, can you smell what the rock god is cooking? Indeed, you absolutely can. You can always smell what Doug is cooking. Doug and Sharon Stone, probably at this moment, making a little bit of stone soup, maybe. And Joseph, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, looking forward to some good barbecue after a shitty work week. I'm sorry to hear that, Joseph. I don't want you to have a shitty work week. I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully we can make you smile. Glad to see you escaped that prison last week. It turns out they did. I made bail. I'm out of Finnish prison. And I'm back home. And Dustin, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, Roko's basilisk is what suddenly started my questioning and eventual path out of indoctrination. At first, it seems scary until you realize it's illogical to torment humans to better them. Praise Doug. I agree. Torturing humans was never the way forward. Like what an asinine religion Christianity is, that God's just going to torture you for not properly venerating him. Jesus Titty F in Christ says, "Dear followers, heed my warning. The call is coming from the inside the building. Don't engage with this handsome MFer. He knows more than you or even me, as I can't even read Hebrew." Well, Jesus, I appreciate that. I'm sure there are people out here that could cook me on the Bible, but they're not doing debates. So
I just had a guy 2 days ago bring up a diagram drawing of the backbone and its connections to the penis. And then he said he used that as a anatomical drawing to show that the backbone stretches all the way down to the testicles. And then when I showed him a cadaver, he said he completely just ignored it and said that, "Do you know what my source is?" I said, "What is your source?" He said, the local university biology books that I have." I was like, okay. Like, he's using a drawing, a full-on drawing, like a diagram that you find on, like, the Wikipedia or something.
That's scary. I wonder, I bet there are some people that are probably going to make the case that the tailbone is still part of the spine, and therefore semen comes from between the backbone and the ribs.
It's, even if you say that the tailbone is part of the spine, it doesn't stretch that far down.
Right.
It ends, I would say, even like above the prostate, which is why you're able to do a prostate exam. You put your finger up, and there you go.
True. Yep. Fair point. Yep. Dr. Fudge, good to see you tonight, says bacteria are so complex compared to what the earliest cell would have been. Why do they keep taking this route? The reality is, like, they don't know anything about biology, so everything they hear makes them incredulous. It's just all, coping. And Kohodo, good to see you. Thank you for the Nintendo Super Chat. Says, great to see you again. Was not surprised to see how many times God was in the files. I know. You know what? I was curious when it left my mouth. I didn't realize Matt was going to check it. And I was tickled by the result. What an unexpected, pleasant way to start the live stream. Satan, once again, getting a bad rap. He would disavow all of this, right? Indeed. Yeah, Satan's the good guy. You guys know me. You know what I think. Satan was the good guy. God was the bad guy in the story. Big W for Satan. And Sam, thank you for the 10 Aussie dollar super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I wanted to ask you permission if I could plug my new TikTok account. Well, fuck yeah, you can, Sam. The content is about promoting skepticism and critical thinking. Can I do it in another super chat? If you say yes, fuck yes, you can, Sam. Send me what you want to promote. You know I'll promote you. You know I support this community. And Las Veronicas de Reddit, thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Justin. Can you tell Joel to say hi to Mezzo? Of course. Joel, would you say hi to Mezzo? Don't listen. Be good to Mezzo. Don't be mean to Mezzo. And Brainwreck, thank you so much for the $99 super chat. That is humongous, huge W. Really appreciate that, friend. Thank you for supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. The amount of people that support this channel is always mind-boggling to me. And Drew, thank you for the super chat. Says, why don't any of these creationists pick up a biology book? Because they wouldn't be creationists. Some creationists do pick up a biology book. They become atheists. And Nightman cometh, good to see you, Fred. Says, I think you're confused, said the troglodyte to the literal doctor. I know, Ems has the patience of a saint. It's crazy what they will say to people just because the only thing they have in their tool belt is incredulity. And Flux Chandler says, Erica Gibbon has an excellent video on series where she educates Matt Duffy on the very things that Breezy is confused about here. I would suggest he look those vids up. I agree. Gutsick Gibbon's a great resource, especially on this particular topic. I need to get Gutsick on my channel so we can do a deep dive. And last super chat for now from Real Marcus Holloway. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, in a battle of wits, Breezy is entirely unarmed. You are beating an unarmed man to death. That might be true. Let's see. Gay for KJ. Who's KJ? Shit, hold on. Let me think about that one. Gay for KJ. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe K was a typo. Let me think on that one. Anyways, hey, thank you so much for the super chat. All right, let's grab our next guest. Oh, actually, Dr. Joe's in the house. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. All right, our next guest I said was going to be agnostic. And then after that, we'll get Pablo from Maxwell has been waiting longer on the TikTok queue. All right, let's grab agnostic. How you doing, agnostic?
Doing good. Am I here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Welcome.
Hey, yeah, I'm 18 and over 18. I'm older than dirt, and I believe in God.
Cool. Any particular God?
Well, I was raised Catholic, and but over time, then I've kind of fallen away from the true Catholicism. And mainly, what's really been riling me up is all of the Christian nationalism that's been going on. And it really makes me angry when I see a lot of people using the teachings of Jesus in order to validate their nationalistic ideas in this country. And so that's how I kind of got tuned into your channel here. Listening to, well, because they're saying, well, the reason why that we have to do all this stuff that's going on in the country is because of the teachings of Jesus. And I'm like, wait a minute, Sermon on the Mount? What about all that? What's going on with that? You guys don't believe in that? So it makes me really angry. But I'm agnostic because there's two main questions that I always think about. And so the first one is, what if there was absolute proof of the existence of God? Right? So that we knew that we would go to an afterlife afterwards. What would society be like in that kind of scenario? Like, if we knew that the more blessings that we get here on the earth, then in the afterlife, then we get more blessings there, then how many hours on our knees do we have to be on every day in order to please God? Right? So if there wasn't faith, right, there was just absolute proof, then how would that change society? We would all be basically all part of one common church or something, So
Is
that
a
would
bad
not be
thing?
a good. Yeah, that would not be a good thing. I
Why?
think because
Was it a
then
bad thing when Abraham had definitive proof that God was real?
yeah, and I think that humanity then just goes to a point where people are using it against each other, right? Like, I'm not talking about like if God or Jesus was on the earth or something like that, but that there was definitive proof, right? So anyways, the next question is,
I guess I don't fully understand even the first question yet. Why would it be a problem if humans actually knew that God was real?
That's what I'm always constantly philosophizing about, and trying to figure out is that because religion is based on faith, and faith means that there is no real evidence showing that
No,
definitive proof
no, that's not what
that
that
there's a
means.
God.
No,
Yeah,
faith is a form of trust, right? So
yeah, I agree.
Abraham had faith in God even after he knew for a fact that God was real. Like, his knowing God is real didn't affect his faith. He trusted God even after he knew that God was real. In fact, I would posit that prior to having faith, you actually do need knowledge. Having faith in something you have no knowledge of is foolish. All God has to
Mhm.
do is give us the knowledge. We can handle the faith part, but he won't even give us the knowledge.
There's a lot of people that call in, and so they're using the scriptures as evidence of the existence of God, right? And then you show them the problems with the scriptures in the way, because it does seem to me that it was written as a story, where they started out in the Old Testament and based on the old ways, and then as society changed, then morals changed, and like I agree with all that part that you talk about with your callers, and so you can't really rely on the scriptures for the evidence of God. Is God imaginary or what? So you got to then rely on your own kind of faith that there is actually a God up there, that we're doing prayers, that there's actually somebody up there that is hearing our prayers. Because actually the way I look at prayer is that it's like a affirmation, right? People get up in the morning and
I not to cut you off. I guess I was expecting another question. Is this leading to a question?
well, just wondering what it'd be like if we actually knew that there was the existence of God, and then what would society be like if we knew absolute proof that there was no God? And how that would affect.
I think if we all knew that there was a God, most people would act like there's a God. The same way we all act knowing the sun is real.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we put on sunscreen if you're smart. You want to get warm, you go out into the sun. I mean, we would treat it like it's a real thing if we all knew it.
Yeah. I think that a lot of people, they believe that humankind is naturally kind to each other, but I really don't believe that. I think that if there was no consequences, I think that there would be a lot of problems in society, right? So
What are
I
you
think
talking
that's
about?
kind of what.
I don't know
What's
what
that?
you're saying. Consequences
That-
of what?
I think he means that if there isn't a threat of God, then people would be horrible to each other.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. I've murdered exactly as many people as I want to murder.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a desire to murder people. I didn't before I became a Christian, and I certainly don't after I deconverted. I think
Right.
most people don't want to hurt people, not because of a God, but because they have empathy.
Mm-hmm. And I think that is your personal perspective on that, but from a societal point of view, I think that things would really fall apart
But
in a
that
society
hasn't
where
proven to be true.
well, right now we're kind of in this balance between not knowing if there is a God or knowing that there is a God in our
Well,
society.
but what I'm saying is your claim is unfounded, that people who don't believe in God are going to have a higher rate of harming others. It's actually the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you wouldn't expect the Catholic Church to be what it is. It's supposedly people who think there is consequences, and yet they touch kids. So
Right. There's a lot of consequences in Catholicism on there.
and yet
Yeah.
that doesn't stop them from touching kids.
Exactly. Doesn't prevent them at all.
You're right. Yeah, I totally agree with that. So, if there was absolute proof that there was no God, there's no consequence. We're just here by accident, right? That the amino acids just came together in the primordial soup, and here we are now, millions of years later. Then, maybe we should have more kind of like selective, of the population for the betterment of humanity or something like that. Like that's what I'm afraid. Let me just say that I'm just afraid that that's where society would go to.
Like
if that was the
eugenics?
case.
Why would that?
Yeah, like eugenics.
Why?
That seems to be what he's talking about.
Why would you think that?
Because I think that would be kind of the natural way of dictators and people
Why?
that just from history, with Hitler and
So what?
I
Hitler was
just
an
don't want
atheist.
it to happen again. So, anyways, so I think
None of
that
this has
now-
anything to do with atheism. Hitler literally created a national church for his movement.
right, based upon his own understanding of what his religion is based
Well,
on.
I don't personally think he was super religious, but he wasn't an atheist.
Yeah. Because I think that then he's trying to utilize the religious aspects of society in order to try to mend people towards his will.
Yeah, and people
that's not
gladly followed it. The same way there are
Yeah.
people that are gladly following Christian nationalism right now. There are a lot of people that would be happy to have some form of Christo-fascism here in the USA, and it's only because they're religious. They wouldn't want that unless they were religious.
Right. Yeah. And because I look at the Christian nationalists going on in this country, and I'm just shocked at how it seems to be like we're going back into those old ways of through World War II, and it just really makes me angry.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with atheism, though. Atheism isn't doing any of that. In fact, religion is doing it more than anything.
Oh, I agree. That's my point. Yeah, that religion is going that way, but I'm not as far as going all the way to atheism, because I kind of think that God is kind of a combine of all of the types of religions together, right? There's whatever the Bible is one version of it, the Quran is another one, right?
Well, they can't
And
all be
so
right because they
they
contradict
can't
each
all be
other.
right, but if God is infinite, then there's probably some form of him where there is a some form of God where it encompasses all of them.
Yeah.
No.
I don't
Not
have any
unless you
evidence
think
of that,
contradictions can happen.
Mhm. Yeah, some in a kind of a higher plane level.
Did
of
you hear his
that.
question?
It was more of a statement. I'm just saying that not unless he thinks that contradictions can happen. Because
Right.
they would contradict each other.
Yeah, that was my point. Ems and I are what we're trying to say here is that they can't be true that like all of these gods are real because they contradict each other. Like one of them could be real. It could be true that some other god exists. Like there's a god that we can't describe that exists, or maybe multiples, but the gods that we know of, like it can't be true that the Babylonian gods are real, but then also the Christian God is real because according to the Christian God, those other gods don't exist.
Right. I agree that there's a lot of contradictions between all of these different deities, and but I just in my head I just hope that there is some kind of one that is in a higher plane that encompasses it all, because I don't like to see a society where there isn't any kind of consequences in the afterlife or something like that.
There's no consequences in the afterlife because there's no afterlife. Like, what's the evidence that there's an afterlife in the first place? Much less that there's consequences.
Yeah, just the fear of a society where there was absolute proof that there was no consequences.
I guess I'm so confused about the argument. I asked you, why would somebody believe that there's an afterlife?
I think it's everybody has anxieties in their brains, right? And so they come up with different things. Some people they turn to religion. Some people they turn to alcoholism. Some people turn to I don't know, basket weaving. There's a number of things that people try to um, like, and a lot of callers that seem to be calling in, they are very set in their ways in terms of what they believe, and not everybody believes the same thing, that calls in. But whenever that you show them the evidence that the contradictions in the Bible and stuff, that just causes a lot more anxiety. Like the previous
Right.
caller, man, that was painful to
What
watch.
question do you think you're answering right now, my man?
Just what would society be like if there was?
No, I didn't ask that. Do you know what my question was?
Just what was my question that I have?
I think he's not arguing for God. I think he's just saying that the concept of God existing and a Punisher existing is better than not.
My question was, what would lead somebody to believe that there's even an afterlife? What's the evidence of the afterlife?
I don't think that there is an evidence of afterlife because it's based upon faith.
There we go. Right. So that's my whole point. Is like you have all these ideas, like there needs to be punishment in the afterlife, so on and so forth. We have no evidence that there even is an afterlife, much less that things are happening there or that we could end up there, right? So,
Yeah.
like, wanting it to be real won't make it real.
Right. And my point is that I think that society is in a balance between those who believe in an afterlife and those who don't believe in an afterlife, so that, societies don't go to the extremes.
What we've learned from history is that with or without an afterlife, people are going to do shitty things.
True.
So wanting there to be an afterlife isn't going to fix anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And some people, they go towards their religion. Some people, they have their own different kind of things that help to fix their anxiety. Some people, they get a cognizant dissonance where they will change reality just in order to try to fix the anxiety that's inside of their brains. And I hear that all the time with all of these. It's very interesting to hear some of these people.
But you don't think you're doing that?
Probably.
Kind of feels like you are a little bit.
Yeah, probably. But anyways, I'm really interested in what you guys are doing, because it just makes me angry about how people are using religion as a weapon, against other people, and it just is not right. I mean, that's like the opposite of religion, almost, it seems like.
Yeah. Listen, Agnostic, you're a nice guy, but I don't think you actually have an argument that we can engage in, and that's fine.
True.
Sometimes that happens, but we appreciate you coming up and being nice.
This is fun. Thank you.
Cheers. Well, at least he was kind. He seemed like a kind individual. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll grab our next guest, Marduk. Speaking of, we were just talking about Marduk and the Babylonian Pantheon. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super thanks. And Dr. Joe, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Breezy tried to debate evolution and got reduced to dust. Ironic, since even single cells evolved further. That take didn't rise. It just settled. I love it. Thank you, Dr. Joe. Hope you're doing well, friend. And Viscose says, if only abiogenesis is as simple as quoting a specific biblical verse to prove its definitive proof. Right? Prove its definitive proof. Science apologetics would be so much easier. With science, you actually do have to like meander through like various talking points to get to the conclusion. You can't just like point and say, oh, look at that thing on the desk, and it's going to answer all your questions. Lux, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I called him Matt Duffy, but his name is actually Will Duffy. Actually, I've called him the wrong Duffy too. I keep calling him, who's the Duffy from Step by Step? He was a heartthrob for like 3 decades. He was in all kinds of shows. Patrick Duffy is the one I was thinking of. I called him Pat Duffy at one point. W Pat Duffy though. And W, our friend Carlos, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, prophesied in yesterday's Bible Guys stream, I got laid again. Fuck. Congratulations. Congratulations. I got laid again. Doug was with me. That's why you were rock hard. And Simply Wet for Sharon and Gay for Justin. I love it for you, Carlos. I love that you're out here having fun, man. We really appreciate it. Everyone in the community should have a little bit of fun. And Carlos, thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate memberships. I really do appreciate that, my friend. I really do. And Astronova is with us. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Jesus obeyed the law by not stoning her. I mean, technically, they have to bring the man and the woman to do the stoning without the man present. But didn't he sin by not purging the evil of the accusers who were bearing false witness to the woman? Deuteronomy 19:15 through 21. I appreciate you. Astronova, you are correct. So the reason why John 6 is like one of the more difficult passages to figure out, like, was Jesus behaving legally or was he not behaving legally, is because sometimes the law isn't exactly clear. So, like, for example, if you bear false witness against somebody for a capital punishment and then you turns out you're lying, well, you're dead now, right? And that's Deuteronomy 19. That being said, I don't think he was accusing them of bearing false witness. The way I'm reading this is, one, I don't think he believes necessarily, and I don't know if he has information to prove that they're false witnesses. I think he was placed in an inconvenient situation. And the inconvenient situation was like, should we kill this woman or not? And I think what Jesus did with it, first of all, I don't think this is a real story, by the way. I think this is all fiction. But the Jesus in the story, what he did with it is rather than carrying through with the bloodlust, tried to alleviate it by saying, yeah, we'll stone her, but only if all the others who have committed crimes worthy of stoning are willing to get stoned today. Does that make sense? He's not like saying, no, we shouldn't do it. He's saying, okay, yeah, we can do it, but y'all are next. And then they're like, oh, fuck, maybe we don't want to be next.
It does sound, though, like he was trying to, like, sound mysterious or, like, have a high horse. Like, it didn't sound like...
It's true.
It sounds like a script from a movie. It doesn't sound real.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind, too, that that story is not, like, original to the Bible whatsoever. That came hundreds of years later. That's not something that I think we could attribute to the historical Jesus. But that's just me personally. Some people probably believe that it's part of the historical corpus. I don't. Isabar says, hey, Justin, I saw a video on purity culture. What does the Bible say about that? Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and keep up the cooking. I love barbecue even in winter. Well, purity culture is not really in the Bible per se. What the Bible really teaches is that, like, hey, if you're out there and you're going to bone a woman, you need to make it right by marrying her. You're not supposed to be out there just boning, going to Pound Town. Nevertheless, Paul seems to be of the mindset that you should keep yourself pure, but Paul's world was different than the world of the Bronze Age. The Old Testament, their idea of purity wasn't the same what we find in the New Testament. In the Old Testament, you could theoretically, without punishment, see a prostitute. It wasn't advised. You could theoretically meet a woman and bone her, and she could become your war bride. So this idea that you just couldn't fraternize before marriage isn't really in the Bible. And Khan says, got kicked from a Christian versus LDS debate. Oh, that sounded fun. A debate group today for calling out bad arguments and reporting harassment. Oh, fuck. Well, you got to do that. Oops. Where do we pre-order your book? There's no pre-order yet, Khan, but I promise soon as pre-orders are ready, I'll definitely let you know. And Hank is with us, says, theist, save time and skip generic theism. We've heard it all. I agree. But they don't have an argument for their actual God, so they have to do generic theism. The real work is improving your sectarian God, so skip the Philbilly tourism and get busy. I agree. When I first started streaming, I didn't tolerate these dumb arguments for the generic God. And Peter says, hey, Justin, in bed with a cold. Sorry to hear that. Cold's been going around this season. Fortunately, I have the stream to get me through the aches and sneezes. Well, Peter, I'm sorry you're feeling sick. I did get that cold earlier, like at the turn of the year, and I didn't enjoy it very much. So I know you're not. So best wishes out to you, Peter. And Smack says, Philbros get caught like deer or doe in headlights, and they indulge in self-gratification so we can call the most obnoxious ones Phildos. Yes, actually. I do like the Phildos, actually. That's a good title. And Dennis says, hi, Justin. Are the ceremonial, moral, dietary law distinctions categories based on any evidence or related apologetics? It's just copium, Dennis. You won't find a single passage in the Hebrew Bible that designates the laws into different categories. That's something that was not even in the New Testament entirely. In the New Testament, you have a division between the dietary laws and the other laws, but that's it. So that's something that's a post-biblical invention, specifically because they want to get rid of this nonsense about having to follow the law. Secrets of the Rainforest says, hey, Justin, we never got the chance to talk. I'm the former Word of Life cult member. We do need to catch up. We never got to set up a time on Discord. Love the stream. Well, Secrets, I promise I will, to everyone asking when. I don't know when, but I promise I will get to answering all my messages. I've got a lot right now. I apologize. I've got a lot happening outside of these streams right now. And when I say a lot. And I don't really talk about my personal life very much, but I've got a lot of stuff happening right now. I've got a family member that's going on hospice care. And so there's a lot of shit happening all at once. So when I'm not on stream, I'm just kind of tied up right now. Nevertheless, Handsome Cat, thank you so much for the super. Said, how come Jesus says the only unforgivable sin is blaspheming the Holy Spirit? Does the Holy Spirit have blackmail on Jesus or something? So the unforgivable sin, the reason why it's a thing is because the unforgivable sin is seeing the Holy Spirit do something like a miracle and then saying, no, that's from the devil. That's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. That's what happened in that moment. So unless you've witnessed the Holy Spirit do a miracle and then denied it, you haven't committed that crime. Also, the other thing too is the reason why blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable, because like according to the theological idea, is that, well, if you could personally witness God and then still call it demonic, then there's no help for you. There's no saving you. Like there's nothing else that can be done, right? God's already given you all the magic stuff and you've still denied it. So you're hopelessly lost, you know? Last super chat from John Klein says, based on Philbro's call, I think we should add the Queen song Invisible Man to the playlist. You know what? I haven't heard that in a long time, but I do love me some Queen. I will definitely have to get around to putting some Queen, maybe just some teeny tiny little sound bites on the soundboard so we can make that happen. All right. The guest that was coming in next dropped. It was William. Sorry, William. I don't know why you dropped. You were in the queue for a while. I was waiting to grab you. Next in line is Pablo, though. So let's grab Pablo and hopefully we'll get some conversation. Welcome in, Pablo.
Hello. Sorry.
How you doing, bud?
Good. So I think I just have like a quick question, maybe. I'm over 18 and all. So yeah. I was watching one of your videos when you're talking about the course of Jeconiah. I'm not sure if you remember that Jesus cannot inherit the throne of David because of Jeconiah.
Yeah, from Jeremiah 22 verse 30.
Yeah. So I thought the same thing until I read
about Zerubbabel.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So in Haggai too, yeah.
Yeah. The problem was Zerubbabel was never a king.
Sorry?
Zerubbabel was never a king.
Yeah, so so that was kind of what I didn't get, but like the text is saying something like, is it removing it, or is it just allowing him to build like the temple, or what is exactly the thing that is like saying the text itself? I'm not sure.
I guess I don't understand your question. Zerubbabel was a governor. He was never on the throne of King David.
Yeah, sure, but like what I don't understand exactly is like it is using like the same type of language for the curse than for the removal of the like the language to say that Zorobabel is not doesn't have the curse anymore. Is it?
I have no idea. You just used a whole bunch of words, but none of them were coherent.
Sorry. Yeah. This is not my first language, so I have issues with that. So yeah, so what I'm trying to ask is like the type of language that is being used in. So I'm not an expert in Hebrew or anything, so I'm not saying I am. So, but the type of language that they're using to say that they removed the curse in Haggai 2 isn't like the same type of language they used to put the curse over Jeconiah.
I don't know in Haggai 2 where the curse is lifted.
So I think at the end where it says like, the Lord of hosts, I will take you, O Zorobabel, my servant, son of Shatiel, says the Lord, and make you like a signet ring, for I have chosen you. Yeah, so you think there is no removal of any curse there?
No, because he was never the king. The curse is that nobody from the line of Jeconiah will ever be on King David's throne. And that's true. Zerubbabel was never king, never sat on the throne.
Yeah, but when he's saying like the ring and this type of thing, it's not like the same thing. He's saying like he's removing from Jeconiah when he adds the curse to him.
No.
No?
Calling somebody your signet ring is not saying that they're a king. That's not what that means.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that he's saying he's a king, because I'm not. Yeah, sure. He wasn't a king. He was a governor, right? So what
Mhm.
I'm saying is just about the curse, not about. I mean, like the possibility of someone becoming king.
But he wasn't king.
Sure. Which you're saying that means that the curse wasn't removed.
Yeah, why would I think that the curse is removed?
Yeah, because I mean, I can understand that maybe the passage doesn't say it like explicitly, but what I'm trying to understand just for the text is it implicitly what it's trying to say. God to Zorobabel.
I don't know what you're getting at. Jeremiah says that the lineage has been cursed and that none of their descendants will ever sit on the throne of King David again. That never changed. None of the descendants ever sat on King David's throne again.
Yeah, but so you think that because nobody became king, it is impossible for the curse to be removed, is it?
No one said anything about impossible. That would make God a liar, though. If God said
Well, he is a liar.
that none of his descendants would sit on the throne again, and then one of them did, that would mean he's a liar. But that didn't happen.
Sure.
None of the descendants sat on the throne again. So that means God didn't lie in this case.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that God can be a liar. Sure. But what I'm trying to say is, like, do you think he didn't change his mind just because
No.
nobody's okay?
If he changed his mind, he would have made Zerubbabel a king. He could have. He had the power to do it, and he didn't.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I understand. I'm not sure if I'm maybe not explaining myself, or I'm speaking a lot of stupid things here. So I understand he didn't become a king, right? That's
Okay.
like a fact. But what I'm trying to say is, isn't the text in Haggai to could be? I mean, I'm not saying it is the case, right? I'm saying could be referring to a removal of that curse.
No. If the curse was removed, he would have been a king.
If the curse was removed, he could have been. I mean, if someone is not cursed,
he would have been the king.
and he doesn't become a king. Yeah, yeah. What I'm trying to say is, if someone is not cursed, then and he doesn't become a king, doesn't mean it is cursed because he didn't become a king, right?
The curse was that none of the descendants would ever be king again. None of the descendants were ever a king. That means the curse was true.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm trying to come, but yeah, sure. Maybe it's the way I'm speaking. Very sorry for that. So, yeah, I don't know how to express it in other words. I mean, I kind of believe the same thing, that the curse wasn't removed, but when someone points out that part of a guy, it's like, well, yeah, sure, it could be saying something like it's removing the curse, but I basically saying the same thing you're saying, like, yeah, sure, but he didn't become a king, so I'm not. I cannot say, well, he actually removed the curse. You can say that maybe the text could imply that if you kind of want to, but yeah, sure. I understand that distinction that you're trying to make. So yeah, I don't know how to ask in a different way about purely the text and not the implications of the curse itself. So yeah.
Okay. Well, because I don't know what else to say. The text doesn't say anything about the curse being lifted, and he was never a king. So as far as anyone can tell, the curse is still in effect.
Okay. Yeah. Then I guess I agree. So I just wanted to ask that very simple question. So thank you
Fair
very
enough.
much.
All right. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
All right. Well, move on to the next one. MC Express is high, so there's a mention in the Bible about pi being exactly 3 or 9. Oh, I know. Yep. Yeah, from the instructions to build the temple, and then some of the jars, the water jars. On the line, there is conflicting views about it, and it's killing me. Thanks. Yes, it's true. It depends on how you measure, whether it's inside or outside. But yeah, there is a section in the Book of Kings where it talks about the building of the temple, and it gives a measurement that would mean that pi is equal to 3. I don't talk about it because it's a waste of time, because even if you use their measurements, you could still make a water vessel using those measurements. I don't personally believe that they were using. What I'm suggesting is that they're using rough measurements, because you can make the vessel using the rough measurements. That's what I'm suggesting. I don't think it's a worthwhile contradiction to worry about. I think there are better, bigger ones than this. Is it a real contradiction? Sure. We know that pi is not 3. I get it. Was it the intention of the author to state that pi is equal to 3? I'm not sure. I hate to argue weak points on stream, so I don't argue weak points on stream. Prison says, glad to see you're not are no longer in jail, back in your house. Let's rock. Indeed, rock hard for Doug. Pop culture references. Oh no, if you have a pop culture reference in that super chat, I didn't get it. I apologize ahead of time. And Atheist Gamer says, do you know of who Monty Matter is? Nope. She is a female version of you. Well, she sounds pretty fucking cool then. You would love her and be good. It would be good to have her as a guest. Is she on YouTube? Like, where do I find this person? Let me check the YouTubes for Monty Matter. I do see a channel, Monty Matter, here. It says, the girl who bothered to read the Bible. Fuck, that does kind of sound like my jam. Yeah, okay, well. Oh, I know who this is. I'm sorry, I follow her on Facebook already. Okay, I like her. I know exactly who this is. I like this creator. She's not always correct. She does use a lot of like pop theology. I've caught her using a lot of pop theology, meaning she learned it on TikTok or on the internet. It's not really what scholars are saying. But I think we all fall into that sometimes. I have seen her say stuff for sure that to me sounded like she had heard it from an actual scholar. So I know she is engaging in some of the scholarship. I think at one point, if I remember correctly, I think she actually went to school. Did she end up going to Bible college? I'm trying to remember, but she's fucking badass is what I think. Will we always agree on everything? No, but there's a lot of people in the community that we don't always agree on everything. Brian says, trying to exhaust someone's personal knowledge for rhetorical points is not trying to learn. It's pure sophistry, and you should be better caller. I know. I don't think Breezy was here, honestly, to learn. I think he was trying to use incredulity as an argument. It just didn't work out for him. And Keiko says, another channel plug for fellow deconstructor is Bible Says What. Actually, I already follow Bible Says What, by the way. It's a great channel. Says he's hysterical with these faithful loons. Happy to see you back, Justin. Well, thank you, Keiko. And you're right. Bible Says What is an amazing channel, and he's on YouTube and TikTok. You can find him on either. And I do highly recommend dropping a follow. She says, hope you and your son are well. Is there a direct link to Dalton's apartment fund? Unfortunately, it's not. I did talk to him, I think yesterday, the day before. He's getting closer and closer. I think he's 66% of the way there now. So we're getting close, friends. And Helping Mega says, Breezy must have slept through or not attended school. An embarrassing lack of intelligence shown by Breezy once again. Rock hard for Doug, Simple What for Sharon, and welcome back. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've just got 3 more supers here, and then we'll move on. Roy, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Samson, thank you for the super chat. Says maybe if Breezy stayed off creationist websites, he might actually learn something. Agreed. If he spent more time on real science websites than creationist websites, he'd actually had better questions. And Yantu, my friend, good to see you. Says according to the Lego group, the plural of Lego is Lego. Fucking A. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't know that, but I'm glad that you knew that, because now we all know that. All right. It looks like next in line is Cologne Aura. What can go wrong with a name like that? Welcome in, Cologne.
Yeah, how's it going, man?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Not too bad myself, man. Not too bad myself.
Sure. Or are you at least 18?
Yeah, 22.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
I do personally, yes.
Okay. Is it a
I think
particular
if we were
God?
gonna, yeah, I'm a Christian. I
Okay.
believe in the Christian God. But
Okay.
I think if I was to start this off, I would probably want to ask you, what do you consider proof, or at least what is convincing enough proof to you? Because I think obviously everyone would have their own. How would I say it? Everyone would be convinced differently, right? And off of different things. So what is convincing to you enough?
Yeah. Well, I think evidence for me is anything that moves the needle closer to the proposition being true or the claim being true that God exists. So I would accept anything, even a philosophical argument, as evidence. It's not my most preferred evidence. I would prefer tangible evidence, perhaps even historical evidence that the Bible is true. I think the best evidence for Christianity being true is if all the predictions of the Hebrew Bible came true. If someone came and fulfilled all those messianic prophecies, I'd be like, fuck, that guy might be the Messiah. At least it certainly seems to be the way, but unfortunately that's not what happened. Jesus came and fulfilled 0 prophecies, and therefore he's not God. Also, the Old Testament's full of all kinds of failed prophecies, even just from its own time period, so that can't be from God either.
Yeah, well, although I wouldn't necessarily agree with you on any of that,
I mean,
I would probably
I can
go
show you.
make the argument. Oh, what do you want to show me?
Yeah, like bad predictions in the Hebrew Bible that never came true, right?
Okay,
Failed prophecies.
I think if you don't mind, let me land my point, and then you can show me everything that you want of contradictions, anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I would rather make the point though that, to be honest with you, man, I've spoken to a lot of atheists and agnostics, right? And one thing that they seem to all have in common is, unfortunately, there's almost nothing that would get them to believe in God. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
not me.
unfortunate, but
Well, that's wrong. That's not my position. All I need is good evidence.
is God appearing in front of you good evidence?
Sure. Yeah. Can you do that for me? Can you make him appear?
Well, even if he does, right? How do you prove that? How do you prove what you saw was real?
We actually don't. Now, it would be better evidence if he appeared in front of a multitude of people and then somebody recorded it. That'd be really good fucking evidence.
Right, but we're just I mean, I guess I'm just asking you appearing in front of you because I think.
Listen,
would you
if
say
God
that's the
appeared in front of
easiest-
me right now in this moment and my camera caught it and this entire audience saw it, we would all believe in God.
What if it was a personal experience, though?
If my camera didn't record it, then yeah, I would question it, because anyone can have a personal experience and it actually just be a psychotic break. In fact, I know people who experience religious phenomenon due to psychotic breaks. It's a real thing.
Well, so do you think that kind of that plays like a effect in why God would also choose to not be as involved or solidify his existence
No.
to a lot of people?
No,
You
because
don't think
God's all
so?
powerful. God could appear in a way in which it was completely unquestionable and demonstrate to all of us. If he can't do that, then he's not all powerful.
Well, the argument I hear, people even in the comments. I'm sure you probably agree with them. They're saying something like, okay, I'm sure God knows what would convince me, right? But like I said, this wraps back into, what if there really is nothing that would convince you, right? Because
that's not my position, so I will not be accepting it.
But
what would it take to convince you that God doesn't exist, Cologne?
That God doesn't exist?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, the only real thing that would be sufficient enough is to find, like a rule in our universe or in our laws that explain it is impossible, to have a God of the universe, because as far as we know, anything outside of God is the Big Bang, right? And the Big Bang just isn't sufficient enough.
Are you a
Honestly,
Christian?
just isn't. Yeah.
Okay, that God is impossible. You want to see how?
Go ahead.
Yeah, for a couple of reasons. One, because the Trinity is logically incoherent. There's actually other reasons as well, but the Trinity is actually a really easy one. Like we could just demonstrate on like using 10 different Bible passages that Jesus is not God, right? So the Trinitarian doctrine is that Jesus is 100% God, the Father is 100% God, and the Holy Spirit is 100% God, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does God have necessary attributes?
Yeah.
Okay. If God has necessary attributes, would it not be true that Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and the Father would all three have to possess 100% of those attributes?
They do, yes.
Okay. Do you think that Jesus possesses 100% of the same attributes as the Father?
He possesses 100% attributes from him and 100% attributes of a human. So he has veiled certain things of his godly nature in order to fully experience, the experience of a man, and to
So
demonstrate.
God
for
has
us.
parts then. He's got the God part and the human part?
Not necessarily parts. No, he has a human nature because Jesus is 100% human, but yet he
So
is
God's
100%
got multiple
God.
natures?
Well, however you want to look at it, I don't know. Why are you so consistent on there being natures? I think if you want
Those
to
are yours, not
attack
mine. Does
if
God
you
have
want
one
to-
nature or multiple natures?
if you want to talk about Trinity, right?
Does God
If
have
you're saying
one
it's-
nature or multiple natures? This is going to be painful if you don't answer questions.
No. I think it just doesn't matter to the point that we're trying to make, right?
It does. You don't know the
What does
point
it
that
have to do
I'm
with the Trinity?
making. You don't get to decide if it's relevant to the point that I'm making. So it's a very easy question. Do you even remember what the question was?
Does God have natures? God has Jesus has
Does
a
God
human
have
nature.
one nature or multiple natures?
Well, Jesus has a human nature and he has a godly nature.
Does
So
God have one nature or multiple natures?
I gave you an answer. Are you going to keep repeating until I give you an answer that is
I'm
good enough
waiting
for
you to say one or multiple.
No, Jesus has a human nature and
I asked
he
you
has
about
a
God.
godly nature.
Does
Is
God
Jesus
have?
God?
I'll make it yes or no. Does God have one nature? Yes or no?
Does God have one nature? I don't know. However you want to put it.
Well, we can't move on till you give me an answer. Does God have one
Okay.
nature? Yes or no?
Sure, God has one nature. Yeah. God has one nature.
All right. And what is included in God's one nature? What are the essential characteristics?
What, that he exists outside of space, time, etc. Like, are you referring to things like that?
Mm-hmm. What are the essential parts of that characteristic?
Well, yeah, he has to be omnipotent, right? All knowing.
Is Jesus all knowing?
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not. In Matthew 24 and elsewhere, he says that he doesn't know the day nor the hour when the Son of Man will return.
Yes, he chooses to veil that from him. He also reveals that later on himself.
So he clearly doesn't know it then.
Well, on his own choosing, right? Like, if he wanted to, he could know.
No, all-knowing entities can't forget. They can't choose to forget. They can't forget anything. They either are all-knowing or they're not. Now, you can say when Jesus was on earth that he wasn't all-knowing. But if you're saying that there's a part of God that was all-knowing and a part of God that was the opposite of that, not all-knowing, that means God has parts. So you're saying Jesus is a part of God that wasn't all-knowing because he limited himself. But God the Father, the other part, does have omniscience.
Well, Jesus existed before incarnating as a man. So it's...
Did his body always exist?
Not his human body, no.
So God's got disposable parts?
God came into creation, right?
Is Jesus 100% God?
Yes.
Okay. That means his body is essential to the definition of God.
Not necessarily, no.
Then that means God has disposable parts.
Why are you jumping to that conclusion? Why are you limiting God? Is that what you're doing? That just shows me
I'm not limiting God. I'm giving you basic definitions. You coming in here calling anyone low IQ is the irony of the fucking century right now.
That's what it is, 'cause
We're
you
on
can't
basic
grasp the
definitions right
concept.
now, and you're actually not grasping what I'm saying.
You can't grasp the concept of the Trinity,
if
so you say
Jesus's
it doesn't make
body
sense.
is one, I didn't say that at all. What I'm saying is that Jesus's body, if it's 100% God, but he's also part of God, that means that God has disposable parts. That's all I said. Do you believe that God has disposable parts, Cologne?
That is not what I said, no.
Okay. Is Jesus's body temporary or permanent?
What I said was, if
Jesus's body temporary or permanent, Cologne?
If we're going off of the
Is
Christian
Jesus's
doctrine,
body temporary or permanent?
Yes.
I need the word temporary or permanent to leave your mouth. What is it?
If we're going based off of Christian doctrine, there is no problem with God.
I'm asking for you to say temporary or permanent. Clone, I will talk over you this entire time until you answer my question. Is Jesus's body temporary or permanent?
You're giving an ultimatum that just doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's a true dichotomy. Something that's not permanent is temporary. Which one is it?
No, well, I don't want to make that answer. Like I wouldn't
you
know.
You don't know.
Answer.
What's the middle ground between temporary and permanent?
The middle ground of it.
Yeah, so if it's not a true dichotomy, where's the middle?
I mean, what would be the middle? There is no middle. It's either temporary.
There you go.
Or
so it's a true dichotomy. Something is either temporary or it's permanent. I'm asking you about the nature of Jesus's physical body. Is it temporary or is it permanent?
Right. Do you think it tells us in the Bible? No, you're gonna go based off of interpretation.
It does tell you in the Bible. You already told me. You told me, and the Bible told me that Jesus's body is in fact temporary because it came from the body of Mary. Prior to the incarnation, the body didn't exist, did it?
No, it didn't.
There you go. That means the body is temporary. Yes or no?
But if you were to
Cologne, I will never let you dodge a question. Yes or no? Was Jesus's body a permanent or temporary entity?
He still has that body.
Permanent or temporary?
It's permanent. Sure, go ahead.
It's not permanent. It's temporary.
Like, I'm saying that so you could just go on and I'm trying to see where you're trying to go.
It's not permanent. He also doesn't have that same body. 1 Corinthians chapter 15 says he received a new body. Paul says that. So neither is his body eternal in the past nor the future. So we'll try this again. Is Jesus's body, his physical body, a temporary thing or a permanent thing?
Okay, it's temporary, right? It's temporary.
There you go. Okay. Go ahead. What do we call something that is temporary and is not essential to something?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
It is a disposable entity. So if I have something that's not permanent to me, right? It's something I'm going to hold on to temporarily and then get rid of. That means it's temporary and it's disposable. I can get rid of it and I can still be me. Not a problem. But what I'm saying is the view that you're espousing right now is that the body of Jesus, namely the body of God, is a temporary, disposable asset.
Oh, yeah, no, certainly not, no.
Well, that's the case then. Either Jesus's body has always existed or it hasn't always existed. If it hasn't always existed, then it's temporary and disposable.
Well, it's from the point of it being created, it's always going to exist there on out.
No,
So
it won't exist there on out. I already told you, 1 Corinthians chapter 15, Paul says that Jesus received a new body. So the earthly body is not the one that he has right now.
So, and you're saying that, you're saying what? That it goes against the Trinity?
What I'm demonstrating to you is that Jesus can't be 100% God, because Jesus, the man, the physical person that walked this earth, is a temporary and disposable asset. Which means Jesus can be a part of God. He could be a vessel for God, but Jesus himself cannot be 100% God.
No, that's just not true. Like I said, according to Christian
It is
doctrine, that would
true,
not be-
definitionally true. It's true by definition that either Jesus, the physical person, was a part of God, or it was a vessel of God, or it wasn't God at all. But you can't say Jesus, the human being, was 100% God, because he lacks the necessary characteristics that makes God God. The physical body of Jesus wasn't eternal. The physical body of Jesus wasn't all-knowing. The physical body of Jesus wasn't omnipresent. This is a part of God that lacks the essential characteristics of God, or it's just a different God altogether. It's a God that doesn't have the same qualities as the other God.
Well, so why can't you also seem to realize that God can still exist and take part in creation at the same time while limiting some of his godly attributes? Yeah, quite
If you're
literally. If God is
all-knowing,
all powerful, why can't he do that?
if you're all-knowing, then you can't be not all-knowing. God can't forget.
Are
It's
humans
impossible for him to
all-knowing?
do it.
Yes, but if he was to become a human, that means he needs to go through everything that
That means
a
that God has
regular human
parts.
go through.
That means God
That
has
mean-
parts, which is a
No,
heresy.
that means he can.
Everything you say right now is leading you into a heresy.
That means he could choose to limit himself. That's what that means.
It doesn't matter. It means God has parts. And partialism is a heresy.
No, that doesn't.
It does, yeah. If
even
God
the-
limited
you do
himself
know-
to enter a vessel that isn't God, that means there's a part of God that isn't God.
You do know, even in your belief, the Trinity is there, right?
Is Jesus the physical body a vessel for God?
You do know the Trinity is there in your
It's
belief,
crazy that you're so terrified to answer a question. I have to ask it 5 times every time. So we'll try again.
You haven't let me
Do
ask
you
you no
believe
question. You
because
haven't
we
even let
haven't
me ask you no question.
because you haven't finished this dialogue
It
yet.
seems like you're square.
When you
It
actually
seems like you're
finish this
scared. You don't know
dialogue, we
anything
can
about it.
actually. I do. In fact, I fucking
Seems
hold
like
2
you don't.
degrees
You're
in this
scared
field of
being-
study.
You're scared of being asked
Nobody's
questions. You're literally
nobody's
being
scared
asked
of
questions.
you.
I haven't asked you a single question.
We're not.
I literally have not asked you a single question, dude.
The faster you answer my questions and we finish this dialogue, you can ask any fucking question you want. But we're not
That's
doing
a
it until you
lie,
finish
bro.
this dialogue.
I've been more than
So we'll try
I've
this
answered
again.
everything.
You
I've
actually
answered everything
haven't.
you
That's why I
wanted
had
me
to.
to.
I've forced you to answer all of these questions because you've ran from every question like a coward. So we'll try this again.
No, you're running, bro. You have
Is
no
Jesus
ground to
a
stand on,
vessel
dude.
for God?
Jesus is God. So I don't-
Okay.
what?
Is God temporary or permanent in its existence?
God is permanent. Yeah.
Okay. Is Jesus' body permanent?
What does his body have to do with anything?
Is his body temporary or eternal? Which one is it?
Jesus didn't exist. Jesus doesn't need his human body to exist. So
I
what do
asked you about his body. Is his body temporary or eternal?
Right. That has nothing to do with our argument.
Hey,
It has
welcome
nothing to do
in,
with it.
welcome in everyone from Thinkers live stream. Good to have you in here. We've got an absolute clown show going with a guest that's too terrified to answer a question. So we'll try this again. Was
You're a
Jesus's
clown, dude.
fleshly body a vessel for God, or was it part of God?
As soon as you can let me ask you some questions, right, dude? I answered 30 questions in a row.
I will
bro.
never
You're
let you
asking me-
ask me a question until we finish the
Yes,
dialogue on what
'cause
the
you
fuck
are
is
a
Jesus's body.
clown. This is
No,
the circus,
because-
and you're the clown here, dude. That's why it's kind of
So-
ironic. It's kind.
I'll pause it since you're too slow to know what's happening right now. So what's happening is you're getting cooked on the Trinity, and rather than actually trying to finish the dialogue on whether or not Jesus the man was a part of God or a vessel for God, you want to redirect and change topic, and I won't let you do it. So now you're just crying because I won't let you change the topic, and I'm holding your feet to the fire. You're the clown show here. Not only are you the clown show, you're the main event. Guests like you are why people right now are lining up in my audience, watching you like fumble every football you've touched right now. They're watching me force you to answer questions, and it's really actually kind of painful. Now, to be fair, we will clip this for sure. In fact, Dalton's going to be reading this in a couple weeks. Dalton's going to go through my clip list and read Cologne Aura. And what I wrote down was painful asshat who can't answer questions. And that's what you're going to be known as for all the history of my channel now, Cologne. You're going to be a guest that I clipped that everyone thinks is an asshat who's too afraid to answer questions. Is that how you want to go down in history, my man?
Keep muting me, buddy. You're asking questions that have no relation to the Trinity. I asked you, what does this have to do with the Trinity? You said it has nothing to do with the Trinity.
Just because you don't understand. I didn't say that.
It relates all back to it. You're a clown. You're asking.
I didn't say any of that. Every question I've asked you is related to the Trinity. Your inability to understand why it's related to the Trinity has literally nothing to do with whether or not it's related to the Trinity. So we'll try this again. Do you actually want to follow this line of dialogue to its conclusion? Or do you want to crash out? You're welcome to crash out. I do love good crash out.
No. I think you just met your match and you know it.
No, I certainly didn't meet my match. Everyone here knows that.
I can't go 5.
Let's see how long he talks over the
mute button. Do you see that? Go. Buddy.
I love it when they think they can out mute button me. It's my favorite thing. If they always think they can. I don't know why they think they can. They have to use their finger and like click on the phone a whole bunch of times. I've got a mouse button. I could just sit here and like rapidly click it. Like you'll never win the mute button game with me. Like it's never going to be a thing. So I basically just do this until you finally like shut your mouth.
No, as long as you can't admit.
Okay. Bye. Bye. Come back when you're capable of following a dialogue chain. It'll be a lot of fun. Well, fuck, he cooked me, Ems, huh? I better shut it down. I guess I'm done for the day, guys.
Again, refund the degrees. You bet your match.
I had to give my degrees to him. Shit. Oh, fuck me. Hey, friends, let's grab some super chats. We'll get our next one. Mike says, Breezy, answer my question. Ems and Justin started talking, and he immediately talks over him. I know. It hurts, actually. It hurts. But that's because Breezy didn't want to actually hear the answer. He wanted to find a gotcha moment. And Cameron says, let's have a mute button game with Crash Out's guests. We just did. By the way, we don't give Ems enough credit. Ems is a badass. Ems is a fucking badass. He deserves all the credit in the world. Big W for Ems being here with us. And Joshua says, honestly, in the text, Satan's only negative quality is a seemingly willing continuation of employment under the villain character. Agreed. He might be a slave, though. He might not actually have a chance to leave. Like maybe God will smite him if he leaves. I don't really know. And B. Rimrim says, wait, hold on. Wait, where's the casting couch live? Trying to be rock hard for Doug. That was an Airbnb, friends. I'm no longer there. I'm home. So the casting couch is gone. And Joey says Paul was a psyop by the Romans to keep people from killing all the goddamn turtle doves. Oh, that's a conspiracy I can get behind, actually. Okay, I'm on board. And Duke, good to see you, says, hey, Big J, back in front of the bookshelf I see. When did they let you out? Or perhaps Ems had organized a daring escape from the institution. That was the case, actually. Somebody brought me a cake with a nail file in it, and I had to file the bars down on my only window in the room, and then I was able to finally escape. Dr. Joe, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says God existing doesn't equal consequences. Agreed. Less than 90% of incarcerated people believe. I'm sorry. Greater than 90% of incarcerated people believe evolution hardwires pro-social behavior because it benefits individuals. In the collective, most people are natural, benign, or good. I do. Neutral, not natural. Neutral, benign, or good. I agree. I think evolution way better explains our current moral fabric than God. And Astronova, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I appreciate that. Mitch, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, has any Christian explained why Yahweh only cares about Israelites? I've yet to, I think you mean see anything that shows he cares about any other culture. Love you. Praise Doug. Well, there's not much in there. And even in the end time vision, like go to Isaiah 60, when God like restores Israel in the final age, he says all the nations that do not serve or slave over Israel will be annihilated. Oh, okay. God's final vision includes slaves if you don't love Israel or murdering them. Blackheart, thank you for the super chat. Big W says, hey, Justin, my wife has recently started a TikTok deconstruction account. Hell yeah. You had recently followed and liked some of our videos, which meant a lot to her. Would you be willing to promote? It is godless growth. Fuck yeah, I will. Whenever I find new creators in the space, I always promote them. More the merrier. We need as many people in the space as possible. Everybody has a unique voice in the space, and they have something unique that they could that they can do, right? Like I'm doing one thing, right? I'm doing what I can do, but there are other people that are going to do other things that I can't do. So absolutely happy to do it. Also, we'll repeat, the TikTok channel is called Godless Growth. If you're on TikTok, go check out Godless Growth and say hi for me. Piranha, good to see you, my friend, says, someone asked why I watch your stream so much. I came to realize that learning how to refute these talking points is hugely empowering in dealing with my religious trauma. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you, Piranha. Big W. And I agree. One of the reasons why I structure my live stream the way that I do is I don't want to just win debates. I want to help people take the information here and integrate it into their own lives so that they can help people deconstruct around them, you know? And Cody says, this is going as well as the last time Perfume was on. I know. I do remember the last time we talked to Cologne, we goofed him and called him Perfume, but I don't know if that's the same one, actually. Hold on, let me find it. Give me a second. There was another Cologne with a slightly different name. It was on TikTok, but their name was just Cologne, not Cologne Aura, and that was September 22nd. So I think it's a different Cologne, but what we can tell so far from all this is that if a TikToker comes in named Cologne, they probably reek like shit. Hammond says, well, you are really intelligent, but as you know, beauty creates a halo effect that enhances perception of you. By the way, what is the reason in Islam you have to be circumcised? That's a fair question. Yeah, Ems might know that. Is it just because they believe in Abraham?
Saying that you have to, it depends on your jurisprudence. It's some jurisprudences think it is a tradition of the Prophet, and it's good because of that, and other jurisprudences think it is mandatory, and this goes for both male and female, by the way. And according to the Prophet, it is cleanliness for the man and preservation of honor for the woman.
I suspected that might be the case. There's also some other passages we need to talk to offline a little bit. I'll send you a message. Some curious ones I just learned about from the Hadith about how hell is completely full of women because of their biological makeup, because they bleed, and because of that.
No, wait. I think the Hadith you're talking about is because the one in which he says to the woman to be careful, because when he went to heaven he saw that the majority of the inhabitants were women. That was because of their deficiency in mind and religion. And their deficiency in religion was because they bleed, so they do not fast and they do not pray.
Right. Yeah, and because they bleed, they can't fast and pray like the men do, so they end up in hell. So that means God
yeah,
designed
pretty
them
much.
to go to hell.
I mean, women, like, according to another hadith, the way for a woman's, like, a woman to, like, that is insane. But anyways, uh, a way, the way for a woman to get to heaven is her husband's, like, what is the word I'm looking for? Her husband's, you
Like
know
she
when
has to
somebody is like,
protect her husband's honor.
no, like her husband being happy with her, I guess. Like his acceptance of her, or
Oh,
like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like
pleasing her husband.
when her husband is pleased with her, yeah,
Yeah, okay, that makes
that
sense.
is like her ticket to heaven.
It's kind of like how in Timothy it says that women will be saved through childbearing. Interesting. Okay, so now you know in Islam, in order to go to heaven, you have to please your husband, who apparently is your master. Sounds delightful. Last super chat that we're going to get our next guest in here. iReactor, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. Hill Nero says, your channel has taught me how to detect insincerity, rudeness in the first 30 seconds of a phone call. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Cologne, sopping muddy for Doug. Thank you, iReactor. You're right. One of the things and people give me a hard time about it too, because sometimes someone will come in and people will think that they're nice, and I'll immediately give them a little bit of shade because I can tell that they're not nice. But like I've been doing this long enough, I feel like I usually have a tell for that. Whereas if you're new to the debate space, you could definitely be confused into thinking some of these people that I'm giving a hard time to were actually sincere. I can pretty well detect when they're not sincere. But let me grab our next guest. In line, it looks like it's going to be Dev and then Bobby the time traveler and then Owen after that. Oh, Dev dropped. All right, so Dev is not next. It sounds like it's going to be Bobby the time traveler. It looks like Dirk came back to say hi. Good to see you, Dirk. Bobby, you with us? Bobby? Bobby, are you up here by accident or on purpose? Okay. Well, guess we'll drop you down, buddy. Thanks for playing. Bobby was up here by accident. So after that is Owen. How you doing, Owen?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, Owen?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So,
Do you have an answer to the question?
what's the question? Oh, prove
My
me
question
wrong.
was, how you doing?
Oh, I said good.
Awesome.
My bad. You must have not heard me.
Nope. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Oh, wait. I'm 17.
Oh.
All right, I gotta leave.
Sorry. Gotta boot you, buddy.
Me?
I got you. What's up with 17-year-olds out here trying to fight on God's behalf? Go have fun. Be a fucking kid. Enjoy yourself. You're fine. Oh, Dev came back. Dev, I got you next. It looks like you're actually ready to get into the conversation. Welcome in, Jerry. Is it Jerry or Gary?
It's can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's Gary.
Okay. Gary, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Really? Came all this way just a teacup?
What? Teacup?
No one can hear you when you're swiped away from the app.
Oh, that's my bad. I've never heard of teacupping before.
It's
But
called
yeah,
teacupping because when you do it, it shows a teacup in face of your PFP. It's called teacupping.
Oh, the more you know.
Yeah. So maybe you give me the answer. I just didn't hear it. You do believe in God, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And which one?
I would say I would say the Christian God.
Okay, so you're a Christian then.
Yes.
Awesome. And what do you think is the best argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Yeah, I think you know, I think that personally, just seeing like the fruits of my own life, and just seeing, like how my life is better when I follow Christian morals. And so I think that that's good evidence. And the other one that's I feel like never gets brought up, but is just like really great evidence to me is just like how prevalent it is. Because my whole problem, I've always questioned, like the legitimacy of the Bible and if it was even real. But I do think that there were historical figures, that were true just because of the impact and how ubiquitous it is throughout like all of society.
So your first argument is that God is real because Christian morals are good?
I think that morals outside of the concept of God, are I just don't really know how you can support that. I think that they are
Okay, so we need you to define your argument a little bit better. Are you saying morals don't exist without God, or are you saying that God is real because my particular morals point towards God?
Yeah, I mean probably the first one. I think both are true, but the first one, I don't think that there can be, a moral absolute outside of God. I think
Well,
that's where it's derived from.
Well, I think your first mistake is believing that I believed in moral absolutes. I don't. I don't believe in objective morals. And if you dialogue with me a little bit, we'll discover that you don't believe in objective morals either. Want to try that?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. What do you think the word or the phrase objective morals mean?
Objective would be that I mean, I would say like kind of another word for absolute, or that they, are beyond time and cultures.
Well, part of that, yeah, to be objective means it's true, entirely independent of any mind. Now, if morals come from God, if God determined what is moral behavior and what is not moral behavior, that means it comes from God's mind, which means they are subjective morals. They're just subject to your God. Right?
Sure. I mean, sure. I think that's the whole argument, isn't it? Is that they are, coming from God?
No, it's not the whole argument. The whole argument is right now that you don't have objective morals. You have something that you like to call objective, but doesn't actually fit the definition of being objective. So what you've got is subjective relative morals, because you believe that these are divine commands coming from God and that he can change them, which is why you believe it was okay to follow some rules during the time of the Old Testament and different rules during the time of the New Testament, which means you believe in subjective relative morals. Am I wrong?
So what would your evidence be, like that slavery existed, for instance? Would that be one of your points there? Like, why do you think that they changed?
This was not my point at all. Not even remotely close to my point. My point right now is to get you to either confirm nor deny if you do in fact believe in subjective morals. I already know you do. I'm waiting for you to let it click in your head. So if morals come from the mind of your God and they change over time, then does that not mean you have subjective relative morals?
I know, but I'm asking you why you think they change.
Because you don't follow the Old Testament laws anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the answer that I've believed is that, none of the Old Testament was truly changed, that, Christ fulfilled it.
Do you follow the law?
No, I don't, but I'm not Jewish.
Yeah, so that means, well, do you think the Jews should still follow the law?
Ooh, that's a good question. If they don't believe in Jesus, they probably should, just to hedge their bets, as the special portion, I'd say.
Okay. Are all of the commands in God's law good?
Yes.
Okay. So then would it be good to follow the commands in the law today then, even if they're not given to you?
Well, I think that they were. It was it was very prescriptive of the day, right? There's so much weird stuff about, and that's where a lot of people get tripped up. But mixing cloth types and things. I mean, it was very specific. It seems to me, to the Israelites, and for
No.
them at the time. Why do you say no?
Anybody can refrain from wearing mixed fabrics. I mean, that's not specific to a people group.
I know they can, but like, is that really applicable to us now? It wouldn't be, because I just don't think that. I think that's my whole point, is that I think that a lot of the Old Testament law, outside of the 10 Commandments, probably was very specific to a specific people group. But man, that is the one thing that I still don't understand. I'm like,
so then you don't have any objective morals. If you think you should only follow the 10 Commandments, boy, I didn't say that. You got a huge lack of a moral system, it sounds like.
Do you not think that if you followed the 10 Commandments that you would have a solid moral system?
No, it's not a moral system, not even close. The 10th Commandment says that you can own slaves, by the way. It says not to covet your neighbor's slave. So, I mean, unless you think slavery is like really good. Do you think slavery is morally perfect?
I don't think it's morally perfect, but I think it was a reality of the time.
Could God have said not to do it?
Sure.
Okay. Did he ever say that there's going to come a day where you don't do it?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay.
And I think in fact he said something.
What evidence could you show me from the Bible that would lead me to the conclusion that slavery is not permissible?
Did Jesus talk about slavery?
Tangentially. He told parables that included slavery.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was trying to relate to the people. That's what I would say is, again, I think that the Old Testament law, and specifically, when slavery is brought up, that it was, that it was specific to the Israelites at that time.
Okay, so it's okay for the Israelites
to the cultures. Slaves. I mean, like if you were a teacher and you came into, let's just say the most recent slavery, and that's probably not a good example.
I just asked you if it's permissible for Israelites to own slaves still. It's just yes or no.
No.
No, it's not. Okay, so then you do believe that these laws change over time. Keep in mind, that makes them relative. Jerry, I know this is a difficult thing to admit out loud, but this is the case. I've had this same discussion with hundreds of people before you. You don't have objective morals. You have relative subjective morals. The closer, the quicker you can just admit that, the quicker we can move forward in this conversation.
Yeah, I wonder, man. Since you've left Christianity, has your life gotten markedly better? Like your relationships
I don't think. Well, some of my relationships definitely got better for sure, but I don't think that my life got either better or worse.
That's interesting. See, that's the reason. Like, I had left the faith for many years.
I enjoy my life, no matter what I believe in. I'm enjoying my life. Like, I guess just that's something I decided as a young person. I decided as a young person that I was going to enjoy my life, and I still do.
And that's a great. I think I'm the same way. For me, when I was outside of the the relationship, and I know church, there's so many different kinds of churches, and some are so toxic. But when I was outside of those circles and people, I don't know, my life just. For me, it's like there are these big questions and there are these specific questions that I still don't have answers for. But I know that when I'm in a relationship with these people specifically, and contemplating. On the word and not getting so hung up on, maybe those parts that, my life is better, but that's just me. And I understand that's not everybody for sure.
Yeah. I don't think most people's lives improve one way or another. I think, the church has done all kinds of evil Christians do all kinds of evil with or without God. I don't believe that just because you had a good experience that makes the religion true or even worthwhile, given that it hurts so many other people. I love it for you. I love that you joined the religion and it makes you feel good. Love that for you. But to me, the question of morals is like a non-starter. I don't believe that you have objective morals. You clearly don't believe that you have objective morals. You have subjective relative morals. Why should we follow the subjective relative morals that your God provides?
I mean, I guess you would only do that if you felt like that God was real and true. You know, I mean, that's the
Well,
only reason that would make any sense to follow anything.
pretend he is. Why would I follow his rules?
Yeah, because I think that I do think that they are designed to help you live this life in the best way that it can be lived. You know, by
And
loving your neighbor and not
by enslaving
stealing.
them.
Dude, it's I know that the slavery thing is like that is the only point that I hear on TikTok that
Oh,
is
I've got hundreds
consistently
of
brought up.
them. I listen. The slavery just comes up because it's such an easy slam dunk for atheists. Every time it comes up, it's always a slam dunk. But there's dozens and dozens of laws from the Hebrew Bible that are horseshit.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 25 says that if her husband dies, she has to marry the brother of her widow. She doesn't have the freedom and autonomy to go and marry who she wishes. Just to marry the next.
I mean,
kid
to
and
be
produce a
honest
son. Do you
with
think
you,
that's a good law?
No, I don't at all. I mean, again, the Old Testament laws don't make any sense to me, and I think a lot of them are fucked up. Like I don't,
But God said they're good. He said they're perfect. Psalm 19 says that the laws of the Lord are perfect and they revive the soul. But you don't believe that. You don't believe that the laws of God given to Moses are perfect and that it revives people's souls.
Those would be specifically the 10 Commandments, the ones given to Moses,
No.
wouldn't it? I still do think that
all of them were given to
those
Moses. Every commandment of Moses was given to Moses on Mount Sinai.
What do you mean, every commandment?
Every commandment in the Torah was given to Moses by God. If you just go back, even in Leviticus 25, the famous slave chapter, the beginning of the chapter says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say this to them." All of these laws came from God's mouth.
Yeah, well, I mean, I certainly, I don't pretend to understand that. And I used to get so hung up on the specifics and the logic of it. But again, for me, it comes back to just the fruits of it.
The fruits are irrelevant to whether or not it's true. Like
I could, but also it was just torment.
Something producing something positive in your life has nothing to do with whether or not that thing is true. There's a lot of people who feel like their life is better because they believe in Brahma or Vishnu or any other deity. That doesn't make that deity real.
Sure. But for me, it was like I'm such a, I've been through, well, I'm not going to get into what my job is, but I've been in a lot of situations where I have to think critically and logically. And I mean, just thinking about religion and the nature of God and all these questions that you brought up was just absolute torment for me. And so I just got to a point where I thought, man, I can either lose all of my hair and, hate everything about living, or, I could take a step back and see, what feels good and what makes sense to me and not get hung up on that.
What feels good.
But I admit that's a cop. I mean, that's a cop out. But you're right. People believe in all sorts of things. And I think if you don't believe, in a God, that you're probably going to put, you're going to believe in something, whether that's health or, the balance of the universe or, fractals. Or, I mean, you're going to pick something that you feel like is because I think that we as humans are drawn to something greater than us. I do think that that's true, regardless of what that is.
Yeah, I'm just drawn to whatever's true. That's what I'm drawn to. Do you think it is ever morally acceptable to punish somebody by having them cannibalize their children?
No.
Never?
No.
Oh shit. Have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh,
several times.
What does God say he's going to do to his people if they disobey him?
Well, he's gonna, yeah, they'll be cast away from him.
He says that they're going to eat their children. Jeremiah 19, in fact, is one of those situations where God talks about what he's about to do to them. And what he says in Jeremiah 19:9, I'll put it on the board. He says, I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a
pretty
normal
terrible.
thing to punish somebody with?
No, that seems really dark and twisted for sure.
Yeah. Really dark and twisted. In fact, in the same book,
I
in
think-
Jeremiah, he literally says that he's going to bereave mothers of their children and send wild animals to eat their children.
And he's talking specifically about like people in the end time, or people that, or is he talking about like one of Israel's, competing nations that they were wiping out?
He said animals. He's sending animals to murder
I
children.
know, but when he's talking about, like, who is he talking about that he's going to send them to? The Israelites that reject him.
The whole nation. He doesn't pick who the animals attack. The animals and the military attack everybody. The innocent and and the not innocent.
So Justin, what about if I really, and you can say, well, this isn't Christianity, then I would probably say fine. But what if I just follow Jesus's teachings? And I even think like the way that Paul comes in after Jesus's life and really changes the trajectory of everything more or less is I really just like, if you just look at the Gospels and say the teachings of Jesus, I think are good, and I want to follow those.
They're horrific.
Okay, outside of him cursing the fig tree and losing his shit there, which is again weird, what would you say is horrific? I mean, I really am interested.
It's horrific that he thinks if you worship the wrong entity, you should be lit on fire for all of eternity. It's horrific that he told you to follow the law of Moses. The Matthew 5, the passage that you alluded to at the beginning of this conversation, says exactly the opposite of what you want it to. He says, do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. So fulfill doesn't mean the law goes away. Fulfill means that I've come to do the law. I'm bringing it into even more of a fullness, in fact, than what it was before, which is why he says, truly, I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Heaven and earth has not passed away, which is why he says in verse 19, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus said, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow this law. This law is barbarous and horrific.
So talking about hell specifically, you said cast into fire. I mean, you know a lot about, the languages that these were written in way more than I have. But in my research, I found that because I needed to understand how billions of people could be cast, into hell, that are on the opposite side of the world. And like you said, I mean, like if I was born into a Hindu family, and I died at 12, what would I believe in? So I think through that, and maybe just rationalizing to myself, but that it was really just more of, if you look at the original language, more of a separation from God, that it's not, it's not so much of like a physical torment, agony in real flames type of thing, that it's just maybe it's like a you don't exist anymore, which is what atheists believe happens. Maybe it's one of those types of things.
I have no idea why you thought that. The Bible literally says the opposite of that. It says there's torment and agony. So, for example, in Luke 16, when you get the story of Lazarus and the rich man goes into hell and he says, I'm in agony in these flames, which is why you get like Matthew 13, where Jesus says, so it will be at the end of the age. The angels will come out and separate the evil from the righteous and throw them into the furnace of fire, where there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth, because you're going in there to be tortured in fire, my man.
Well, man, I appreciate the, I mean, it's It's good. It's good stuff to think about. I hope that I hope that you are happy, you know, that you feel fulfilled with where you are. For me, it's just never, it's never comfortable on either side that I wind up. So maybe I'm just cursed to
Well,
always, you know.
let me challenge you. Stop trying to go for what's comfortable and go for what's true.
Well, I mean, I don't think I am going for what's comfortable. I mean, I've spent alternating years going back into church and then leaving church for, you know, and saying that I'm not. I mean, it's been like these 5-7 year patterns because I get to a point where I'm like, you know, I I believe this, you know, but then I get into the church and I start actually, you know, digging into it and get these questions that we brought up, and I get frustrated, and, you know, I see these things that, you know, are contradictions. And so, but then, you know, when I stop going to church, I mean, there is something there that, you know, that I miss in the, you know, relationships and yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's definitely something that I feel.
Missing church doesn't make Christianity real.
Yeah, it might not. It might not. And maybe there's a better social club to go join. But I think was kind of why I started where I did, is that, you know, I just see my life, you know, tends to be, you know, look better and be more fulfilling and be more filled with love, you know, when I am engaged. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by there, Jerry.
Yeah, thanks, man. Have a good one.
Cheers. I get it. It's hard to lose your religion, but you can't just jump into what's comfortable, y'all. You gotta ask what's true. Mindy DeVille, thank you for this $4.99 super chat. Says, hello, Justin. I hope all is well. It is, my friend. Today is New Guitar Day. Fuck yeah. New Guitar Day is a great day, by the way. I earned it. Hell yeah, you did. Have an illness in the family, so it's good to watch and clear my head. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Mindy. And I certainly hope you're doing well. Sorry to hear that there's that you've got an illness and that there's some family situation going on. But listen, drumming on a guitar will help with some of that. Definitely. I used to back in the day when I was in church, I used to play some guitar with the band, and it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to play a little bit of guitar and relax with a nice drink. I don't know if I can still play anymore though. I think that's gone. Like after like a decade or more of not really doing anything, I think you just kind of lose it. Lee here says, can we get an I'm sorry book for Christians when they want to go to the morals argument, please? Maybe. I don't. Christians and their moral argument to me is always going to be interesting in that they really think that they have a moral high ground, but only if you don't read the book. Inu says, can we talk about how Augustine thought a sign of original sin was involuntary male rigidity? Love the show. Rock hard for Doug. I actually forgot about that, by the way, but that's such a good point. He was such a head case. Augustine literally thought that one of the consequences of the fall was this uncontrollable sexual appetite. Like, no, my man, that's just biology. And I don't know if you know this, typically once we reach adulthood, even before that, it is controllable. You have to learn how to control yourself, Augustine. I'm sorry you had problems. It seems like a you issue. GSP says, love everything you are doing, even when I disagree on a particular subject. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Long live, Doug. Please look at the kitty trying so hard for some attention. LOL. The kitty does love my attention. Sometimes it's hard to debate and pay attention to the kitties, but you know, I try. I want to make sure that the kittens are feeling loved. And Gavin, thank you for the super chat. It says, love what you do. How does Jesus have male chromosomes without a human father? Obviously, magic. That's always the answer. Is this even worth arguing to apologetics? Nah, because they'll just say that God put the chromosomes there. Like magic is always the answer, right? Can't understand why more medical professionals don't question this. I think they do. The percentage of medical professionals that are actually God believers, I think, is way lower than what people might conceive of. And Cody says, different cologne person, same smelly nature. Indeed, that is the case. I've not talked to someone named Cologne that was a good conversation yet. Bad Social Skills says, watching the Olympics and listening to Justin and M's cook. That's a wild way to reconfigure that word. A great Friday night. Rock hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. I didn't even know the Olympics were on. I have to compete with the fucking Olympics? Jesus. We'll do what we can. Sunset Sensibility with a $10 super chat says, sending love for M's. You guys cook great together. I agree. I love learning from M's too. That's why I've been jotting down as he's cooking Muslims. I've been jotting down notes on my cheat sheet every time we bring something up. Carlos, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, okay, gotta go. Doug has commanded me to have a full night of free beer and snacks with my partner heading her way. That's what I'm fucking talking about, Carlos. Go have some fun, buddy. Rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon, and always gay for Justin. Thank you so much, my friend. I hope you have a blast. And also thank you for sending out 10 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. It's humongous, my friend. Humongous. And last super chat from Corbin says, oops, all baby paste. That's an Oreo joke, and I love it. You know what? I probably could have walked that last guest down baby paste lane just to see how far we could push them. And I think I missed an opportunity to do baby paste. So it is what it is. Let me grab Dev and we'll keep going. Welcome in, Dev. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, I am. And I'm not really opposition. I just had a couple of questions. I know you're looking for debates, but
Yep, just looking for debates.
okay, for sure. Well, I like the show, man. Keep doing your thing.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Cheers, man.
All right.
I feel bad that he waited in the queue for that, but this is a debate show, y'all. Got to keep, especially on Friday night. Friday night's like it's our main event night. Really gotta keep it going. Okay, let's grab Hunt Boss, and then we'll get G after Hunt Boss. Welcome in, Hunt.
Hello, how are you?
Doing good. How you doing?
Doing good.
Hunt, are you
my
at least
first
18?
ever
Is your first
TikTok
live stream?
live. I am 18, over 18. Yep.
Okay, well, should be fun. Hunt, do you believe in God?
I do.
Okay. Anyone in particular?
Jesus.
Cool. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I mean, I don't know. When you debate, do people ask you questions, or is it mainly you asking people questions and them answering?
Both, but it always starts with me asking the question.
All right, so your question again?
Yeah. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, Jesus says he's the way, the truth, and life, and no one comes to the Father except through him. And I believe that Jesus is real and he is God incarnate. And so that's my, I guess, evidence.
And how do you know he even said those words?
Well, I mean, that would go to, how do you know anything at all? You go off of evidence. The evidence is there.
So what's the evidence that Jesus said those words?
I mean, thousands of manuscripts written by crazy amounts of authors that all corroborate essentially the same thing.
They actually don't. We have thousands of copies, and most of them come from the medieval period. Do you think a bunch of copies 1,000 years later are meaningful to the truthfulness of the story?
Well, I mean, no, there's manuscripts up until, 30, 40 years.
No, there's not. Our earliest manuscript is the size of the palm of my hand. It's P52. And it's a teeny tiny little fragment of the Gospel of John that dates to the 2nd century.
Again, you've got manuscripts thousands of years old that...
Name one that's even within 500 years of Jesus.
The 2nd century, I mean, that's 1,000 years, more than 1,000 years ago.
It doesn't even have a full sentence on it.
Well, again, what other evidence do we have of history in general?
It's irrelevant.
Manuscripts and stuff written down.
We have no idea what Jesus said. We have what people said he said. People that weren't even there.
Yeah, and
Mark is the earliest witness, and Mark was
great evidence.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and they believe
what would be great evidence
died
is
for it. I mean, that's...
No, we have no idea why they died or the nature of their death. That's church history and you don't believe what's written in those apocryphal works other than the fact that you like the part about the disciples dying, but you'll reject everything else in those books. So the reality is we have no understanding of how they died or whether or not they were martyrs. We know there were some that were martyred, but not many. We don't know why Paul or Peter died. We just know they died. We're told about their death in the writings of Clement. We're not told that they're martyred.
We know that several of the apostles were martyred for their faith.
We don't know that.
So it's all just lies, is what you're saying.
Yeah. The book that talks about Peter being crucified upside down in his martyrdom says that the Holy Spirit empowered a dog to give a speech, and that Peter and Simon Magus has a wizard's duel, and Simon Magus flew through the air. So,
yeah, and so
in order
again,
to accept the martyrdom of Peter,
supernatural. Like I believe in supernatural.
So you do believe then that dogs can give speeches when empowered?
Absolutely.
Oh shit! So you do believe in all the apocryphal works then?
Yeah, like I'm not, you know, I'm not an agnostic in that sense. You know, I believe in supernatural.
Okay, so then you believe that Mary is a perpetual virgin?
That one I don't. You know, from a Catholic standpoint, there's some errors, I believe, in Mary being perpetual virgin.
You just said you accepted the apocryphal writings. The apocryphal writings,
I believe
the earliest and the
that
most well-attested is a proto-evangelism of James. And in the proto-evangelism of James, we learn about Mary's perpetual virginity.
You know, like again, like the perpetual virginity, like I don't know that evidence. I can't debate that per se.
I just told you the evidence. The evidence is a proto-evangelism of James, an early, well-attested apocryphal text.
So you believe that, but you don't believe other? Like I don't understand.
I don't believe any of it. None of it's true. I'm asking you the evidence for the things you believe. You said that you believe the apocryphal text. Before we even brought them up, I said you're going to disregard everything in the apocryphal text except for the part that you like. And then you actually surprised me by accepting talking dogs,
I don't
which is why I'm asking you about some of the other apocryphal claims. The same apocryphal texts that tell you, well, then you have no idea if they're not true or not. So then did the dog give a speech or not? Yes or no? Did a dog give a speech? I didn't ask you if you had all truth. Did a dog give a speech?
Could a dog give a speech?
I said did. I said did.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I don't think dogs give speeches, which is why I would reject the apocryphal acts of Peter and his wizard's duel with Simon Magus.
All right, well, good. All right, you can do that.
Okay, now, do you believe that we should read the apocryphal texts and believe what they say?
I don't know. I'd like to read the apocryphal text. Like again,
if you don't know, I don't need all the explanation. I'm just asking you simple yes or no question. So if you don't know if you should follow the apocryphal text, then what that means is you have no idea how all these disciples died, because the only way that you know about the manner of their death is through these same apocryphal texts. So either they're trustworthy or they're not.
Again, I believe in the Bible. The apocryphal text.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. So then we have no idea how the disciples died then.
You're debating stuff, and you've got obviously a lot more knowledge of this than I do, and that's cool. And if that's how you debate people, just to show that your knowledge is greater than theirs,
I'm directly addressing your claim. Your claim was that the gospel is true because the disciples died, and I'm demonstrating that we don't know how they died. We don't know their manner of death.
Okay, well, based on the history that I'm aware of, a lot of them died because they did not deny that Jesus was the Messiah.
And where can I find that history?
I don't know.
It's in the apocryphal text that you just rejected.
I'd be happy to read it. Like I'd be happy to read it and reject it, but I can't reject anything that I don't know anything about, right?
Well, then you also don't know anything about how the disciples died then.
So again, you've got this knowledge.
If you don't know anything about the apocryphal text, that means you don't know anything about how the disciples died, which means that talking point is done.
I don't have to have knowledge to believe in Christ.
I didn't ask
It's
you
not
if you
like
needed knowledge to believe in Christ. I asked you, do you have knowledge of how the disciples died? Because the talking point right now is whether or not the disciples' death count for a valid argument, and they don't.
All right. Well, then let's go on to another argument.
All right, so that talking point is done. The death of the disciples does nothing for the validity of Christianity. Now, what I do think is important is that the New Testament that we do have is full of contradictions and errors, which to me makes it less believable, right? If God inspired this book to be written, I would expect that he would inspire it enough that it doesn't contain like large, crazy theological contradictions, and that it wouldn't misquote what is said in the Old Testament, but the New Testament misquotes the Old Testament at every turn. Is that a problem for you?
Like misquoting, I don't think is a problem for me. And the contradictions, I'm not aware of any, glaring contradiction. I've heard some talk about them, but again, like I don't see what you see in that regard.
Well, I can show you. The New Testament misquotes the Old Testament a whole bunch of times. Some of my favorites are at the beginning of Mark and the beginning of Matthew and Matthew 27. But Mark 1 has a really famous one. It says, the beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, as it is written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I am sending my messenger ahead of you, who will prepare your way, the voice of the one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight his paths, or make his path straight. Now, as it turns out, this isn't from Isaiah, this highlighted part. That does not come from Isaiah. That comes from somebody else, which means when Mark said that it was written in the prophet Isaiah, he goofed. That's in Malachi.
Well, again, and he's human, and so again, a lot of the stuff in the Bible, we don't know exactly who wrote it, and I understand that. And a lot of it is oral tradition. It started as an oral story. And again, like I will concede that, yes, people can be wrong in how they remember. But again, the basis of what's there is consistent.
It's not. So we'll try this again. My claim was easy, and I demonstrated it, which is I don't think that this book is trustworthy because it demonstrates that it can't even quote itself properly. So if Mark can't properly quote...
Can we trust anything? Can we trust anything at all?
I'm talking about this book specifically. So what I'm saying is that Mark...
Right, well, can we trust any book? Can we trust any book?
I'm talking about this book. In this book...
I'm asking you a question. Can I ask you a question? Can we trust any book?
Yeah, there are some books we can trust. All right, I'm asking about this book.
What are those books?
Any books that has claims that are able to be verified.
How can you say that they're verified? Like what?
Because you can verify them. If I wrote a book that said there's a guy named Justin that likes the Cleveland Browns and he runs a live stream that is called Deconstruction Zone, that's a verifiable fucking claim. If you read that in a book, I would say that book is attempting to say something that's true. You're doing it right now. You are.
Who would verify it?
You are.
Well, I could say, I saw this guy. He may be a Cleveland Browns fan, but I also saw him cheering for somebody else one night.
That's adorable. Do you want to verify it right now?
Do I want to verify what?
The claim.
Which claim?
That I run a live stream called Deconstruction Zone and that I like the Cleveland Browns.
I mean, we could verify it. How do we know we're not dreaming right now? Like, again, like what?
Well, if you're going to slip into solipsism now, you've just completely lost the plot. Like if you don't even know if you're awake, then you have zero argument for God. If you don't even know if you're a brain in a vat, that means you have no claim that ever leaves your mouth is even worthy of my ears at this moment. If you don't even know if you're a brain in a vat, then you're in the wrong place. I'm specifically talking to people
that... How do you know things?
I'm
Like, how do you know
specifically
things?
talking to people who don't think that their brain's in a vat. Now, it's
Well, how
possible
do
that
you know things?
it's possible that your vat is empty, but mine is not. So
Like,
we're not going
like,
to
so you don't believe
deviate.
in objective
We're not.
truth?
No, I
Do you believe
don't.
in
We're not.
objective
And
truth?
nope. And we're not doing hard solipsism right now. I'm not going to let you run from the Bible. We're going to finish this dialogue, whether it kills you or not.
Yeah.
That's a risk
No,
I'm willing
I'd
to
love
take.
to finish it. I'd love to
So
finish it.
the question I asked 5 minutes ago is Mark a trustworthy author when he can't even quote the Hebrew Bible?
Well, again, that'd be like, am I trustworthy?
I
Even
didn't
though
ask
I
if
can't.
you were trustworthy. I asked, is Mark trustworthy?
I don't think Mark is a liar. No, I do not think that Mark is a liar.
I didn't ask you if he's a
And so
liar. I asked you, is he
trustworthy?
trustworthy?
Yes, he's trustworthy.
Okay,
Yes.
what makes him trustworthy when I can find stuff he says that's untrue?
Again, who says it's untrue?
It is untrue.
Just you? By whose standard?
By the standard of how words work. Find this quote in Isaiah. I'll pay $100.
Again, he might not be a liar. So because he
is a
misspoke,
liar.
he's a liar?
First of all, he is a liar, but I didn't accuse him of being a liar. I accused him of being untrustworthy. And if you're following, you would see why I made that claim. I made the claim because he says things that are untrue. I didn't call him a liar. You did. You're the one trying to change my words. The reason why you're changing my words is you want to attack a straw man rather than the words that are coming out of my mouth. So before we move on, I'm going to need you to admit that Mark made a mistake here. Did Mark make a mistake?
Absolutely.
Awesome. And then he makes more. You want to see more?
All right, so I've conceded that he's made a mistake, but I don't think that makes him untrustworthy. Have you made a mistake?
And he makes more. Do you want to see more?
Can we trust you?
If I'm speaking for God and I make a mistake, don't fucking trust me ever.
Well, he's a human being.
So what? Did God inspire this book?
We all make mistakes.
Did God inspire this book?
Short. Absolutely.
Okay, then why couldn't he inspire it in a way that wasn't full of mistakes?
He could have. That's a great mystery.
There you go. Okay, so then what's more likely, that a God inspired a book that was full of errors, or that it's a man just speaking for God?
Again, I think it's God speaking through a man.
What's more likely, that God inspired a book full of errors, or that somebody is attempting to speak for God?
I think that God, the first.
So
again, I think it was his design.
You think it's more likely that God would design a book that was full of lies than people are just putting words? It is full of lies. Hundreds of lies.
Some people are going to have.
I'll show everyone. I'll show you every one of them. I have the eyes to see. You don't.
And ears to hear, and apparently you don't have the eyes to see.
I have the eyes and the
ears.
ears, which is why I know that these problems are here and you don't. See, I've actually read the book. Rather than going to bullshit apologetics, like having spiritual eyes and ears, I can actually just take you to the individual problems and show you why they're problematic, right? So, for example, in Matthew 27, there's a huge problem in regards to the 30 pieces of silver. It says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. Did Jeremiah say that? Fuck it. Derek is right. Derek says the scholar needs to have his eyes opened by Doug. This guy needs googly eyes. That's why he can't read the Bible. He lacks the googly eyes of Doug, and he ran. That's all it ever takes, guys, to run off Christians. All it ever takes is to read the Bible to them.
He was very boring.
Yeah, he was boring, wasn't he? And he came in with that fake niceness, like the niceness where they pretend to be nice, and then the minute they get caught, they start accusing you of being bad faith.
Bless your soul and niceness.
100%. All right, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Hammond, thank you for the follow-up, says, which parts of the Torah, Psalms, and the Gospels do Muslims think are original? Do they consider the prophets after David? Also, do Muslims try to convert you, Justin, after you left reverse for M's? I answer the one question that I can answer, which is, yeah, a lot of Muslims thought that I was fresh meat when I left Christianity. I made it pretty clear to them right away that I'm not.
So, about that, Muslims say that the Torah and the Bible, and the Gospels at least, they have been corrupted. But the problem with that is that the Muslims believe that when they were sent down, they were the verbatim word of God. And if they were the verbatim word of God, that would mean that God is speaking within the text. He's speaking, it's not a human who's writing what God, it's not a human quoting God. It is God speaking, like in the same way that the Quran is God speaking. So you do not find that in the Torah or in the Gospels, which would mean that they would have been entirely replaced. Are you following what I'm saying, Justin?
Yeah.
And they do believe in the prophets after David. So yeah. And reverse for M's about the Christians. No, because they would be arrested.
True. Imposter Joe says, bought some Kraken for the first time. Hell yeah. And I'll have my first glass tonight in my Rock Hard for Doug hoodie while being gay for Justin. Awesome stream tonight. You know what? I have to make an apology. I meant to do a G for J hoodie and I never did it. Friends, I will make sure it happens this week. I have to switch my store over to. My store is going through spring, and spring is fucking awful. They are dropping the ball. I apologize to everyone who's ordered something and then it didn't come on time. I'm finding out now that using them for my shop was a terrible choice. So I'll be changing it up, but I'll definitely put some Gay for Justin material in there, friends. And Omega, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I appreciate that, friend. And Zetswana, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, what's the best apocryphal text and why is it the infancy gospel of Thomas? That's a good one, by the way. It's one of my faves. It's hard because there's so many good ones out there, but I still like the proto-evangelism of James. We learned that Mary was like 12 when she got married. A big fan of the apocryphal Acts of Peter. Paul and Thecla is another good one. Man, there's so many good ones. I don't know. I do love the Arabic infancy gospel. That is the story of how Jesus's foreskin was preserved, the holy foreskin. Cameron, thank you for the digital super chat. Says, that's right, Justin. Friday nights are the high quality nights. Love all nights. Well, thank you, Cameron. I do try to make sure that Friday night is popping though. Like if there's gonna be one night of the week where we're really having a blast, it's gonna be Friday night typically. And Carnage with the additional super chat, thank you so much. Says, smash, marry, or unalive. Tacos edition. Hell yeah. Your options are al pastor, shrimp, and carne asada. Well, you already know that carne asada is my favorite. So I'm definitely going to marry carne asada. I'm definitely going to smash the shrimp and unalive al pastor. That's my lineup. Let me know how you fall in that.
What is the weirdest thing you've eaten?
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough one.
You know the prophet used to eat crickets.
I've had crickets and frog legs.
Mm-hmm.
I like frog legs better than crickets. Not a fan of the crickets. You know, I haven't had anything terribly weird. I've had sea urchin
I
and
would say
like
crickets are weird.
octopus. I've had alligator.
Huh. How does it
It's kind of
taste?
chewy. It's chewy.
Ugh.
Yeah. I've had quite a few turtles. I've had turtle soup. I had actually I've had smoked squirrel and smoked rabbit before. Smoked squirrel is pretty wild.
Do you think a rabbit's like not a thing you eat there?
We do eat some rabbits here, but it's more like more of a country thing. Yeah.
I'm assuming you had it because of your wife.
No, actually, that's a
ex-wife.
whole different thing. No, I used to love the Egyptian food. Egyptian food's amazing.
Have you had mahshi?
What's that?
Mahshi.
Oh yeah, the rolls.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I love grape leaf rolls. I haven't heard it. I haven't heard someone refer to it as machi in a little bit because I'm in America.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
make them at home. They're pretty good. Yeah, big fan. All right. We got a super chat from Glitterlock. Thank you so much, my friend. Says a question for Ems maybe. When the Quran speaks of the gospel, is it referring to the biblical writings known as the gospels or something else, like the message Isa brought from Allah? Good question.
So, it is referring to what God has said verbatim and was transcribed by Jesus in the same way that Muhammad had a message from God, and it is within the Quran. Jesus had a message from God, and it was within the Injil. And the thing is, the Injil is the same word that Christians use for the Bible as a whole. So,
Gotcha.
but they still refer to it as the when it says the Injil in the Quran is mostly referring about the Gospels, not the entire New Testament. I'm assuming, if there's a distinction at least. And but yeah, the Injil that was given down, that God gave down to Jesus, was the Word of God, like the literal Word of God, not inspired.
Very good. And Dugosaurus Erectus, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, joined in late and was afraid I missed the cookout. Fortunately, Hunt Boss. I know. Well, you're here now, Dugosaurus. You haven't missed too much. We're going to get another conversation going here in just a moment, and we'll have some fun. All right, let's bring in Crampies. Welcome in, Cramp.
Hello, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Cramp, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir, I believe in Jesus.
Okay. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So the best argument I have is that the firmament mentioned in the Bible was actually discovered by science.com 11,000 kilometers above Earth.
A flat earther, nice.
It's like an unbreakable barrier.
Yeah. Sure they did. Where did they publish this?
Science.news.
Science.news?
Yeah.
Who's the publisher?
Science.news in affiliation with NASA. So
No. Who published the article?
Yeah, Science Man.
Science.news.
I'm asking for the person.
I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while.
It was Science Man McMuffin.
It was definitely Science Man McNuffin, yeah. I'm assuming this is a conspiracy website because it says the name of the website is censoredscience.com.
No, D.N. Baker in 2014. It was electrons in the Van Allen radiation belts. If you go to sci.news, that's a pretty expensive domain. I don't think anyone.
I did. I went there and it didn't take me to the. You mean Sci News, like SCI.news?
Yeah.
That's a different website.
My bad. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the name of the article on this fake website?
Scientists discover impenetrable barrier 11,500 kilometers above Earth. Well, what do you have for proof that it's fake?
That we sent people to the moon.
Well, this doesn't really say that, does it?
I don't see the firmament anywhere in here.
And also, no, he was misspeaking, I'm assuming, because he said that there's a solid barrier, but the Van Allen belts are not a solid barrier.
Van Allen didn't build anything. It's in the radiation belts.
So it's a radiation belt, but you said it's a solid barrier.
Impenetrable barrier. That's the same thing as the firmament.
So
it's not.
How is radiation going to be an impenetrable barrier?
How is it not? Okay, then what's the aspects of a firmament?
No. The problem with what you just said is that you're saying that the word impenetrable is something that cannot be crossed or passed, like physically. Not because it's gonna unalive somebody. It literally cannot be passed. It's impenetrable.
Yep.
Radiation does not cause something to be impenetrable.
I didn't say it was radiation. I said it was.
Is it solid then?
An impenetrable barrier to ultra relativistic electrons and Van Allen radiation belts. I don't know. I didn't read the whole thing. I
Wait,
just
so
saw it.
Then why
so
did
you
you mention it?
yeah, you didn't even read this article. I'm reading it right now for the first time, and it doesn't say what you were saying.
What does it
This
say?
this is a
Where-
barrier that's blocking electrons, like in the
Okay.
atmosphere. The firmament in the Bible is a hard structure. It says it's hard like a cast metal mirror. It says that Yahweh walks across it.
Okay. I just thought maybe it could be. I don't know. I do have another argument too.
You sound like a troll, to be honest.
Yeah, I gotta be
No.
honest. It sounds like a troll. No one's this dumb.
No, I'm just discussing it with you together here. Chill, bro. All right, so fine tuning is another thing I want to pull up. So in fine tuning the design, I feel like your eyes have eyelashes that are designed to protect you from dust to go into your eyes. Your lungs have a hair to protect you from dust in there. You also have
Your lungs
earwax,
have hair? What do you mean
Yeah.
your lungs have hair?
whatever it's called. It's something like that. But your ears also
Your
have
lungs do
Wait.
not have hair, no.
Your what else is there? Your rib cage is a protection. Your nose has hair to self-protect. Also, apples have self-protected wax. So kind of like a self-protection argument design.
Well, none of that is entailed in a design. So the reason why we interact with our environment the way that we do, because we evolved within that environment.
Okay. So you believe in abiogenesis or whatever it's called?
I personally believe in abiogenesis. Even if abiogenesis was wrong, like our theory didn't work, it still wouldn't mean that God is real. You'll never prove God being real by trying to disprove a scientific claim.
Okay. But what about the fact that laws of nature never change? Laws of nature never change. So it's like,
Yeah, some things are constant. That's why we call them laws, is because they're constant.
but I feel like if it's an infinite thing, that's kind of like, I don't know, magic, right? If
No,
something's
something being infinite is not magic.
okay. Why do you say that? That's not natural though. That's like
It
external.
is natural. Something being infinite just means there's no beginning or end of it. That's it.
I feel like that's weird. I don't know. I feel like that was my argument, but
It's not weird because your God is infinite in your worldview. You think your God always existed. So obviously
Yeah.
there's no logical inconsistency with something being eternal.
okay. I feel like it was something special, like I don't know, not that doesn't occur naturally in nature. But oh no, I should have another thing written down here. So what do you think about fine tuning?
I just told you, nothing you just described is like even in the fine tuning argument.
That's not fine tuning. That's just self healing and self protection.
Again, nothing
Good
you
words.
stated is anywhere close to an argument from fine tuning.
I know. I'm not talking about fine tuning. I said, what do you think about fine tuning now?
I don't think there is fine tuning.
What's your argument for that, though?
I don't need an argument for it. You're the one saying
Right.
things are fine tuned, and I'm saying I don't believe you.
What's your argument though?
What's your argument?
Fine tuning. Do you know what that is?
I
feel like you
do.
should-
Do you know the fine tuning argument? Because it sounds like you don't know it, and you want me to run it for you.
Nah, I don't.
I know you
I don't
don't. We all know you
No,
don't.
he's
All right,
trolling.
Cramp, you're too dumb to be here, or you're too disingenuous. But I'm going to kick you either way. We're not doing this any longer. What a ridiculous character.
The
Speak-
hairy lungs.
Harry Lungs, that sent me. I couldn't. I was like, fucking M's gonna
That
eat him
sounds
up
like
for
a
Harry
that
Lungs.
sounds like an actual name.
It
A guy
kind
named
of does.
Hairy Lungs.
Hey Jason, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, I'd suggest that you change your translation of Jeremiah 19:9 to, and I will feed them the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters. That's fair. So, we've had this conversation before, and you know Hebrew way better than I do, Jason. that the causative stem here in Jeremiah 19 for a call basically means I will cause them to eat. So I agree with you. We definitely could change the translation to I will feed them the flesh of their sons and daughters. I like that a lot. I bet, I'd be curious to check all of the translations and see if anyone ever did that. Because it plays by the rules. 100% it plays by the rules. We could make that a reality. I kind of like that. Maybe I'll save that. Next time the verse comes up, I'll read it just like that, just to see if their head explodes. And Silattax, thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks, says people with UQs under 90, I think IQs under 90 often struggle with conditional hypothetical, such as how would you feel if you hadn't eaten dinner? Responding with factual rebuttals like, but I did eat dinner. Yes, the inability to engage in hypotheticals or to do abstract thinking is a huge sign of a lack of intelligence for sure. And Jerry Haig says, as a father of an autistic child myself, I'm absolutely disgusted by the people who attack your son when they can't prove they're God. It's crazy, Jerry. It's happened a handful of times. I'm shocked by how common it is when somebody can't prove their argument. They immediately start attacking my son.
I haven't caught that.
Crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, we had another one last week. Pretty wild. I think I was on the line when it happened. The clowns, they followed me all over the place. Hey, Dave, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, France, we gift you the Statue of Liberty. U.S., thank you, France. Here are the Cleveland Browns. Could you imagine that exchange? First NFL game played in France, October 25th. France, oh, Steelers fan. You know what? I did not realize the first ever game played in France was with the Cleveland Browns. Now I feel bad for France. And listen, it takes a lot for me to be like feel bad for the French. I think they got a pretty good thing going over there. But man, we put the Browns on them? Oh, that's sorry about that, France. Yantu says, next time my dungeon shall be impenetrable. You shall never escape my clutches. Mwahahaha. Just joking. Love ya. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. And sinfully gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Yantu. I did actually get out of the Nordic prison. I am home finally, friends. I escaped the clink. And, we're doing the thing. All right, let's get our next guest up in here.
By the way, there's a little ad at the bottom of the TikTok thing.
There's an ad on TikTok now?
It says, give automation a go with the album ATM app.
Huh.
I'm not sure if that is on your end.
I don't see it on mine. That's weird. Anyone else see it? A TikTok advertisement? Huh. Interesting. Well,
Hello.
maybe that's a new thing they're doing now. Yeah. How you doing, David?
It could
Good,
be because
brother.
of
How are
the
you?
new acquisition. But yeah.
Could be. Yeah. I'm doing well, David. Thanks for asking.
I'm doing well.
Good to hear. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I certainly am.
Are you a believer?
I'm a Christian.
Awesome. What do you think is the
Look,
best
I'm not-
evidence or
I'm
argument
not a-
for God?
Yeah. Look, I'm. Oh, may I ask you a question first, if that's okay? What's a Philbro?
A Philbro is shorthand
I've seen it-
slang for a person who's really into philosophy, but they don't know it as well as they think they do. Kind of like when you go to the gym
Gotcha.
and you meet guys at the gym that think they're really into like science and biology, and they're actually just giving you really bad advice. We call them gym bros. The Philbro is like the
Right.
philosophy equivalent of a gym bro.
Right, gotcha. We don't use Jimbro here, but I understand what you're saying. Can I make an observation, if that's all right?
Does it end
Because I
with a
noticed you're
proposition?
talking with a lot of people who I agree with you. They're either very disingenuous or they really don't know what they're doing. And I really struggle to understand why people who consider themselves to be Christian would have a problem with the fact that morality is subjective. I mean, probably the best analogy that I have is, I can see you shaking your head. It's really quite nonsensical. in the legal system, there's two standards: a subjective standard and an objective standard. And the subjective standard is what we would expect. Is what.
Thank you, whoever that
Oops.
was.
My fingers slipped. Okay, on to the next one. Like we're gonna bring in Sam. Welcome in, Sam.
Hey.
Sam, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Cool. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
The death and resurrection of Jesus.
Gotcha. What's the evidence that Jesus resurrected?
The apostles that saw him, and
Which
the women
ones?
too.
Which ones?
Oh, first to the woman was Mary. The other
Did
two
she
women,
did she write anything for us?
no.
Okay. Did somebody
Well, at
leave?
least
Do we have writings from somebody who was actually there?
no, but it's important to know. It's
Okay,
really
so
if he's all like
if we don't have testimony of Jesus' resurrection from anyone that was there, why would we believe that he resurrected?
well, the apostle. I guess that could be true, but then Mary was there. She was like,
Yeah,
I don't know what she was,
but she didn't write anything.
but she's a woman again. We're talking about 2,000 years
I
before.
know she's a woman, which is why I'm asking the question. Did
Okay, do
she?
you think that?
Did she leave
My
us
bad.
any written testimony?
No.
Okay. Was anyone who was there leave us written testimony?
No.
Okay. So then what you have then are secondhand accounts, right? I'm asking you, why would we believe the secondhand accounts that Jesus rose from the dead?
Because she was a woman. Again,
I don't care. We don't even know that she saw the resurrected Jesus. She didn't tell us that. That's somebody speaking for her.
Okay, well then let's talk about the apostles when Jesus appeared to them.
So what? Did they write about it?
Sure, they saw him.
Where? Where can I find their writings?
On the New Testament.
Where? Which books?
I don't know if it's Mark.
Mark's not a disciple. He wasn't even there. That's the cousin of Barnabas.
Then it's either, well, it's like he's taking like testimony from the other books.
What books?
John and Matthew, and
John
the apostles.
John didn't write John. The authors clearly tell you that in the last chapter. There's a multiplicity of authors for that book. That's why they call themselves we.
Oh, because they were not apostles. They were the supposedly, right? They were like the not teachers, students of John or something like that. I don't remember. I think they were the students of John.
Well, there's
That's
nothing to
why they
remember
put John,
because they don't identify themselves. So we have unidentified people claiming to be collecting testimony of others. We don't know who they are. We don't know what their names are. We just have to trust their story. I don't find that to be something that's trustworthy. Like just some two or three random people that claim to be collecting testimony. I'm not inclined to treat that with a whole lot of care or concern.
but again, the people saw Jesus when he resurrected.
Who did?
It clear in the story. Is it Simon? I think one of them.
Did Simon write about it for us?
No, he didn't write about it, but the apostles did.
No, they didn't. Which apostle wrote about it?
I don't know if I haven't read Luke. That's the only. I don't know if Luke did it because I know Luke is taking everything that.
Luke was not a disciple.
Yeah, I know.
So he's not writing about his experience.
No, but he's taking to account everybody who saw Jesus.
That's what he says. He doesn't name a single one of them. He doesn't tell you any one of his sources, not one.
Uh-huh. He's a
So,
historian.
so we don't
Then
know who Luke. We don't know who Luke is. We don't know if Luke actually wrote Luke, and we don't know who his sources are.
okay. But when you know he's a historian, right? Like that's why he takes every testimony from everybody.
He
That's why
doesn't
he's
tell
doing that.
you who the testimony is from. He primarily just copies from Mark.
Yes. Okay, then what are we doing here? We cannot take John because we don't know if John wrote it, but then
Well,
Luke
no,
because
we know for a fact that John didn't write John. We know for a fact that Luke wasn't an eyewitness to anything.
where's
We
the
know for a
evidence?
fact
Oh,
that Mark wasn't an eyewitness to anything.
what about Matthew?
So the best you can do is go to Matthew. I have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew. In fact, it seems to, if you think Matthew and John were written by disciples, we've got a lot of problems we have to solve. Namely, why do they contradict each other at every turn? And also, why does Matthew copy his conversion story from Mark? Why would he do that? Why would he copy his own conversion story from Mark and then not tell it with it better or additional details?
It could be possible that Mark included enough. He just like that. That's a possible. He just could have saw it and then just went with it. That's possible. Like
There's almost nothing in there about his conversion. It's a tiny little section. If you're copying your conversion story from somebody, wouldn't you at least try to give it a full account? Why would you copy it from somebody else?
I don't know. I personally don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to do. It doesn't make sense, right? Also, the earliest manuscript we have, P1, does not contain Matthew's name. Matthew's name was clearly added by somebody later in history, and the early church couldn't even figure out what Matthew was. The earliest writings we have says that Matthew was a gospel written in Hebrew and that it was a sayings gospel, which neither is true of the gospel of Matthew.
Okay, let me tell you this. Do you think the apostles believed that Jesus was God?
I don't know what the apostles believed because they didn't write anything for us.
Okay. Do you think Jesus claimed to be God?
I don't know what Jesus claimed because he didn't write anything for us.
Well, he spoke about it and they wrote what he spoke about it.
You don't know that. Jesus didn't write down anything in the New Testament. So all you
I
have
know he didn't write
is third-hand accounts. You've got somebody knows somebody else who was there, and they said that he said it. Also,
again.
40
Matthew
years
and
after the
John
fact.
were apostles. They were with Jesus.
Matthew
were with
and
him.
John don't agree on the events of Jesus' life, which means one of them wasn't there.
Well, what they don't agree on?
I didn't hear what you said.
Why they don't agree on? Like you say they don't
you
agree.
mean
On
you
what?
mean what do they disagree on? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
They disagree on all kinds of stuff. What day Jesus was crucified, how long he was on the cross, what time of the day he was crucified, what was his body wrapped in, what was his last words, who was at the tomb first, how many angels were at the tomb, who saw Jesus first after the resurrection. Like tons and tons of contradictions. There's no way John and Matthew were both there and they couldn't get even basic details straight.
Again, all these are so minor contradictions. They don't
Doesn't matter.
disagree that Jesus died, resurrected. They don't disagree in major things. You focus on this on the small parts.
I didn't ask you well, they do disagree on major things. But what I'm saying is if they're both there, if Matthew and John are both there at the crucifixion, then they shouldn't disagree about what time Jesus was crucified. One says he was crucified in the morning at 9 a.m. Another says, John says that he was still on trial at noon. Either he was crucified first thing in the morning or he wasn't.
Yeah, I gave you that. I saw something back a long time ago. I don't remember anymore. Did I give you that point? But the resurrection, right? Why do people even believe in God? What's the reason?
They want to. And
Why?
they're gullible.
They're gullible how? They've been persecuted.
because they believe things they're told without investigating, which is why they think that Jesus rose from the dead, but they don't believe that Aristeus rose from the dead or that any of the other people that resurrected didn't resurrect from the dead. Jesus' resurrection is just one of hundreds of people from the ancient world that resurrected. Nero resurrected, Alcestis resurrected, Ramses II claimed to have resurrected from Hades. There's all kinds of figures that like resurrected from the dead. I mean, Jesus is one of many. He's
Okay,
not even
well,
special.
okay, you say that, but okay, if I die today, I may die for something that I don't know to be alive. But the apostles were different. They saw Jesus. They
You
heard
don't
him.
know how they died. You have no idea how they died.
Okay, but they die.
We all died. I agree, but you have no idea how they died.
Then they lied,
They
and
didn't.
then
They didn't leave records of what they said or how they died. You have no idea how
okay,
they
then
died or what they said.
okay, then why were the Christians persecuted?
They're persecuted for the same reason the Jews were persecuted, because they refused to follow the laws of Rome.
They in the beginning, the Jews were protected by Rome. The Christians were like a minor sect. No,
they weren't
in the
protected
beginning, I
by the
think in the
Rome.
beginning, before the temple
They
fall.
weren't. They were allowed to govern themselves tangentially through leadership from the Roman Empire. And every time they stepped out of line, the Roman Empire swooped in and fucked them up. Same way they did repeatedly all throughout Jesus's lifetime. The Jews there was just as many Jewish martyrs as they were Christian martyrs. Probably more Jewish martyrs.
Sure. Okay, now, were they persecuted for almost 300 years, the Jews?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thousands.
Hmm.
They were persecuted by the Greeks, and then by the Romans, and then by the Christians, and then by Europe at large. They were also persecuted during the Holocaust.
That was the most like I'm living under a rock question ever asked.
Okay, then what about prophecies?
What about
Do
prophecies?
you believe?
Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies.
My my God, why have you forsaken me? Have you read Psalm 22?
I'm very familiar with it. Can you show me where the prophecy is?
He will die for transgressions, for all
Nope.
iniquities.
Give me
No.
the verse where that's predicted.
It's either between Isaiah 53 and Psalm 22.
Again,
It's
I'm
those
asking
two.
for the verse that contains the prediction.
He will be pierced for our transgressions. That one. It's on.
What's the verse number that says that will happen in Psalm 22?
Well, I know it's on Psalm 22. I don't know which verse exactly, but I know it's
Okay,
in there. He
well,
will be pierced for.
Well, it's not in there. I'll read it for you.
It's not in there?
You're confusing 2 different passages together, and you don't know either of them. So Psalm 22 is not a prophecy. It's a song of lamentation. King David is writing about his own problems. That's why it says a plea for deliverance. This is not part of the text. This is a heading. A plea for deliverance from suffering and hostility. This is the actual text to the leader, according to the Deer of Dawn, a psalm of David. David is writing this psalm, and he starts out by saying, my God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me? From the words of my groaning, oh my God, I cry out day by day, but you do not answer. So David is trying to figure out why God's not answering his cry, and he describes what he's going through in this particular psalm, and it's a very heartfelt cry for help. But this is not prophetic, right? He says, dogs are all around me. Is that future tense or present tense?
Oh, they could be both.
Nope. It's only one or the other. Is this future tense or present tense?
Again, they could be both. I can give you an example.
Again, it's not both. So try this again.
I can give you an example.
Is the word are present tense or future tense?
Are, like AR?
The word
E?
ARE in the English language, when I say you are talking to me, Is the word are a state of being in the present or the future?
The present.
There you go. Okay. Now, so when we have the phrase, dogs are all around me, is the grammar of that phrase future tense or present tense?
Present.
There you go. Okay. So the grammar of this sentence, really the paragraph, is present tense. David is describing something in the present. Why would I accept that this is about the future when the text itself says it's about the present?
Then why was he cursed for the transgressions? Oh no, pierced.
That's a different passage. We're on Psalm 22. Try to focus.
Okay. Can you repeat it? My bad.
Psalm 22. Why would I read the dogs are all around me and the rest of this paragraph and think that this is about the future when it's clearly about the present tense?
When I said they could be both, because they
can't be
could
both.
literally be both. Well, God has many ways, like wonders to.
Nope.
No.
No. If God wants to talk about the future, he could just say, this is what's happening in the future.
Okay, but what happens he doesn't say it?
He doesn't say it because it's not a prediction for the future. It's not a prophecy.
Okay, then Jesus was surrounded by who?
Jesus was surrounded by guards.
By most likely Pharisees.
By guards. The ones who who killed them. Who killed him.
Yeah, but again, when a crucifixion is like open place that everybody can look at you, it was a shame back then. Shameful to be crucified, etc. Everybody could see you were crucified. Then that's why one of the Pharisees said, why doesn't God hit? No way. Is it God? One of them said, why doesn't God pull you down or something like that?
I never understand why you guys don't read the Bible. None of that has to do with what we're talking about. Before you run off to a new topic, I will force you to finish this topic. The answer that I'm looking for is to the question, why would I believe that this is about the future when the grammar is in the present?
But it's pure for the transgressions.
I'm asking you for a logical reason why I would look at this sentence and think that it's about the future.
Well, there's not any good reason back then.
There you go. There's no reason to read this to be about the future. It doesn't matter when anything happened to Jesus. It doesn't matter what happened to Jesus. Nothing in this text would point to a future prophecy.
But you don't see the one-to-one, right? You see it.
No, I don't see it.
You see the one-to-one.
No, I don't
see it.
No, I don't.
He was surrounded by dogs. No,
he was not.
Do anything need to be literal?
Jesus was surrounded by good people following the law. This guy is surrounded by evildoers. The people who killed Jesus were doing what they were supposed to do according to the Jewish law.
What did he do?
According to the Jewish law, the people that crucified Jesus were righteous for doing it because God commands it to happen. God says so in Deuteronomy chapter 13. He says again in Deuteronomy 18. In Deuteronomy 13 and 18, he talks about how false prophets must be murdered. And Jesus was a false prophet who was murdered as a false prophet. Which means he wasn't surrounded by evildoers. He was surrounded by righteous people who called him out on his bullshit.
Again, then why they couldn't defeat him on arguments?
They did.
They didn't.
They did. You have no idea what Jesus said in the Bible. Not only do you not know what Jesus said in the Bible, you don't know what he said in real life for the same reason I already articulated. Jesus didn't write anything for us. We don't have a single conversation in the Bible that we can point to and say, yes, we know for a fact that that conversation took place. These are stories. These are mythologies.
Sure. Anything else you need to add? Like, I think that because you don't believe in it.
I don't believe it because it's full of lies.
Okay, I random question. What's the difference between you and Muhammad?
They're both liars. I don't give a fuck.
You and Muhammad.
You said between Jesus and Muhammad.
You and Muhammad.
You mean you? Are you saying Jew or you?
You. You.
The difference is I'm alive and I don't diddle fucking children.
And also, you have a mustache. He didn't have one.
You both.
Oh fuck! Yeah, look at that. What do you think about that? Imagine getting cooked on the Bible so bad you want to pivot to Muhammad like I'm a Muslim. Crazy.
No, I just give you an example. You both have the spirit of the Antichrist. You know the Antichrist. You have the spirit.
Prove that the Antichrist is real.
Well, there's some prophecies. Well, because you don't believe in it, then
prove that. So there's no Antichrist. Gotcha. Just so we're clear. You know, the Bible explicitly predicted something would happen when the Messiah came that makes Christianity false. You want to see it?
Sure.
It's in Jeremiah. Do you have your Bible on you?
I don't have a Bible.
I'll put it on the screen.
Got it.
When the Messiah comes, they're going to set up sacrifices. It says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. That never happened. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices forever, or for all time. So Christianity can't be true unless Jeremiah 33 is wrong. Because Christianity says that Jesus was the final sacrifice. Jeremiah 33 says when the Messiah comes, there will be continued sacrifices and offerings in the temple.
Is that after the first temple?
The first temple's already gone.
Okay. Well, I know Jesus was the final sacrifice, and
he can't be. Because Jeremiah says that when the Messiah comes, he's going to rescue Israel and Judah, bring them back to the land so they can live there in safety, and he's going to reinstate the Levitical sacrifices. Which means Jesus cannot be the final sacrifice.
Make sacrifices. I don't. Well, it has to be because
reading the Bible for the first time is a real bitch, isn't it?
Well, I've read the New Testament. I don't read the Old Testament. It's kind of useless. Well,
no, it's not useless. It demonstrates why the New Testament's garbage. If you had started with the Old Testament, you wouldn't have fallen into this Jesus cult. You would have seen right from the beginning that Jesus wasn't the Messiah.
Then what happened verses like Isaiah 53?
What about it? It's about the nation of Israel. Have you bothered to read all of Isaiah, or did you read just that one chapter?
That one chapter, and I think Isaiah 59 too.
Okay, you got to read the entire section. Read chapter 40 all the way to chapter 55. What you'll discover is that there's a theme inside of that unit of text, and that is that Israel is the servant, and God is redeeming his servant Israel from Babylonian captivity. He calls Israel the servant 9 times leading up to chapter 53. 9.
Yeah, that just that's not true. I know, at least I know that part. It cannot be Israel.
It is 100% true. I'll show it to you. How much money do you want to bet on this?
I'm poor as I got a penny.
Okay,
as broke as you guess.
I'm about to take your very last penny. It looks like. Let's go to Isaiah 41, 8-9. He says, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant." So who's the servant in Isaiah 41, 8 and 9?
Okay, you're my servant. I think that could be Israel.
You got it. Yep, Israel's the servant. All right. Chapter 43, verse 10 says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I've chosen. Who's the servant here?
Um, I don't. I don't know if that should be Christ or.
It's
Uh,
Israel, because witnesses is plural. You are my witnesses in the plural, says the Lord, and my servant, which means the
yeah.
servant is Israel again, right?
No, false. Because
Yep.
we don't believe in like Allah is like one God. We believe in the Unitarian. It would make sense if there's two other God the Father and the Holy Spirit to watch the Son. Then there
Okay.
will be the witnesses
Okay.
of Christ.
Wrong. You're my witnesses is a message from Isaiah to who? Did you bother to read chapter 43?
Again, I said no. I didn't read. I said 53,
If you've never read
59.
Isaiah 43, how could you possibly tell me who the witnesses are?
Because it makes sense. I'm lying.
It
I don't think
doesn't
I'm
make
lying here
sense.
because
You
it,
you
it does
are
it
you
doesn't say
you are
witness.
lying. You're making stuff up. It says witnesses in the plural. The important factor here is that there are multiple
Again,
witnesses to what God is doing, and they're both referred to as the servant in the singular. My servant is a multiplicity of people.
mm-hmm.
Okay. Who can we think of that is a multiplicity of people and witnesses to what God is doing at the time this book was written?
Well, Israel at that time.
It's Israel. Israel is God's witness at the time Isaiah was written.
But yeah, but again, that's if you not excluding God the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. That would
Wrong,
make sense also.
wrong again. God is not talking to the other parts of the Trinity saying, "You are my witnesses and my servant." That would be fucking preposterous. Listen, you're gonna do all this work, and all you're gonna do is tucker yourself out for the next 7 verses. Every verse that's on my screen is gonna say exactly what I said it said. It's gonna say that Israel's the servant. How much time do you want to waste on this verse?
Are we in Isaiah 51? You said?
How much time do you want to waste on this exact verse?
Oh, not that much to be honest. I'd rather focus on
Yeah,
Isaiah
I know, because
53.
you haven't read it. Isaiah 44, 1-2 says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen." Who's the servant in 44:1?
It can be Israel.
Yeah, yep. Verse 2, "Thus saith the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb, and will help you. Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant, Jeshurun, whom I've chosen." Who's the servant in verse 2?
Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant.
Got
I
it.
guess it's Israel.
It's Israel, yep. 44, verse 21, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant." Who's the servant in 44:21?
God.
Wrong again. Try reading it. "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel." Who's the servant?
I guess that would be Israel, I think. Yes.
You're right. It's Israel. Nailed it. 45:4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. I give you a title, though you do not know me." Who is the servant here?
God.
Nope. Try again. It's the same as before.
Well, it doesn't make sense.
"For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen." Who is the servant?
Israel then?
Yes,
Yes.
it's still Israel. 48:20, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea. Declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it. Send it forth to the ends of the world and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." Who's the servant in verse 48?
The servant. that will be the Lord will redeem his servant Jacob. I think here doesn't mean nothing.
It's Israel again. Israel is in Babylonian captivity, which is why it says he's redeemed his servant Jacob. He's redeeming Israel from captivity. That's Jacob's name. Israel's other name was Jacob because Jacob and Israel is the same lineage. So the
Yeah,
servant
but
again is Israel.
At that time, Israel will be wicked.
Wrong again. Not when they're redeemed. They were wicked prior to going into captivity. They were not wicked coming out of captivity. The captivity was meant specifically, as it was said by the prophets, to winnow them out, to burn them in a furnace, and then remove their impurities, so that those who come out will be a righteous remnant for the Lord. So the wicked go in, the righteous come out.
Yeah.
That's why it says that they already paid the penalty for their crimes. In chapter 40, the pericope opens up with, you have paid your penalty, you've been given double for your crimes. So their transgressions were wiped away. In fact, if you go to Isaiah 44, verse 22, hold on. See, Isaiah 44:22, it says exactly that. God says, I have swept away your transgressions like a cloud and your sins like mist. Return to me, for I have redeemed you. So the ones that have been redeemed by God have now had their sins removed and their transgressions wiped away in that captivity. Follow?
Yeah.
Now, is it also true that righteous people went into captivity alongside of the wicked?
Yes.
Exactly. Now, so what we can learn from this is that God sent all of his people over there. Some of them died over there. The goal was to purify Israel so that the righteous remnant was going to be left behind. That's what he says happened, and that's what he claims was going to happen, which means I can only read these passages with one conclusion. That conclusion is that the servant that God has redeemed is the nation of Israel. Every single time the servant comes up, I have no reason to believe that it's anybody but the nation of Israel in chapter 52 and 53. So
let's go to 53 then.
So
to see if you're right.
So the author assumes that you've already read the passages leading up to this. You shouldn't have to be told who the servant is. It's clearly Israel. He describes Israel leaving captivity. He says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God. What is that salvation? Just read the next verse. He tells you, depart, go out from there, touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord will go before you. The God of Israel will be your rear guard. So he's talking about them exiting Babylon, correct?
I guess, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, so right now we're talking about the exit of Israel from Babylonian captivity. And in that same context, he says, see, my servant shall prosper. That's what he said before. He says, I'm redeeming them. They're going to prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high. Is there a reason why I would read this and not think that this is about Israel?
I don't know. I guess, but
there's no contextual reason to get to this passage and not think that this is Israel. The only reason why anyone would come to that conclusion is if they're married to their Christian dogma and they're unwilling to read the passage honestly.
Yeah, the only thing, the Israel doesn't prosper in the end, right? It doesn't make sense to be.
No, it doesn't matter.
Israel.
Nope, wrong again. Nope, your interpretive model is not dependent on whether or not these predictions come true. Like God making a prediction in the Hebrew Bible not coming true has nothing to do with how to interpret the passage. The passage has an interpretation, whether it came true or not. I'm honest enough where I can just say, yeah, it didn't come true because this God's not real. You're saying, no, it has to come true. And because it has to come true, then I'm just going to change the meaning of the passage to whatever thing I think is already true.
Not every prophecy becomes true. You know that, right?
No. In
I
fact,
don't know if it was,
most of the prophecies of the Bible never came true.
well, some are still, they could happen
I'm sure they
any day now.
could, but whether or not they could happen in the future is irrelevant. I want to know which ones are already happened, because the Bible says that they're all going to take place. In fact, if you go to Ezekiel chapter 12, all the prophecies.
Isaiah 53.
I said Ezekiel.
Yeah, Isaiah 53. That's one of the prophecies.
No, it didn't come true. We were just talking about that. We were literally just talking about this.
Yeah, but that was way before Isaiah 40. But we didn't get to Isaiah 53.
The prophecy you're concerned with starts in 52, my man. The beginning of the prophecy is 52.
Sure, then let's go to 52 and then 53 if you want to.
Oh, I'm reading it. I don't know if you were listening. Verse 13
yes, I was.
Says, "See, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up and shall be very high." Is there any reason why I would read this and think that this is not about Israel, given the information that I've already been given by the author?
Because we're in the future and Israel fall. We know that Israel did fall, and then
we'll try this again. I didn't ask you what happened in history. I don't think that these prophecies have to come true to know what the interpretations are. So again, I'm not asking about what happened in the future. I'm asking you, according to this text, based on the context and the grammar of the passage you're reading, is there any reason to believe that it's about anybody but Israel?
No, but then that's why we need to go to
There you go. Yeah. So I don't care about history, right? These prophecies didn't come true, right? So the fact that this prophecy failed to come true says nothing about how we should interpret it.
Well, no, but I don't know how to answer that, if I'm being honest.
What's that?
I don't know how to answer that.
I know, right? Because your interpretive model was dependent on the prophecies can't fail. That's a bad interpretive model.
Well, some prophecies can God given, and they can become not true. It has happened. Well, yeah.
It hasn't happened because this God isn't real. That's what we're talking about right now. The reason why this prophecy and so many other prophecies fail is because this God's not real. The reason why Jeremiah 33 directly contradicts the New Testament about the offerings and sacrifices is because this God isn't real. The reason why Ezekiel 37, the reason why Ezekiel 37 is not going to ever happen in Jesus is because this God isn't real. In fact, I was trying to show you why Christianity simply can't be true because of the book of Ezekiel. Listen to what Ezekiel says. It says, "The word of the Lord came to me, mortal, what is this proverb of yours about the land of Israel that says, the days are prolonged and every vision comes to nothing? Tell them, therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will put an end to this proverb, and they shall use it no more as a proverb in Israel. But say to them, the days are near, and the fulfillment of every vision. For there shall no longer be any false vision or flattering divination in the house of Israel. But I, the Lord, will speak the word that I speak, and it will be fulfilled. No longer will it be delayed, but in your days, O rebellious house, I will speak the word and fulfill it, says the Lord God. The word of the Lord came to me, mortal. The house of Israel is saying that the vision he sees is for many years ahead. He prophesies for distant times. Therefore say to them, thus saith the Lord God, none of my words will be delayed any longer, but the word that I speak will be fulfilled, says the Lord. So based on this passage, would we not expect that the prophecies contained in the book of Ezekiel would be happening within his lifetime?
I guess.
Yeah, certainly, because he says it's going to happen in that generation. But if you go to some of the famous passages, like the messianic passages, they clearly didn't come true, and they're never going to come true. About the Messiah, it says, my servant David shall be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, and they and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. Okay. Did that ever happen?
No, but there's a reason for that.
Well, then that means Ezekiel lied, huh?
No.
Yep, he said it was going to happen in their day.
Yeah, but it is not. It was technically true,
It's not
but
technically
it's
true.
not a lie.
He said it's not for distant days. Not for long. It's not for long in the future. It's for right now, he says. He says, in your days, O rebellious house of Israel.
Yes, that was a prophecy back then.
Yeah, and
Yes.
it didn't come true. The prophecy was that all of the book of Ezekiel was going to be coming true imminently, and it didn't.
Yes, I understand that.
So that means Ezekiel lied.
Not exactly.
Yes, it does.
Okay, I know it may seem like contradiction, but in this case, it's a yes and no.
It's a lie.
Can you let me explain why?
Yeah, go ahead, but everyone already sees the lie. You're not going to fix it.
In this case, how do I explain this? Sometimes, God's do like prophecies. They cannot become true. Like when David, I think, when he said like, if you don't live here, this place, you will die. That was a prophecy, right? If David didn't left, it wouldn't become true. Like
So
100%,
you're referring to
Uh-huh.
contingent prophecies, which are contingent on something, on a variable. We know the difference
Yes.
between a contingent and a non-contingent prophecy because it tells you. Any prophecy that has like an actual thing that must happen first is no longer a flat prophecy for the future. That's not what we have here. It says every prophecy and vision will be fulfilled imminently. And then later on in the same book, it says that the northern and the southern Israelites are going to be reunited, and they're going to have a king, and they're going to live in the land that was given to Jacob forever. There's no contingency plan in place there. There's no if.
I see. It could be possible because they were sinful, because they still worship idols back then.
So what? If they were sinful and God changed his mind, that just means God's prophecies are useless.
Well, it's not that he doesn't change his mind; it's that people change.
No, he does change his
How
mind.
they want. How?
Because nothing in this prophecy is contingent. There's no if statement here.
No.
A contingency would be like, if you do this, I'll do that. We've got those in the Bible. This is not one of them. In fact, Jeremiah's got them.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how to counter this.
There's no
As you
counter
would say.
for it. You would just admit that Ezekiel lied.
There's a little bit of explanation. It's just, well, I guess I don't know.
Yeah. The reason why Ezekiel be called out on his lies is because this God isn't real. The reason why this book contradicts itself over and over again is because this God isn't real.
Why are you saying that God isn't real? Why?
I said this God isn't real.
But why?
Because it entails logical contradictions, and because the New Testament is impossible if the Old Testament's true. If the Old Testament's true, then that means that the New Testament can't be true because they contradict each other. I love Raw Soul crashing out in the comments. Justin has done what no other scholars have been able to do. Wrong. Everything I'm telling you right now, I will find you in the actual scholarly literature. There's not a single opinion I hold on this show that is my opinion alone. Every opinion I hold was formed through many years of actually reading the scholarship, something you've never done, Russell, which is why you're too cowardly to ever request on this live stream. But I will over and over again tell you how much of a coward you are hiding in my comments every single live stream I'm on. Every time I'm live, you're in here crying rather than getting in the guest box. And I'll just continue to embarrass you every time you do it. Anyways, Sam, hey, buddy, I think we reached probably a decent stopping point. So,
one more point. That's what I need. One more point.
You
Really
got
fast.
one more? All right, what's the last one?
Morality.
What about it?
Morality is objective.
No, it does not. Where do morals come from?
God, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so God determined what morals are?
Yeah.
That makes them subjective. What do you think objective means?
Objective. There's only one truth. Like they know. Like.
Nope.
No.
The word objective. The word objective means it's mind independent, right? It means it exists independent of any and all minds, which means if morals were objective, they would exist even if God didn't exist.
Yeah, that's not counting a God. But if we got a God, then
nope, you don't get a special carve out for God's mind. Either objective, either morals are entirely objective or they're not.
They're objective because
no, there's not. If they came from your God, then they're not objective.
If it came from my God, it's not objective.
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's how words work.
But
the word objective means that it exists independent of any mind. And if your God's mind determined what the morals are going to be, that means they're subjective. A mind determined what they are. They're now subjective.
The only reason it would be subjective if we are humans. That would be subjective.
Wrong again. Nope. The word subjective doesn't have anything to do with humans.
Okay, why would you think something objective? Is there anything objective?
I've already given you the definition of objective. It means it exists independent of a mind.
Yeah, I know. But do you think there's anything in this life objective?
Yeah, I think we're in an objective reality. But I don't believe that morals are objective because they're clearly not. Morals are designed by minds.
Then that's really wrong. You know that.
No, it's not wrong. It's right. 100%, which is why you have no argument for it.
Well, yes, I do.
Then demonstrate that morals exist independent of your God.
Okay. If somebody kills smothers a baby, is that wrong?
In my worldview, I would say it's wrong subjectively. In your worldview, you would say it's wrong subjectively because you think it's wrong because God said so. So it's subjectively wrong in both of our worldviews.
Okay, let's see. Something harder. I just want to see on what level you get. Okay, if it's more than 1,000 people, who save
Sam, the answer's the same for anything you can dream up. It doesn't matter what horrible thing's about to come out of your mouth. My answer will always be the same, which is I believe that it is wrong using my own subjective rational thinking capacity, and you believe it's wrong using the same rational thinking capacities. You're just attributing that to your God. None of that makes it objective.
You don't find anything wrong with that?
If it was objective, then it would be true independent of God, and it would also mean that God is bound by these morals, that he can't determine what they are.
Okay, but then that means that you know right, I'm not wrong. You know that, right?
That means there's no objective right and wrong.
Okay. Yeah, okay then. You cannot tell me I'm right, you cannot tell me I'm wrong, but
I can.
Because I follow why?
Because I have a subjective opinion just like you do.
Okay, then you're not right, I'm not wrong. We both over opinions. Okay, let's see. As serial killer said, killing is right.
You're not.
He's subjective.
You're not objectively right or wrong.
But why not?
Because objective morals don't exist. That's
They
why.
don't exist if there's no God. I do agree.
They
If there's
don't
no God,
exist. They don't exist even with God.
no,
In
they
fact,
don't exist.
if your God existed, it would demand that morals were subjective.
They only subjective if something that was created. Like
No.
no, the objective morals or like created by God.
Objective morals are things that come from minds. They're behaviors and allowances and rules that were made by a mind somewhere. A mind determined what they would be. That mind happens to be your God. What that means is that you have subjective morals just like me, except you're farming it out to God and I'm not.
Okay, in 1945, were they right to kill all the Jews? Oh,
Objectively or subjectively?
Objectively.
Again, you asked a dumb question. I don't believe in objective morals. Try again.
Subjectively.
Yes, subjectively, I believe they were wrong to do that to the Jews.
But why? The majority of them thought they were right.
Because I have a capacity to think. Do
No, the majority of them.
Do you think that it's objectively wrong to punish women with rape as a punishment?
If this is wrong, yes, it's wrong.
Is it always wrong?
Yes.
Okay, would it be wrong if God did it?
Well, he's not. He's all good. He can do that.
Okay, so then it's good to punish women with rape sometimes.
No.
Okay, so if God did it, it wouldn't be good.
But he cannot do it because he's good.
I didn't ask you if he could. I said if God did it, would it be wrong?
That's that incredible if statement, because if he's good, then he cannot do it. But then, and this is not where he's not good, then yes. And this is not if he's not good.
You're hedging a whole lot here on a book you haven't read. How much do you want to hedge on this?
Well, it's either it is a hell or there's nothing after that.
Okay, so I'll just read it for you. We're not going to do Pascal's wager. No one cares. Okay, the passages in question, there's actually a bunch of them, but here's two of the easiest ones. God says their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes and their houses plundered and their wives raped. Who do you think's causing all this?
Israelites.
Try again.
Could be God judgment. That could be possible.
God's causing it. He says, see,
yes.
I'm stirring up the Medes against them. So God's punishing the Babylonians by bringing in the Medes and causing them to be plundered and raped. Do you think that's do you think that's a good punishment or a bad punishment?
Okay, I'm going to answer this, but then I will ask you a question: how consistent are you? You think it's bad? Do you think it's bad?
Do you think it's a good punishment or a bad punishment?
Depends. It all depends
on what. So it's good when God does it.
He's good. He has to have a reason beyond my understanding.
So when God did this was good. So sometimes it's good to have women raped as punishments.
Depends.
Depends on what?
Israel.
Depends on what?
Israel. Depends on the reason. Like God wouldn't do something. Oh no. So if they were sacrificing
the only reason you need is that God told you. That's it. Right?
Well, if God commanded, then I guess he must have a better reason.
So the only reason you need is God told you to. So if God told you to go to war and rape a woman, that would be a good thing to do.
Well, I can try to say no. Like who was it? Someone said no 3 times.
I just need an honest answer. I said if God sends you to war and tells you to plunder and rape the villages, would you do it?
At first I would say no, but if you continue insisting, I will need to say yes.
Okay, so you would rape women if God told you.
Okay, then I have a question. Do you think it's wrong for God in here? Do you
Just to be
think?
just to be clear, I'm going to need an actual answer. You would rape a woman if God commanded you?
I don't know, bro.
You don't know. That's
This-
fucking crazy. That's as crazy as saying yeah. The fact that you even have to
Okay.
deliberate about it is pretty wild, actually. Fuck,
Do you think?
even our sun worshiper in Q is shaking his head at you.
Okay. Do you think God was wrong killing the kids there, or like children? Do you think he was wrong?
But I don't think he ever did it, so I don't even care.
No, no, no. If he did it, let's do an if statement.
I personally don't think it's ever justified to kill babies, and that's using my own subjective moral framework. And my own subjective moral framework entails that innocent parties should never be punished for the crimes that they didn't commit.
Okay. Do you think abortion is wrong?
I don't think that abortion is killing a baby, so no.
Ooh, biologically, scientifically, that's not right.
No, it is right. I believe that like humanhood begins when you actually have sentience. So until that baby is sentient, it's just a clump of cells.
About 6 months, is it okay to kill a 6 months baby?
I believe if the baby is a threat to the mother, yeah.
Ooh, okay. What happened in 9 months if he's a threat to the mother? 9 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what I need to say is I know that you're an atheist.
I didn't hear what you said.
I know you're an atheist, right?
Obviously,
I know you're mad at you don't believe in God.
No one's mad at God here. Your sky carcass just doesn't exist. It's something you have to get over. We already got over it.
Then why is your relative mind mad at God when supposedly he doesn't exist?
My mind's not mad at God.
Then why do you debate Christians and debate Christians every night?
Because truth matters, and I live in a country where everyone believes in a dead carcass in the sky. If you lived in a world where 97% of the people in your country, or 90% of them, believed in vampires, would you be the weird one if you were out here running a live stream that says, "Hey, I don't think vampires are real"?
Sure.
Okay.
If they know.
So in the analogy, you're the guy that believes in vampires, and I'm the guy that doesn't believe in vampires, and I'm over here saying, "Hey, I don't think vampires are real," and your belief in vampires is affecting me. So let's fucking talk about it.
Again, that's a populum fallacy. Just because majority believe.
That's not an ad populum fallacy. You have no idea how that fallacy even works.
I think I know.
You don't know.
I think I used it wrong. I used it wrong in that sense.
You definitely used it wrong. Yeah, you weren't even close. All right, Sam, we got to move on. Thanks for coming up, man.
Well, but yes, I pray for you.
Yeah, no one fucking cares. We'll think for you. Imagine the audacity of getting absolutely fucking blown out and ending with "I'll pray for you."
Pray for yourself first.
Yeah, maybe if you had prayed before you came up here, you would have had a better argument. It's crazy. God's not answering those fucking prayers, y'all. And Corbin...
And that guy has the mic they say that I do.
Oh, dude, his mic was so bad. Like, it was loud, but I couldn't understand what the fuck he was talking about. Corbin, thank you for the super chat. Says, what's your take on Hagar just straight up looking at God and naming God in Genesis 16 seems out of character? Well, kind of. So these types of visitations are common in some of the redaction layers of the Hebrew Bible. This idea that you could see God and live, I don't think is necessarily true in the Elohist redaction layer. It might be somewhat true in the Yahwist tradition, but I don't think it's true in the Elohist. I'll check through the priestly tradition, see what the priestly tradition thinks, but yeah, to me, I think we've got these competing ideas in the Hebrew Bible of like, what is God and how much of God can you see? And they just don't really agree all the time. Hagar is a good example of that. Empty Doctor, Directory, Empty Directory, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, it's always a delight when Ems is on the stream. Dude is a 10 times multiplier to the heat of the barbecue roast on, fellas. 1,000,000%. M's is like the lighting fluid you have to spray on the coals before you can actually light the fire. It's obligatory. Saint was framed. Thank you for the $10 trooper that says, Justin, I tried to purchase a custom Bible quote hoodie on Etsy the other day, and they refunded me the next day. Guess they didn't like Isaiah 13:16. That's something we need to do more of. We have to start selling our own merch that has these horrific Bible passages on them. Which reminds me, somebody, I got a strange. I was debated whether or not I was going to do this, but I'm definitely going to do it. Hold on. Speaking of merch, I got a really strange text message from somebody that is creepy as fuck, and I'm calling you out from the stage. This has happened multiple times to me. Stop fucking doing this. Whose ever phone number is 325-669-9562, who messaged me, and when I asked you, you clearly know who I am because you got a t-shirt with my face on it. And when I asked you who you are and how you got my number, you refused to respond back. Now there are thousands of people who have your phone number, 325-669-9562. If you have the balls to find my number somewhere and send me a message and then not respond back who you are or how you got my number, I will fucking eviscerate you on my live stream. You're not a fan in my community. I don't care that you think this t-shirt is funny. Respect my goddamn privacy. Sorry, I got that out of the way. I need to take care of that idiot. I don't know what part of the community you're in, but I hope you get a lot of fucking messages now. And Never, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. It says the word for the cookout is fructose intolerant. The condition of being completely unable to tolerate other people's bullshit. The aromas of cooking give Doug joy, and he's pleased. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Love what you do and keep cooking. Thank you, Never, odd or even. I really appreciate that. Big W. And Katie, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, missed you, Justin, and glad you're back. I hope the family, Faraday, Volta, Doug, and Sharon, were taken care of while you served your sentence. It was a short sentence. I had it commuted. So we're good. We're back home. Actually, my BFF, Dan, was checking in and watching the cats for me. Those longtime watchers of the show have actually seen Dan. He's been up twice before. But anyways, he helps me out a lot when I'm out. Archibald, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, do you have a favorite Bible verse that isn't related to falsehoods, cooking Christians? I think mine is Ecclesiastes 9:11. Never forget. I'm not a believer, but there is a pearl of wisdom in that. Is that the one about, hold on, eat, drink, and be merry? He says that a couple times. And I do love that passage. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. But this one says, again, I saw under the sun, the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, or riches to the intelligent, nor favor to the skillful, but time and chance happen to them all. Actually, that's a really good one. That's a really good one. We do find in one of the Proverbs, it does say to enjoy the breasts of your wife. I thought that was a good piece of advice from the Bible. I certainly could get on board with that one. Let's see. There's quite a few. I do love the proverb that talks about when somebody is unkind to you, treat them with kindness back, because in doing so you'll be heaping coals upon their head. That's kind of a good one. I don't know. There is some good stuff in the Bible. I'll admit. You already know one of my favorites. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. I think it's a great passage. Apharia says, hi Justin. My brain put that in there. Will you assess my claim? Exodus 7:11 invalidates the Christian talking point that you can't get life from non-life. Interesting. I guess I never thought about that claim being addressed in the Bible. It says, then Pharaoh summoned the wise men and the sorcerers also, and the magicians of Egypt, and they did the same by their secret arts. Oh, this is such a good point. Okay, so according to Exodus, the magicians of Pharaoh used the dark arts to do a number of tricks that they needed God to do, like turning the staff into a snake and different things like that, right? If they can turn a staff into a living snake, using the dark arts, that means you could create life too. Fuck, that's good. Okay. Afaria, that's interesting. Although I would say this, in their worldview, that can only be done because these demonic entities really do exist. So it doesn't really disprove God. I don't know. There's a couple ways to look at that. Nightman Comment says tacos de lengua? Tacos de lengua are objectively the best tacos. Listen, we might not agree, Nightman. I don't even know what that is, but I do know that my favorite is the carne asada tacos. Those are my absolute favorite. Although I'm not having them anymore. I'm switching. I got to do like fish tacos because I'm pescatarian now. So my moral arc as an atheist up to this point has led me to pescatarian. I almost went full vegetarian, not vegan. But the reality is, I don't think fish live a long, healthy, fantastic, conscious life. I think they're like fucking ferns that learned how to survive in the wild, and that's about it. I'm not really too concerned about them. I think almost all fish die of predation. So fuck fish. I mean, if I don't eat them, the shark will. Other than that, yeah, I can't eat a cow. They're too sentient. They're too pet-like. Same thing with all the other animals. I'm every time I see one, I think to myself, like, I get a little, what's the word I'm looking for? I feel a little bit guilty about eating it, if that makes sense. So I think that is telling my brain that I shouldn't be doing that. Okay. I'm going to grab one more conversation, and then we're going to probably have to wrap things up. Now it's getting late. We'll see how fast this conversation goes or doesn't go. How you doing, Servant Nick?
Hey, sir.
How you doing,
Your name
bud?
is Justin, correct?
That is correct. Have we talked before?
I think we have talked about one time before, but I just wanted to say really quick, I've been listening to the conversation. Listen, when you read the Holy Bible, what you're supposed to take away is what Jesus said, do to others as you would have them do to you. This sums up the law and the prophets. It's not to think that God is a rapist, Justin.
God is a rapist because he causes people to be raped. Want to read
Justin,
it?
I just told you what sums up the law and the prophets. Don't be perverted.
And you'd be wrong. So,
Justin, you're wrong.
So God causes people to be raped. You want to see it?
Justin, you don't call the Most High a rapist.
I just did. He's a rapist. You want to see it?
And Justin, you need to have mercy.
For I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle. The city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped.
He said what would happen.
He says he's causing it. He says, I will gather the nations against them.
You would think the one who created people would know what the evil people would do, Justin.
I know, which is why he caused the rape. He knew that when he brought these evil people against Jerusalem that they would rape the women, and he did it anyways.
All right, Justin, I came here tonight to tell you don't call the Most High a rapist. Good night.
Well, you can't fucking stop me. He's a rapist. Your God's a pervert. Okay. That's it? That's all you came for? I guess we'll take another. God is not sending his best. How you doing, Daniel?
What's going on, man? Full transparency, this is my first time here. I'm a Christian, in case that wasn't clear, but every single time I hear these lives, it's a very one-sided argument, man. It's tough to hear. So full transparency, I'm not here to argue with you, man, but maybe we can have a good conversation in the midst.
Sure. So what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I mean, I think that's just a really, really large conversation. But like, I'll start by addressing, if you don't mind, some of the things that you mentioned. Going back to when this gentleman was quoting Psalms 22, right? You were referring to the tense concerns that you had with that. If I understood correctly, I actually kind of jumped in at that point.
Unlike Christians, I think grammar is important.
Yeah, no, and I think that, I mean, just like anything else, right? Like, for me, like, my goal isn't to prove anybody wrong. I think we all have to go through our own journeys in life. A lot of people choose solely an intellectual journey. It's a noble one. I just think it's incomplete. I think there's more to life than just being intellectual. But that's just my opinion, right? Everybody's entitled to them. However, that being said, if you're going to use an intellectual argument, I would argue that it's fair to include the entirety of the argument that you're making, right? You're using modern day English grammar as a frame of reference for thousands of year old Hebrew text.
So I should be using the Hebrew then, huh?
Sure, you can.
Sure. What's the Hebrew
You're
say? Is it
welcome to.
present? Is it present tense or future tense?
It's neither. It's actually referred to as perfect tense if you look it up in the Strong's Concordance. Now,
First of all, a Strong's Concordance isn't a lexicon. Strong's Concordance
Okay.
is a lexicon of the King James Bible. That's it. It's not a lexicon of the Hebrew language. You have to use an actual real lexicon like the Brown Driver Briggs, which is freely available online, or you can use a more expensive one like the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Hebrew or the Old Testament called the Hallet for short. Both of those are proper lexicons. And what you'll find if you studied Hebrew is that something that's perfect, a perfect verb, is a verb that has already been completed. That's why it's perfect.
Yeah, no, I understand that, right? Which is
Okay.
really interesting, right? Because if you understand the concept of prophecy,
I
by
do.
definition, when it's written, then so let's just use this argument, right? And again, Justin, your name's Justin, right?
My name is Justin. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you're also wrong about those verbs being in the perfect tense, but whatever.
Okay. Well, maybe the Strong's Concordance is wrong. My mistake for not reading more books
The
about
Strong's
ancient Hebrew.
Concordance, the Strong's Concordance is not giving you the tenses of these verbs.
Sure it is. Like, do you
No,
ever use
it's
Bible
not.
Hub? It's there. I'm looking at it right now, dude.
That's not the Strong's Concordance.
Okay. Well, then I'll
Bible
stand
Hub
corrected.
is not
Again,
a Strong's Concordance.
that's fine.
There you go.
Again, not here to argue with anybody, right? But here's my question, man. If, hypothetically speaking, you're looking at the Bible in the context of which it was written, then you understand that the Bible says that God knew the end from the beginning. So then
Yeah,
you
he
could
says
easily
in
make an
Isaiah.
argument. You could easily make the argument that any tense is written from a completed place, which
No, you
by
wouldn't.
definition, if it's
That's
I just did.
preposterous.
It's not
Well,
preposterous.
that's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard a Christian say on all of my live
How?
streams. That
Qualify
you can take any word in the Hebrew Bible and make it about the future. What a ridiculous, childish thing to even think.
I mean, attacking me doesn't make your
Okay,
point strong,
So
Justin,
then,
right? At the end of the day, man.
so let me find you a verse. Tell me if this is a future, if it's a prediction for the future, or if this is actually about the past. Let's just do, I don't know, so like Genesis 48.
Wait, let me ask you, while you're
let's
pulling that up,
see.
man, out of curiosity, is your goal to just go
using
out of your way to
way
take your
too many
perspective and try to
words. Genesis 48 says, "Your father Joseph was told that your father is ill." Is that a future tense or perfect tense? What is that?
Justin, so let me. Maybe I wasn't clear when I said this at the beginning.
Is this about
What
the
I said
future or
was-
not?
No, I'm happy. I'm happy to answer your question, but I just want to clarify something.
Then you could just answer the question. Is this for the future or not?
So what I said at the very beginning was, I don't know you.
So you're not
going
gonna
to
answer the question.
No, I'm happy to answer the question. But
Then
at the
why
end of
won't
the
you
day,
answer it?
because I'm attempting to make a point that it
Well,
seems
I
like
don't
you
want to
skipped
hear your
over.
point. I want you to actually
I
answer my
understand.
question. Is this about the future or not?
Yeah, would you, after this point, I mean, I just
Yes or
Joseph
no?
said your father
Yes or
is
no on
ill.
future? Yes or no? It's about the future.
It says Joseph was told that your father was ill. You're
I know.
missing all the content.
Is it about the future or not?
All right, Justin. Here's what I'm gonna do, man.
It's crazy
What I
that he
said at
can't
the very
answer
beginning
it.
of this,
Is this
I can
about the
answer it.
future?
But bro, here's the thing. Like, this is what you're
Daniel,
doing. Like, you
so
don't.
here's
You
what-
let that's the dude
so
that didn't actually.
Here's what's going to happen. I know you want to crash out. You're dying to crash out. I know you didn't come to argue, but you did come to crash out. All I need is an answer. The answer to your question is going to illustrate my point, which is you think that this is not about the future for simple grammatical rules. So just answer my question.
That's all you're doing. And if all you're looking to do is make arguments that serve your premise,
All you're doing is making arguments that illustrate your point. Whatever you do, don't do that. Don't make arguments that illustrate the validity of your points. That would be a terrible thing to do. Now I know why this guy was down in the comments shouting during those last couple guests, because he's unhinged. I'm glad I brought him up. He has no idea he's muted right now. He's yapping the entire time muted. He has no idea he's muted. He's never been on TikTok. He doesn't even know how it works. It's wild. Just so you know, everyone who text messaged that guy that I just gave you his number, now he's texting me apologizing. Interesting. Funny how that works. You don't like strangers texting you, huh? You don't think that's a good time, huh? Daniel, you gonna figure out how the mute button works or what? How long do we want to do this?
There we go. I mean, you could have mentioned, again, you were right. I don't know how to use TikTok, so I didn't.
There
I
you
could unmute
go.
myself.
So what's the answer to the question?
Look, man, it seems to me like you just want to bully people that can't present a valid argument,
Nope.
and then anytime somebody attempts to like this,
I want
interrupt them.
you to
finish a
answer my
point, bro.
question.
Dude, I'm attempting to have a conversation.
You're not having a conversation, and here's why. You made a point. I'm directly counteracting your point. I'm demonstrating to you why your point is invalid, and you're refusing to enter into that discussion with me. My point is in response to your point, which means I'm having a conversation and you're running from the conversation. We're not moving on until we've addressed this point about grammar tenses. That's where we're at. We're not moving on. You're not making a second argument. You're not making a third argument, and you're not running. We're going to answer the question on whether or not grammar tenses matter, whether it kills you or not.
We good, man? You gonna let me finish sentence this time?
I don't think you are. The only words that need to leave your
I'm
mouth
fine.
is whether or not this is about the future.
I mean, it says after this, Joseph was told your father is ill. Sounds like a current conversation.
There we go. And how did you determine that this is not about the future?
Because I'm contextually
because
reading the sentence.
Because the text said so.
Because I'm reading it in context.
So am I. I'm reading it in context, which is why when we go to Psalm 22, it's clear that the context is that this is a lamentation of David about his own struggles, which is why it starts out, to the leader, according to the deer of a dawn, a psalm of David. Somebody's lamentation about their own anguish doesn't become a prophecy just because somebody later suffers similarly. That doesn't make it a prophecy.
Right. So David's hands were pierced and his clothes were gambled over?
Well, first of all, it doesn't say pierced. In the original Hebrew text, the word dakar for pierced will never show up in this text because it's not there. It says ka'ari, like a lion at my hands and my feet, which is what was the traditional reading throughout most of history.
Okay. All you're doing is presenting argument for your perspective, but you haven't removed the argument for mine.
You actually haven't made an argument yet.
I have.
Your argument is that this is about the future.
You said I was the stupidest person you've ever talked to, if I recall correctly.
No, I didn't say that.
You disagreed with. I said this was the dumbest argument that you've ever heard presented.
I said it was the dumbest argument I've ever heard. I didn't say you were the stupidest person, but now that we're in this conversation, you definitely are one of the dumbest people I've talked to, which is really fun because I get the impression you think you're really bright. But we're going to find out that that's not the case here tonight. So again, it doesn't say anybody's hands are being pierced here. In fact, in the NRSV, it says that they bound my hands on my feet, which is a legitimate reading. You can get to that reading based on the original Greek and Hebrew, whichever one you think is more credible. But the fact of the matter is, none of the texts that we have say anything about piercing. So this isn't about a crucifixion. This is about somebody who's being attacked by their enemies, who's being divided, and he's using language that is reminiscent of what you would expect if you were in fact defeated and surrounded by your enemies. What would they do? They would take your clothing and gamble them off. That's what you did. When Saul killed the enemy's armies, they went and derobed the enemies. They went and took their stuff. When the Amalekites were defeated, They went back and took their stuff, their swords, their weapons, their clothing. This is what you did in war when you died. He's describing losing the war. That's it. Daniel's just yapping on mute the entire time. I've never seen someone yap on mute so long. It's pretty wild.
All you're doing is drawing conclusions, which is fine. Intellectually, that's what a person should do when they're attempting to learn something. But when it stops becoming intellectual and starts becoming emotional is when the second someone disagrees with your conclusion, you start insulting them. You haven't presented any more facts than I have. You've simply presented a conclusion that you drew that's different than mine, which is fine.
What fact did you present?
I'm not arguing that there's anything wrong with your
What's
conclusion.
the fact that
but
you
haven't
presented?
said anything. The fact is that if you are grading scripture, not according to modern day 2026 logic, not according to all of the things that you've read about different scholars, if you are simply grading scripture, whether you believe it or not, against scripture, which is the thing that we're reading, then scripture itself supports the argument that prophecy can be spoken in the present tense before it comes to pass in
disagree.
time. There is no you're entitled to do that.
Show me where that happens. No, it doesn't. The Bible agrees with me.
Oh, did you want me to answer your questions, or are you just trying to sun me like you were doing a previous dude?
I'm disagreeing with you. That's what happens when someone disagrees with you. They tell you you're wrong.
No, you're allowed. You're allowed to disagree with me. But at the end of the day, does the Bible or does the Bible not say that God knew the end from the beginning?
Yeah. And he
Does
tells
the Bible
you
not say that
through
what
clear
was-
grammar what's going to happen. You can just look at the predictions that God makes and say, this is God
that's not
telling you
answering-
what's
you're not
going to
addressing my point.
happen.
You're making a different
So
point.
we know when God is declaring the end from the beginning because he tells you. That's why he says in Amos that he does nothing without revealing it through his holy servants, the prophets first, which means
Gotcha.
he tells you what he's going to do before he does it. He doesn't say it in past tense. He doesn't say it in present tense. He says it in future tense.
So hypothetically, let's make the hypothetical argument that God is real according to scripture, right? And let's make the hypothetical argument that we're using that as the frame of reference. Is it or is it not scripturally accurate that everything that we are experiencing in time, God has already seen? It's already come to pass from his perspective as a being that's outside of time. I mean, you can smirk, but it's a simple question.
Is where you want to go? You think
It's a
grammar
simple
no
question,
longer?
man.
You think grammar no longer
It's not-
matters
okay,
because God lives in?
This seems to be
Because
really
God
important to you. Grammar does
because
matter.
God
Grammar
doesn't
Okay,
matter
we can-
because
no, we
God
can
is
go-
in all
no,
time
we got- well,
zones.
let's get the crayons out, man. Grammar matters, okay?
It's
No one's
crazy.
saying grammar doesn't
It's crazy
matter.
that you want to
Grammar
break out the
matters.
crayons.
It's
I agree.
very
You're gonna need
important.
some. You're gonna need some crayons for this
It's
one.
very important.
Yeah, you are.
But there are multiple scriptures, right? Like just Isaiah chapter 9. Right? It's this crazy thing that says, unto us a child is born. I'm
It's
sure
not
they were
about the
talking about some
future.
new baby up the street.
Yep.
Right? It has nothing to do with
his
prophetic
name was
references to Christ, right?
His name was Hezekiah.
Okay. No reference
The
prophetically
child was
to
the child
Christ in that.
the child was already born in. He was already
The
there. He already existed. The child was
same
born
scripture-
in the past tense. For a child has been born for
You
us.
know-
A son has been given to us, and authority rests on his shoulders. This is identical to what we find
It's
when
identical.
other future kings are born in the ancient world. We have dozens and dozens of prophecies from the ancient Near East of future kings, even future queens being born and having the exact same language. A child has been born for us. Our kingdom will rest on his shoulders. He or she will sit on this throne one day. We've got all kinds of fucking prophecies like that. This is just one of many. I have no reason to believe that this is a future tense prophecy about Jesus. That's asinine.
Yeah, and here's the thing, man. If this were a platform where you were interested in a dialogue, where you listened to other people's perspectives before you try to shit on them, then we could discuss where there's possibility that you're missing something, even in scripture that
Prove me wrong.
supports. No, we're good, because every single time I attempt to make a
Prove me
point,
wrong.
all you're trying to do is flex to your little cronies and
Prove
make
me
yourself
wrong.
look good in front of these people, right?
Prove me wrong.
And that was my mistake. You know what? That's the thing, man. That
Oh,
was
so
my
you just
mistake
came to
because I
cry.
was
You can't
attempting-
prove me wrong. You just came to cry.
Here we go. More insults, man. And
Let's
nobody's
get,
crying.
let's get baby bottles in the chat for Daniel's tears. Oh, no.
This is actually sad, dude. Like,
Prove me
honestly,
wrong.
let's like, what do you
Prove
get
me
from
wrong.
this, man? Like,
Prove me
honestly, is your
wrong.
goal to
Prove me
just
wrong, Daniel.
try to make yourself look good in front of people that don't actually know you?
I'm actually making you look bad. I'm not making me look good. So prove me wrong.
No. You can't make
Prove me
me look
wrong.
bad. Just like I can't make you look bad. I don't
You've
know
made
you,
yourself
and that's
look
not
bad.
my attempt.
Prove me
I'm
wrong,
fine.
Daniel.
The only way I could do that is through a dialogue where I was able to finish a point without you lobbing out some sort of silly childish insult or asking people to put baby bottles out here, man. You acting like a child right now.
Prove me
you let
wrong.
the guy
The
who
crying.
barely
Oh
spoke.
no.
See? More
Oh,
interruptions,
let's get
man.
the tiniest
More
violin.
interruptions. More interruptions, man.
Oh no.
It's just a weak position.
Oh
You're
no.
like the guy who
I don't
got
want to
beat up
prove
in
you
high
wrong.
school,
I just
who's
want to
now saying,
cry.
because I got TikTok, all of the people have to listen to me now.
No.
You let a guy who barely spoke
I bet Daniel's
English,
really
right?
tough.
Might have been a nice guy.
I bet Daniel's
let a
really
guy
tough
who
in real
barely
life.
spoke English
I bet.
continue to talk.
The reason why I let the guy who barely spoke English continue to talk is that he wasn't an asshat like you. So you'll notice that the people who get to talk on my channel are the nice ones. Not the people that come up to pontificate, not the people that come up to crash out, not the people that lose their minds when I disagree with them and demand that I'm being bad faith because I won't accept their bad grammatical arguments. That is preposterous. Although Daniel seems to be really upset about people getting picked on in high school. I wonder what his high school experience was like. I actually had a good high school experience. No one picked on me. I had a great time in high school. We're still friends. I see him at reunions. He still doesn't know how the mute button works.
It's unfortunate, man. I'm gonna let you enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm sorry that you're not able to have a conversation with somebody.
It is unfortunate that you're incapable of having a conversation, not me. Before you came up, I've had at least a dozen of them here tonight. Everyone who's been at this live stream more than 5 minutes knows that I can have a conversation. You're the problem. Maybe think about that. I bet people don't like talking to you in real life because you think you're really smart and you're not.
Do you have anything but insults?
Yep.
That's it. Insults in the mute.
Not for you though. You've already demonstrated that you're not worth my time. Unless you're ready to prove me wrong. Are you ready to prove me wrong? That's what everyone here wants to see. They want to see you prove me wrong. Can you do it?
I could if you could hold a conversation without your emotions getting involved and interrupting the whole thing.
Well, then let's do it. Verse 6, chapter 9.
You can't.
Oh, so now you can't do it. Oh no.
No, I could the whole time.
Oh, here comes the crying.
Justin.
Here comes the
Wish
crying.
you the best of luck, man. Wish you the best of luck, man.
There's no crying.
You're gonna have to boot me off this thing.
Yeah, I know. You're dying to get booted. I know. You want to get suicide by the boot button rather than engage in the conversation. We're used to that. Don't worry. Okay.
Every guest today sucked.
Yeah, they really
They're
were.
boring or horrible.
What do I even say about this one? Crashed out, but said he didn't come to argue. Is that about right?
I think this would be a short at most.
I guess I'm just going to write down, didn't come to argue, decided to crash out and argue. People are fucking wild. All right, listen, guys, it's 11:30 almost. I got to read these super chats so I'm not up till 2 a.m. tonight. Thank you so much for being here, friends, and for all the support, and for sitting through some of these fucking guests. Holy shit, you deserve a medal for that. Luke says, rock hard for Doug. Agreed 1,000,000%. Rock hard for Doug. And Jarilli says, happy Black History Month. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Although I'm so worried right now, like to open the news and see that, like, I know I can just feel it in my bones that now that we're in February, Trump is about he's going to try to honor Black History Month by doing the most racist thing ever. Like I already know it's going to happen.
He did. He posted a...
What'd he do? No, what'd he do?
Okay, so he posted like an AI video of Obama and Michelle as apes.
The president of the United fucking States posted an AI video of Obama's. You guys know I don't do a lot of politics here. If there are people here that are part of this community and you can't admit that Trump is a racist piece of shit, I don't know how much we need you here. I really do love and appreciate people on the right wing that support me, but I cannot accept someone who will not call out this president for being the racist piece of shit that he is, guys. If you're incapable of doing that, we're just not going to get along here. I love you, but we're not going to get along here. Our president's a fucking racist, y'all. Karen, thank you for the super chat. Says, praise Doug. Justin's back. Missed you, friend. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, Karen. And Spaghetti, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, need more streams of you and Matt G. I do enjoy streaming, but I've unfortunately I've always got other things that I have to kind of do, so I can't stream as much as I want to. Mick says, if the universe needs a creator, who created God? Agreed, right? They always want to go out there and say like something can't come from nothing, and you can't have an eternal necessary existence. But then they're like, well, my God is eternal and necessary. Gargoyle King, good to see you. It says, how many rakes can Philbro step on? All of them. Indeed. In every possible world, too. And Chris Lambert, thank you for the super chat, says, Philbro's words mean more than words, just not wait, Yahweh? Just not Yahweh's words? Agreed. Actually, Philbro words always trump Yahweh's words in the Bible. And Dark Aether Princess Piao says, gotta love Philbro's blowing off know-nothings like Thomas Aquinas rather than actually reading their damn holy book. Rock hard for like, yes, the amount of Philbros that get up here, they know more about Aquinas than they do the Bible is so fucking concerning to me. Like, you're in the wrong place. RMT says, is there any good reason to read Luke 3:23 as Mary's lineage? Seems like a cope. It's a definite cope. It clearly says that Joseph is the son of Heli. That's what it says. The lineage is for Joseph. It's not for Mary. This is, even the early church knew this. If you read Eusebius, he explains the contradictory lineages by explaining that Joseph had a biological father and adopted father. So both of them are Joseph's daddies. Sad Techie, good to see. It says seen only means seen on Wednesdays. That is the truth.
I just finished the video, and the video shows Trump as a lion, and then everybody's bowing down to him.
No fucking way. This is why I don't open the news, y'all. I can't mentally deal with religious people and then also deal with the political news. It's too much. It's too fucking much. I appreciate that there are people in this community that kind of keep me informed, but like, fucking, if you can't admit that Trump is a racist pedophile, we're not living in the same fucking reality. I don't care if you're a Republican or not. Even if I was a Republican still, I would tell you that Trump is a racist fucking pedophile. It's just the truth. Anyway, Samson says, a lot of screwing and shafts. Okay, for Justin. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And Gargo, thank you for the super chat, says, 3 little gods came together to form one bigger God. Yes. The God of the Bible is like the 3 kids in the trench coat trying to buy like a movie ticket at like the X-rated movie theater. Tosa says, research equals let me figure out my lie. That's what it is. But at least he admitted that he needed to go do more research. And Susie, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, why isn't each member of the Trinity? I agree. Listen, if the Trinity is real, then they add up to 300%. If the Trinity is real in the other direction, that means Jesus is like 33.3%. With the repeating threes. You have to have the repeating threes. So like, it's just crazy. The Trinity will never add up. Math isn't math. Pat says, it's like this. Jesus is God, but is not God. Isn't that the craziest thing? Jesus is identical to God, except he's distinct. Pat says, turn off your thinking, Cap, and trust me, bro time. Yes. The amount of people that come here with trust me, bros, rather than logic it hurts my heart. And Sly says, I hear Dawkins is horrified of your intellect. Oh, Darth Dawkins? He fucking is, actually. He cries about me all the time. There are very few TikTokers that cry about me as much as Darth Dawkins. He cries about me a lot. I live rent-free in his head, and it's pretty fucking spacious. Not a whole lot of stuff up there to worry about. Sam, thank you so much for the additional super chat. It says, thank you so much. I'm at still LTD. Sam, rock hard for Doug. Okay, so your channel that you started prior that you were talking about is at still LTD. Let me look that up real quick on the YouTubes. See if I can find it and drop you a follow. Unless it was on TikTok. I forget if you said it was on TikTok or not, but I'm going to grab the YouTube handle real quick. At still limited. I don't see a YouTube channel dedicated to this handle. Hold on. So it must be a TikTok handle. Yeah, I don't see one. So let me check TikTok for that real quick and see if maybe you were talking about a TikTok account. Search. It's still .ltd. I found you. All right, here's the profile. All right, friends, this is who we got to go follow. We're going to go follow on TikTok at still.ltd. Looks just like that. They got a new channel doing the work, doing the deconstruction, combating misinformation. So make sure you drop Sam a follow and we get his career started here. Dante, thank you for the super chat. Says, why is God becoming sexless? Didn't he have a wife? He had a wife and a penis, according to the ancient texts. They had to get rid of that. They were too embarrassed. Antimatter says, if fear of prison doesn't stop people from breaking the law, I wouldn't expect the prize of heaven to stop people from breaking God's law. Yeah, for sure. Like, even in Texas, people are still committing murders, even though they have capital punishment.
And the fear of prison didn't stop you last week, so.
That's true. Yeah, I was there either way. They let me out on good behavior. Game Guy says, so basically agnostic is worried that if there were proof that God exists or that he doesn't exist, people would behave like Christians. Exactly it. That's 100% his concern. And JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. Andy Pate, thank you for the super chat, says, how do you tell the difference between following the rules of an undetectable God and some dude who just wants to scam you? Agreed. Like, I didn't ask him this question, but the question is unanswerable. If God wasn't good, how could you know? They have no method. They're just assuming that God is good because they need it for their argument. Chris says, atheist majority nations are doing far better. Well, certainly I don't know if we would say atheist nations, but I would say secular nations for sure. I think are doing much better at taking care of their people. Definitely like most of these nations decided to like actually like do things that are sustainable to the human race. Steeler Nation, well, listen, the Brown season is already over, so we won't start any fights with Steeler Nation, but I subscribed last night and Cheat Sheet is awesome. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I do enjoy the cheat sheet. I got more updates for it. I did a couple new tabs recently. I think you'll really enjoy the new tabs. But I'm adding to it all the time.
And I'm a collaborator now, so I'm gonna be adding stuff soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I added M as a collaborator on the cheat sheet so we can make sure that the Quran tab gets fully filled out. So pretty pumped for that. Follow says, God exists outside of space and time, so you can't prove and he doesn't exist. Wait, I'm sorry. So you can't prove he doesn't exist. Checkmate, atheist. I know. Diamond cutter for Doug. That's the goal, right? If my conception of God is completely unfalsifiable, that means you can't falsify it, right? Unfortunately, they always make mistakes. They always want to attribute characteristics to the God that are kind of falsifiable in one way or another. And follow up says Eva Green's mams almost make me believe in God. A 10 on the Rockwell over Doug. Wait, who's Eva? Who's Eva Green? Hold on. I don't know. Friends, you know I don't know anything. Hold on. I know the Bible. Wait, who's Eva Green? Okay, Eva Green is a person apparently. Isn't it an actress? Hold on. I think it's an actress. The daughter of actress Marlene Gilbert. She began her career in theater before making her film debut. Okay, so Eva Green is an actress. Eva Green's mams? Okay, sorry. It took me a second to figure out what the fuck you're talking about here. You're trying to say the words without being pervy. You're referring to mammaries. You think her... Philo, you think Eva's mammaries are so glorious there must be a God that created it. That's fucking crazy. Gargoyle says, clone, God here, please stop, you're not helping. Yes. If you come in and your name's Cologne, but the bar is set pretty low. Sonic Shroom, good to see you. Says all the Abrahamic religion is a psyop. It is. It really is. Playing in, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, ever listen to that Sophia Isella song about Numbers 31? Absolute banger. You know, I haven't done that yet. I really need to. I'll put it in my browser to watch back later after this stream. Thank you for the additional reminder. Mike Internet, thank you for the super chat. Says, I think I need Ems's merch. I need to rep Ems in my day-to-day. You know what? We need Ems merch in the merch store. This is a fair point. I need to at least do...
Somebody made my profile picture and sent it to me. So that could work.
That's really good.
It's a bad signal with Ems.
We'll definitely get one of those out. Rexzilla says, Justin, if you were God, how would you handle the evil issue? Well, I wouldn't create it. So I like Ian's solution. Ian has a solution where he would either take the desire away from people so they didn't desire to do evil, or he would do it so that if they did do evil, they got stopped, like a cosmic police would stop them from doing it. So you still have free will, but you'll actually get stopped from harming others. I think that's all right. And Meg says, it's about damn time you got bailed out. Had to listen to rerun. Sorry, Meg, I apologize. I'm home now, though. I'm home now. And Stray says, because of Ems, I now wonder if my doctor is off arguing with theists whenever she leaves the exam room. I like to believe she is. That might be the case. I would love it. I would love it if this was an activity that more doctors engaged in. Gario King with the additional super chat, thank you, says best argument for God, place hand in armpit, make fart noise. Sorry, just got stoned. Praise Doug, no more IKEA jail. Okay, for Justin. Well, thank you, Gargoyle. Listen, I do like some armpit noises better than some of the worship music I've heard. So like I can go for that. And Lee here says, thanks. Well, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for supporting the stream. And Khan with the follow-up super chat says, what are your thoughts on accommodationism? Oh, fuck. My thoughts is I don't know what that means, that I have to type this into the Google. Never even heard of this. Okay, okay. Accommodationism is a philosophical... is a philosophy advocating for cooperation, adaptation, and compromise rather than direct confrontation to navigate challenging socio-political or ideological landscapes. I guess this is akin to saying you should work with the people that you disagree with rather than arguing with them. Specifically on like politics and religion. I can't say I would fall into that category. I do think in your real life, like this is the debate stage, right? In your real life, you should never do what I'm doing. Never do what I'm doing and just challenge people in real life on their religious beliefs. It has to be a more one-on-one good faith discussion. I have a unique situation that I have a debate stage and I'm making the claim up front, and anyone who gets on my stage already knows that we're going to be in a little bit of a, a little bit of back and forth. People in real life, you should do the accommodationism. You should try to work with them and show them what is true and right without arguing with them. But here, I get to argue with people, and it does work. Thomas says, waiting for the, well, it was a metaphor gambit. I'm shocked that didn't come up once today. Not once. Not fucking once, but usually at least a dozen. Jesus Had No Loincloth says, what is your favorite theory on Paul's thorn? Great question. So when I was younger, I thought the thorn in Paul's side was a physical ailment, and I still do. I think perhaps if we're going to point to anything, it might be his eyesight. We do know from some of his letters that he had poor eyesight. That's why we've got one manuscript, maybe even more than one, of Paul when he signs off says, see, this is, your brother Paul or whatever. See what big letters I'm writing in, which you would expect if somebody was like blind or going blind and they couldn't really write anymore. And we find even in the actual written manuscripts, you'll find that they tried to copy it so that the letters show up differently, which one of the reasons why people do believe that Paul was a real person is because otherwise that little tidbit would never have made it into the manuscripts, right? What, you know what I mean? What a weird thing to invent, Nevertheless, my theory has always been it's probably his failing eyesight, but I could be wrong. Like a lot of time and effort had been put into that particular topic. I didn't spend a ton of time on it because I was a Hebrew Bible guy, but that's my 2 cents. Let me know if you got something better. And Silatak says, if only more doctors would pray, the hospitals would empty. Praise the rocks of salvation. I know. Could you imagine if prayer actually worked? Like if God's promises are true, you could just show up at a hospital, pray, and people get healed, and everyone becomes a Christian. Brett Hayes says, hey, Justin, love what you do. I watch every chance I get. I have an idea for a mug or a t-shirt. Spelling out why. Oh. Okay. All right, let me write down my notes. I did, I did start one. I have a rough draft of this already in, but I don't think it's on a mug. Let me double check to see how far I got with that actually, because I did have the same thought, because so many people have asked me to talk about this particular topic that I know I made some merch for it. Hold on, let me figure out where my login is. All right, let me log in my account and see where I left off with that, because I did start making something just for that. Did I finish it? Let me see. Listings. I did not finish that. Okay. That's one thing that I do need to actually finish. Okay. All right. I'll make some merch with this breakdown on it. I don't know how well people will like it, but I'll definitely do that for you. And Omega, thank you for the $5 super thanks. Big W. And God Eating Penguin, amazing name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. A change in name for you says, I don't have to have knowledge to believe in Christ. It's unironically one of the best arguments I've seen presented on this channel. I mean, it is true though, right? You don't have to have any evidence to believe in the sky carcass. And we know that a lot of people up here are in that position. They don't have any evidence. They just believe in spite of the lack of evidence. And Blind Neighborhood Nerd, good to see you. Thank you for being here, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, Dean, and Parker have the dumbest guests on YouTube. They're so dumb. Keep cooking, Justin. Also, thoughts on Unitree robots? I'm a massive robot nerd. I don't know if I've actually used that brand before. Huh. I thought I knew all of the robot brands. Oh, these are the humanoid robots. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't fuck around with humanoid robots really all that much. Okay. Thoughts. I think they're fun. The humanoid looking robots I think are pretty neat. I don't think they're as useful as we hope they are. Not yet. They'll get to a point. We're definitely going to get to a point where we have a humanoid robot that can go around the house doing human things. It can pick up trash. It can organize your laundry. It can do all the things. Are we there yet? No. Would I like to be there? I would, actually. I would welcome it. You guys know my background's in robotics and electrical engineering. I have no problems getting humanoid robots in the mix for sure. And Bug, thank you for the super chat, says, we finally found someone who believes in talking dogs. Isn't that crazy? We knew we would eventually. We'd get somebody to commit to talking dogs, and we did. Today was the day. We got a commitment to talking dogs. McDubbin says, shrimps are literally sea insects. How dare you disrespect Al Pastor? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. That's on me. I do enjoy some shrimp, though. It's tasty. High in protein, too, by the way. They can't be any more or less sentient than fish, though. Joseph, thank you for the super chat, says, what did Jesus mean when he said he came to fulfill, not to abolish the law? What was he fulfilling? The law, by doing it. Now, Jesus thought that he was doing it better than everyone else, that he had a better interpretation. That's, I think, his saying that he came to fulfill it is kind of tongue-in-cheek. He's like saying, I'm come to do it, but I'm doing it the right way. But it certainly doesn't mean abolish, right? Whatever you think fulfill means, it does not mean abolish, which is why all you got to do is read the entire passage. The entire passage demonstrates Jesus's words in that the law is not going away. Oops, hold on. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know if my screen blipped on your end, but it blipped on my end because apparently if you hit the wrong button, it closes out your entire desktop. But I think we're good to go. Yeah. So abolish doesn't mean fulfill. If you go to the book of Matthew and go down to chapter 5, 17 through 19, read the entire verse. He says in verse 19, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus thinks that you should read them. Fulfill does not mean abolish. That would, if fulfill meant abolish, that would be the dumbest way to say nothing. Luke, thank you for the super chat, says, I bought a Yahweh and his Asherah hoodie from Dan McClellan, Big W, and it went through spring. It was ordered in July, got it in February. Okay, so you ordered something through Dan's site. You ordered it in July and you got it in February. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think Dan and I might be using the same print house for our merch store, and it's fucking horrific. I'm changing it. I don't like it. It's not. I keep having to field emails from people that didn't get their merch on time. It was like super delayed. There are other companies we can use. It's just going to take some time to switch them out and integrate it with a better company. I hate that this is happening, but there's no way we could have guessed that our supplier was going to be this stupid when we started using them. So the future is hard to predict, but I am for sure going to be working very, very imminently on getting this rectified. Hold on, I gotta write a note. Change merch store vendor. Yeah, we'll get it taken care of, friends. And Scribbles, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, how is it we are sinning if we follow false gods, but also sinning if we don't believe in God's miracle without evidence, when only that God would know the difference? I know, like, we don't know, right? Theoretically, if this God was real, it would tell us, and then we could know if we were sinning. But we actually don't know if we're sinning by denying this God because we don't know that the God exists. And Musical Monkey, thank you for the super chat, says, I've got HLFD, Hairy Lungs for Doug. Listen, Hairy Lungs was not on my bingo card tonight. There were some things on my bingo card tonight. I thought maybe we'd get a little bit of baby paste. However, I did not have Hairy Lungs for Doug. That's a new one and a good one. And Daddy Todd agrees. Hairy Lungs sounds like a James Bond villain. Indeed, it does. I kind of like it though. And Steve says in France they call them Les Browns. I know, and then they flush those fuckers down. And would you blame them? Nah. If I didn't live here, I wouldn't reserve Browns either. Mr. Tyman says new topic idea: Christianity is Stockholm syndrome. Prove me wrong. Actually, Mr. Tyman, that's not a new topic. I used to run that topic all the time. It's an old topic that I haven't got around to doing anytime recently, but you know what? It is a great topic, a banger of a topic. We'll do it again soon. Scribbles with the additional $25 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, love you, Justin. I used to be pescatarian too, but fish do suffer in pain for 20 minutes while they die, and we don't need them to live. My take is to not contribute to suffering. Good on you to protect cows and piggies. Best luck on your journey. I know, Scribbles, it's funny because like some of these topics, like I've kind of meandered my way through them, and I feel like more and more, I'm always leaning towards if this is truly doing harm, maybe I should stop doing it. I kind of talk about the fish tongue in cheek. I'm still trying to figure out actually what I think about killing fish. The other ones I'm pretty clear on, it seems to be, but I don't know that much about fish. And when we say feel pain, what do we mean? Are we referring to a chemical reaction? Like there's a chemical reaction in the body? Do fish have enough consciousness to know that they're in pain? Or is this like a chemical reaction that they're going through? I got lots of questions. I really do. But I mean, the reality is the people here that are pro fish are probably fucking right. I mean, they probably are. I'm probably wrong on this one. Kane says, Justin, vampires are clearly real. My ex exists. Oof. I get that.
On the last super chat, I have a question for you. If AI develops enough that, for example, an artificial intelligence seems to exhibit emotions and suffering and have plans for the future, etc., it seems to show that. Would you then give it moral consideration?
Yeah, so that's a difficult question for me. In the past, I've said yes. And I can't see a good reason not to. If something becomes just as sentient as we are.
No, you don't know that. It appears so from its actions. You don't know if that is true sentience or not.
Sure. Well, I think my idea of sentient is that it's like it's aware of itself and what's happening to itself, typically.
And it seems to be aware, but you wouldn't be able to 100% tell if it is truly as sentient as we are. I'm assuming most people would say it is better to assume it is than to assume it is not and be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at.
I would treat them wouldn't you apply like the humans. Same to fish?
Well, I don't know where fish are on the spectrum. Like, would you apply it to
never
trees?
Know. I'm saying like with a robot, the AI, you would never know if it's literally at zero, but imitating a fully sentient human, or if it is as sentient as a human. The same, like I'm not a vegan by the way, but just trying to think this through. So a fish, it would be suffering. It at least seems to be suffering. It flinches when it's hit. It tries to go into the water. It tries to survive, etc. So it's. Right. I would say that if you're trying to reduce suffering of animals, you would assume that the thing that is exhibiting characteristics of something that is trying to survive and not be hurt is sentient and worth the moral consideration you're giving to other animals.
Perhaps, the other part of the fish equation is that the vast majority of fish die of predation. It's not like a farm animal. Like cows can live out 20 years of life peacefully and then just, die of old age. I don't know if that's true for fish. I think most fish die because something eats it.
But do you think that just because something eats it, that gives it less consideration? Like, for example, if a human is going to be born and they and they have a disease that's going to cause them to unalive in a few months. Are they less? Are they worth less than a human who's going to live for a few more years?
Well, it's not a matter of worth. So the framework that I'm working from isn't really on value. It's more or less on not being the cause of suffering and evil.
Okay.
My thought is if the vast majority of fish are going to be eaten anyways, then why not it be in my mouth?
But wouldn't you wouldn't you use the same argument to say that cattle are going to be slaughtered anyways, so I might as well eat them?
Well, that's the thing. They're only going to be slaughtered because we're doing it, right? But in the fish world, they're going to eaten by non-humans.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay.
Like I said, there's a lot of moving parts here. That's why I'm trying to figure it out.
It is very complex.
If I'm giving moral consideration to say, like, I don't know, squirrels, right? Where's the huge distinction between a squirrel and a fish? Like there's some stuff I got to work through there, and maybe by the end of it, maybe I'll say no fish. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a vegan, by the way. I'm just I'm trying to think this through, like following the same thing you're doing for cows and pigs.
No, you're doing a great job. Kind of a devil's advocate, but like a fish's advocate. You're a fish advocate. Okay. Doc Pleroma says, fun fact, Jethro Tull almost went with hair. No way. So rather than calling it aqua lung, he almost called it hair lung. But A&E said it tested poorly with people who know what cilia are. Fair enough. I feel like this is a joke. This can't be true. But thank you for that. If it's a joke, it was a funny one. And Game Guy says, if you don't hate God, then why do you debate Christians? Maybe because you're a Christian and you don't know if you'd grape a woman. Yeah. It's crazy that Christians will get up here and not know if like they can rape women. In fact, I wrote down that guest got baby pasted, but he didn't really get baby pasted. I almost baby pasted him. I need to write, doesn't know if he would rape a woman. Crazy. I know my answer is big fat fucking no. Godwin, thank you for the $1 super thanks. And Nestif, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, what version of the Bible do you use? Justin, thanks. I use the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. The 6th edition is almost out. It'll be out this spring. The 5th edition is lovely. It's in the NRSV. The new one will be the NRSV updated edition, and it's phenomenal. My other favorite Bible is the Catholic Note-Taking Bible, which is in the NABRE, which is the New American Bible updated edition, or revised edition. And both of them are phenomenal translations. Highly recommend. Exist. Thank you for the super chat. It says, if Adam and Eve would have lived forever by eating from the tree of life, does that mean that God is also eating from a similar tree in order to live forever? So the reason why the gods live forever in the ancient Near East is typically because they're not around any impurities. They can only be where there is no impurities, and that's the sky. The sky is completely free of impurities, which is why you can go up there and live forever. In fact, even in the Epic of Gilgamesh, yes, who can ascend to the skies and live forever like the gods? And if you read the literature, the reason why they have all these rites and rituals surrounding the ziggurats and the temples is because if God's going to come down from the sky to commune with mankind, we have to give them a location to come down to that is to their liking. That's why bathing is ritualistically so important. It's all about cleanliness. So I don't think that God's eating from the tree of life. And in the Canaanite literature, the gods eat wine. They eat food like figs. They drink wine. They eat normal people stuff. The Babylonian gods do the same thing. That doesn't seem to be the source of their life, from what I can tell. Good question, though. Very good question. Asayake, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thank you, Faraday and Volta, for following your human to cook for us tonight. Best cat stream, best cat channel. Thank you. I do love the pets, by the way. Volta and Faraday are just fan-fucking-tastic. I couldn't have asked for a better pair of cats. The Proud Atheist says, you saying you were convicted about eating meat. Yes, that's what happened. Yep. Because you can have conviction without the Holy Spirit, as it turns out. And McDubbin, thank you for the super chat, says BMF sacrificed his liver to a pound of twisted tea for our transgressions. How dare you compare this disingenuous douchebag to the BMF chat? Embarrassing. I would never. Nothing compares to BMF. BMF is one of a kind. And Glitter, thank you for the super chat, says lamentanguish. Listen, I invented a new word tonight. That's a real thing that happened, and now I have to live with it. A book club, Alex, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin 2028. Fuck yeah. I actually don't know if I would. I feel like I'd be a good president, but I don't know if I would ever want to be in politics. It's so nasty and so dangerous. Like, if you think I get a lot of death threats now, see what the people in Congress are getting. It's fucking terrifying. Everybody on the left and the right is in constant danger. McDubbin adds in about Daniel. Daniel is used to gaslighting, being completely indignant, and getting his way. I fear for the hypothetical women in his life. I agree. Not only has Daniel behaved that way in real life, I bet in real life he really, really wants to surround himself by people who think that he's smart. Like I could tell by his tone, he wanted to be taken seriously, even though he shouldn't be. Mo says 1 Peter 3:15 means come in headstrong, Daniel. I mean, yeah, come in with an argument for the hope that lies inside of you. A testimony, even, although we don't do testimonies. Kurt says, I do enjoy the cat cam. I know I did the kitty cam for a while, but it's a little bit easier just to have them back here behind me. I like that a lot. It takes less to pay attention to. And 49 Perfect says, here is $5. These guests are insane, but lucrative. LOL. Thank you. I appreciate that. It is true. The crazier the guests are, typically the better the live stream performs. And so you do make more money when the live stream performs really well. But it is what it is. You know, we take the good days with the bad days. And Orange says Daniel didn't come to talk, but to fulfill Crash Out. 100% true. 100% true. And Pat says, real men cry too, Justin. You know what? It's true. It's true, Pat. Real men do cry. I apologize if I gave anyone the impression that real men don't cry. It is true, however, that there's no crying in baseball. There's no crying in baseball. St. Louis Frame says, also, Justin, I just got my new glasses today, and you look even more beautiful and handsome, bud. Well, fuck, St. Louis Frame. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It must be the haircut, or maybe the 4K camera is blotting out all of my blemishes. Dr. Fudge says, that guy was goofy. Bro, let me finish an argument. Proceeds to whine about not getting to finish instead of finishing. I know. Imagine being asked on multiple occasions to provide what you need to move the argument forward, and you cry rather than providing what's needed to move the argument forward. And Pat Brownfield, the Rainmaker, thank you for the super chat, says, if logic can't apply to God, or God is beyond logic, then God is illogical. Contradictions cannot exist. I'd love another collab with Ian. We collab every Sunday morning on the Unapologetic Live show. If you're not following it, make sure you do. I love Ian. Ian is brilliant. I know people think I'm smart here. I'm guys, Dr. Blitz and Ian are so much smarter than me. It's crazy that they let me on a stage with them. And 49 says the Trinity is 3 demigods in a trench coat. Yes! It's just 3 demigods in a trench coat trying to get into the movies. That's all it is. And yes, literally Jesus. Literally that Jesus. Says, I apologize for texting you. I was just excited about making some merch. How many hail dogs must I say? It was fucking you. You're the one that found my number on the internet like a creep and sent me messages. And then when I asked who you were and how you got my number, you refused to respond. If that's you, we need to have a serious conversation about etiquette. What you never do is stalk somebody on the internet, find their personal phone number, and text them out of the blue without explaining who you are or what your intentions are. That's a huge invasion of privacy, and I won't stand for it. Thank you for clarifying, though. And Rock Hard, sorry, Evan. I know you're rock hard. Evan, thank you for the super chat. It says, I'm 4th generation Norwegian. Glad my people took good care of you in their big house. Dropping the soap for Justin. Oh, man. There's a song about that. I'm trying to remember how it goes about dropping soap in prison. I forget now. I remember it now. I can't sing it on stream. One of my friends on the wrestling team made it up. It's a hilarious song. It will fucking get my live stream taken down, though. St. Louis Frame says, M's, what that voice do? I mean, we know what M's voice is doing. M's voice is dropping all of the underoos in the entire channel. As soon as M's opened his mouth, that's why he always has all these new microphones. As soon as he opens his mouth, his microphone turns to pure gold. So it's just one of those situations. He's doing what he can. Pete says, can you elaborate on why Satan is on Earth again? Oh, yeah, because the Bible needs a bad guy, right? And so since they don't want to paint God as being bad or the source of evil, they have to invent somebody, and that becomes Satan. Satan is the bad guy now. He's like that go-between between men and God that explains all the bad shit, you know? And Farrell, thank you so much for the super chat, says, check out Long Live Nero? Non-godly blessing. What? On YouTube or TikTok? I don't even know what's happening right now. Long Live in Eero. Non-godly? I don't know what this is supposed to pull up. There's a Instagram account dedicated to this name. I'm lost. I'm sorry, Feral Cat. I can't make that out. Bev Dog says, looking spunky with the haircut. Gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Bev Dog. I appreciate it. I do feel good after a fresh cut. It just, you guys know, I like things to be crisp and like unmessy, and details matter. A fresh cut just feels crisp. Like when you just clean the entire house and you're like, the house just feels crisp. You know what I mean? It feels good to be in a clean house. Zoidberg says, spring sales manager in the chat be like, oh, indeed. In fact, I don't have any whiskey or Kraken up here. I need to get some more Kraken. iRector says, Diver here. Fish definitely have underrated intellectual lives. E.g. eels can recognize individual divers, groupers, and collaborate. I know octopus or octopi are super fucking smart. There definitely are some smart sea creatures. Dolphins are super smart. But like, I don't know if that works out for fish. You know what I mean? Like, is a largemouth bass of the same level of consciousness as other sea creatures? I don't know. Amazing Bro says, what is your take on the argument from reason? Also, where would you start if you were 18 trying to learn the Bible enough to argue Christians? Okay. I don't know the argument from reason. I guess I can look it up. I assume it's some transcendental argument, like logic and reason are dependent on God. Hold on. The argument from reason is a transcendental argument. That's what I thought. Against metaphysical naturalism for the existence of God, or at least supernatural, blah, blah, blah. The best known defender is C.S. Lewis. No shock there. The argument is like this. One absolutely central inconsistency ruins the naturalistic worldview. No, it doesn't. The whole picture professes to depend on inferences from observed facts. Unless inference is valid, the whole picture disappears. No, that's not how that works. Unless reason is absolute, it's all in ruins. No. You don't have to be 100% sure of something or 100% sure of all things to know if something is or isn't true. Like, I can tell you right now that, like, if you told me that the hot sauce behind me is alive and is talking behind me in the background, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's not happening because it's a plushie. C.S. Lewis is an idiot. I don't think the argument from reason is a good one. If I was 18 and I was arguing against Christians, I would do exactly what I'm doing today. I wouldn't change a thing. I'd go into the Bible, I would read it, I would memorize it, I would know it better than them, and then I would go out and cook them on it. So I can't say I'd change anything, my friend. And Inane Glory, thank you for the $5 super chat. Beautiful Kitty says, why are animals becoming carnivores never mentioned as the consequence of the fall? I do talk about that sometimes. Yes, the problem of animal suffering is a huge problem for the biblical God. Talk about unnecessary suffering for the entire world. Yep, 100%. And we know for a fact, according to Micah chapter 4 and Isaiah chapter 2, I believe, that God's ultimate plan was that there won't be animal suffering in the end. Might be Isaiah 11. Let me grab Isaiah 11 real quick. Yeah, Isaiah 11 is what we wanted. Talks about the animals coexisting together without eating each other. So Isaiah 11 and Micah 4 both talk about this time period. So, and it's presumed that prior to the fall, they weren't eating each other as well, which means God, as a result of the fall, causing animals to eat each other is pretty fucking barbaric. So, Ems, were you going to add something just then?
One time I was talking to a Christian, and they said I posed the problem of like animal suffering, and then he said that animals suffer so that we can experience their suffering. So just like the whole like thing they do. And then I asked him, what about animals that suffer without us experiencing it? So like an animal unaliving under a random tree somewhere, and we never discover it. He said that that doesn't happen, and I cannot prove to him that there's an animal that has ever suffered without humans observing it to suffer.
That's crazy. Believers will say anything. There's nothing that they won't say. I think we've proven that here on the live stream, that they'll just say anything. Like there's, like, you're never gonna get to a limit where you're like, oh, they'll never say that, because they'll literally say anything. All right, let me log into my YouTube account real quick and see who's live right now on TikTok and YouTube that we can go send somebody to. I do see Mezzo is live right now, both on TikTok and on YouTube. So that might be a good reason to go raid Mezzo's live
Very
stream.
like notable direction where they're all
know about Mezzo yet on
expanding
YouTube,
further
I'm going to show you Mezzo's channel. A good friend of mine, super smart, super funny, amazing show that he runs. Joel's probably with him. If he's not, he'll be there eventually. But Mezzo's channel is Mezzo, Mezzo, and his handle is Mezzo_WS. Yeah, you can find the same Mezzo on TikTok. Amazingly brilliant and funny person. Just can't say enough good things about Mezzo's channel. I really do think if you're not following him, you should follow him. Go tell him that we sent you a raid. Justin and Ems has sent you over. And I'll come over and see you over there in Mezzo's house. Thank you so much for being here, friend. Thank you for all the likes.
Yeah, thank you for having me up.
Thanks for being here, buddy.
I'm gonna crash, but oh, by the way, check Discord. And thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Or
Sure
night.
thing.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, buddy. WMs. All right, friends. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate everybody in the community. You guys know without the community, this live stream doesn't really happen. Also, join the Discord. We're well over 6,000 now, but it's a great place to be. And it's a lot of fun. I apologize ahead of time for being backed up on my Discord messages, and that's a real problem right now. But anyways, really love and appreciate everyone here. We'll see you again on Monday night. I should be live this weekend. I think I might be live on AXP this weekend. We'll see. But I'm definitely going to be live Sunday on the Unapologetic Show for sure, even if I'm not on AXP. So make sure to be checking the other channels over the weekend. And We'll see you soon, friends.